Welcome back to Infinite Novel Audiobooks. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share Chapter 276, The Conversation Between A Ru and Ah Yin. After leaving the Elephant Armored Academy, Lu Chen was in quite a good mood. This Hu Yan Zhen was very sensible. He had brought the Elephant Armored Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy to pledge their allegiance to him together. As long as Hu Yan Zhen could also win over the Black Tiger Sect, Wind Sword Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect, then the lower four sects would all be under his command. Furthermore, the Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, and Tianshui Academy would also truly merge into the Longevity Academy after the Spirit Master competition ended. The Spirit Master forces that Lu Chen could control would rapidly increase in a short period of time. Only the Thunder Academy remained. Since they were unwilling to pledge their allegiance to him, Lu Chen simply gave up on them. My harvest from this trip back to the continent has already been quite significant. It is time to go back and accompany Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, and Yan Yan for their assessments. Lu Chen turned around, preparing to fly overseas. But he suddenly thought, since I have already returned to the continent, I should at least go back to the sect to see if everything is going smoothly there. Thinking of this, Lu Chen swept out his divine thought, determined his current location, and then flew off in the direction of the Longevity sect. In less than half an hour, Lu Chen had returned to his loyal Longevity sect. He first returned to the academy at the foot of the mountain, intending to visit A Ru and Ah Yin. Now Ah Yin was the vice dean, and A Ru was the dean of students. The two women managed the Longevity Academy in an orderly fashion together. Over the past half-year, as Lu Chen had become the strongest expert on the continent, more and more students were willing to enroll in the Longevity Academy. Now, within the academy, in the classrooms, and on the playground, one could see the figures of youths wearing school uniforms and overflowing with youthful vitality everywhere, bringing a sense of vigorous life to the academy. However, the Longevity Academy still lacked those truly talented students. Those who had displayed powerful talent early on had long been snatched up by the various advanced Spirit Master Academies. If not for this reason, Lu Chen would not have considered acquiring the Divine Wind Academy, Blazing Academy, Tianshui Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy. Lu Chen was very confident in the future of the Longevity Academy. As long as he remained as the anchor, the future development would only get faster and faster. Outside the office, Lu Chen had just returned when he heard the voices of A Ru and Ah Yin talking, coming from inside the room. A Ru asked tentatively, "Miss Ah Yin, there are no outsiders here. I treat you as a sister, so please tell me the truth. Why do you address His Excellency Lu Chen as master? Did he demand it? In private? Is he somewhat of a pervert, and does he ask you to do things you don't want to do?" Aru was ultimately worried that her daughter had fallen for a pervert. Under the brainwashing of the blue-silver sovereign, Ah Yin's loyalty to Lu Chen had been carved into her marrow and deep into her soul. She would absolutely never say a bad word about Lu Chen. She said gently and calmly, "Master is the best master in the world. I was originally deceived by others and sacrificed my spirit ring and spirit bone. Having lost my power, I was hidden in a dark and damp cave, making me feel pain every moment. It was Master who saved me. He is like a ray of light in my life. It was he who resurrected me, gave me back my spirit ring and spirit bone, and restored my origin of life. Everything I have today was bestowed upon me by Master. Recognizing him as my master is only natural and logical. If he wants to do anything to me, how could I possibly be unwilling?" Outside the room, listening to the conversation between A Ru and Ah Yin, Lu Chen could barely keep a straight face. He seemed to have been mistaken for a pervert. However, Ah Yin's words made Lu Chen feel much better. The blue-silver sovereign was indeed overbearing, having deeply carved loyalty toward him into Ah Yin's marrow and soul. Although Tang Hao was already dead, Tang San was still alive. Next time, he would take Yin to see Tang San and see if Tang San could recognize his own mother. If Tang San saw his mother being so submissive to him, the expression on his face would be absolutely explosive. Just thinking about it was very interesting. Lu Chen's lips curled up, forming a mischievous smile. Subsequently, he coughed twice, pushed open the door, and walked into the dean's office. Hearing the coughing sound, both Ru and Yin were startled. With their perception abilities, they had not sensed anyone outside the room. As a result, 2 coughs suddenly came, which made the 2 women's expressions sink, and they both looked towards the doorway. At Lu Chen's realm, his aura had been completely restrained. Without a divine rank or higher, it was impossible to detect his aura at all. Therefore, it was completely normal that Ru and Yin could not sense him. Lu Chen walked in with a calm expression, as if he had not heard the conversation between Ru and Yin just now. After all, being mistaken for a pervert by his mother-in-law was not something that should be brought up. Seeing that it was actually Lu Chen, a hint of embarrassment appeared on Ru's gentle face. After all, gossiping about one's superior behind their back and being overheard by them was awkward. Ru did not know where to put her hands, so she could only helplessly pinch the corner of her clothes. Her crystalline toes, hidden inside her light cloth shoes, were forcefully gripping the ground, as if she wanted to dig a crack in the floor. Oh my God. Ru now really wished that a crack would appear on the ground, so she could crawl inside. Being heard by her superior and son-in-law while secretly gossiping about him was a social death sentence. What should she do now? Ru's mind went blank, her lips moved, and she said softly with a dry laugh, "Your Excellency, when did you return?" Compared to Ru's embarrassment, Yin was completely overjoyed. Her eyes shimmered with rippling light as she looked at Lu Chen without blinking, and with a mix of surprise and excitement, she pursed her lips and smiled. "Master, you're back." After Lu Chen walked closer, his gaze was gentle, his expression steady, and he appeared serious as he nodded with a slight smile. "I came back to instruct you on a few things. I am preparing to send people to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament 1 year from now, and I need you to select 7 members from the Academy. 4 main team members and 3 reserve members. Since they are representing the Longevity Academy, during this 1 year, you must train the 7 members well and improve their strength as much as possible. When Xiao Wu, Zhuking, and Yan Yan return, they will lead the 4 main team members and 3 reserve members to participate in the Spirit Master competition together. My goal this time is the champion of the Spirit Master competition." Upon hearing this, Yin immediately agreed. "I understand. Please rest assured, Master, I will arrange it shortly." At the same time, Ru, hearing Lu Chen mention Xiao Wu, could not care about the embarrassment and hurriedly asked, "Your Excellency, how is Xiao Wu now? Did she not come back with you?" Lu Chen turned to look at Ru. Because Ru had just been misunderstanding him as a pervert, Lu Chen was as serious and solemn as possible at this moment. Beneath his slightly messy azure long hair was a handsome face that was perfect and impeccable. His sword-like eyebrows slanted up into his temples, and his star-like eyes were deep and boundless. Under that gaze, Ru felt her heart tremble and did not dare to look directly at Lu Chen. She seemed to hear her own heartbeat, echoing in her ears with a thumping sound. In any world, good looks are always the strongest pass. With his uninhibited and unrestrained temperament, Lu Chen casually curled his lips into a calm smile, revealing a charm that made people intoxicated. "Ru, don't worry about Xiao Wu. She is cultivating overseas. Not only is she not in any danger, but it is actually very beneficial to her. When she returns next time, she will at least be able to reach the Spirit Emperor realm." Ru nodded, dazed and mesmerized, not daring to look directly at Lu Chen at all, exclaiming in her heart, "Who could resist this? No wonder Xiao Wu is so devoted to him." After Lu Chen finished talking about the serious matter, He prepared to leave. "Ah Yin, Eru, I will leave the matters of the academy to you." After saying this, Lu Chen turned and left. No longer having to face Lu Chen's handsome face, Ru was finally able to calm down. She looked at Lu Chen's tall and straight back. No wonder Ah Yin voluntarily calls him master. It turns out it's because he saved Ah Yin. He is handsome, and his casual smile even made my heart beat faster. He is powerful and is the strongest expert on the current Douluo Continent. He doesn't judge by origin and doesn't discriminate against transformed spirit beasts. He saved my life, and his great kindness to me is something I could never repay even in my next life. I actually suspected that he was a pervert in private. I really shouldn't have done that. Although there is more than one girl by his side, he is indeed a good match for Xiao Wu. Aru, he is your daughter's boyfriend. Why is your heart beating faster? Aru felt both ashamed and guilty in her heart, feeling that she had let Lu Chen down by actually suspecting her own savior. Chapter 277, Visitors from the Star Luo Empire. Longevity Sect. Lu Chen, who was walking up the mountain, had a faint trace of sorrow between his brows. As someone who hadn't even tasted meat, yet he was actually considered a pervert who played very wildly in private. This was slander. A monstrous slander. The current 13-year-old Lu Chen could be called pure and flawless. He was still a Xiao Chunin. Compared to the Shrek scumbag trio, Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, Lu Chen was absolutely clean. Sigh. Lu Chen let out a long sigh. Wait until I become an adult. Lu Chen's expression was firm, his brow full of seriousness. As for the next words, he only recited them in his heart. The first thing I'm going to do is, do it, do it, do it, do it. Meanwhile, Du Gubo, who had learned of Lu Chen's return to the longevity sect, flew over rapidly in just a few flashes. Turning into a black shadow, he landed right in front of Lu Chen. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow at this and looked at the hurried Du Gubo, asking, "Big brother Dugu, what's wrong?" "I see everything in the sect is as usual. What could be so urgent?" Du Gubo's expression was strange, as he gave Lu Chen a somewhat annoyed glare. "A guest has come from the Star Luo Empire. They didn't make a big scene or notify the Heaven Dew Imperial family. They just secretly came to our longevity sect. It's clear they're here for you. Moreover, this guest has quite a connection with you. He's the biological father of one of your little girlfriends. Anyway, I didn't know how to handle it. For the sake of your little girlfriend's face, I settled the guest in a guest room. Since you're back, go meet him. He came here specifically for you, so how to respond depends on your intentions." Hearing Du Gubo say it was a guest from the Star Luo Empire and the father of one of his little girlfriends, Lu Chen immediately understood that Zhu Zhuqing's father had come looking for them. Since it was Zhu Zhuqing's biological father, it was only right and proper that he should meet him. However, if the other party wanted to use this to make unreasonable demands, he had no obligation to agree. Lu Chen nodded with a calm expression. "I understand, Big Brother Dugu. Then I'll go meet him and see what his intentions are." A moment later, in the main peak hall of the longevity sect, the guest from the Star Luo Empire was led into the hall. He was a middle-aged man wearing a black formal suit with handsome and extraordinary features. His skin was very pale and his figure was slender. He lacked masculine ruggedness and instead possessed a sort of feminine delicacy. If not for his Adam's apple, he would look like a beautiful middle-aged woman with a bit of dressing up. This was Zhu Zhuqing's biological father. No wonder the daughters he produced were each more beautiful than the last. This father himself was a beautiful man whose gender was hard to distinguish. This middle-aged man was named Zhu Xingwu, the Duke of the Nether of the Star Luo Empire, who held an extremely special status within the empire. Upon entering the hall, Zhu Xingwu immediately saw the handsome young man in a blue robe sitting in the main seat. After observing him carefully, he couldn't help but praise in his heart. This boy's looks are on par with mine. Immediately, Zhu Shengwu performed a standard noble etiquette and spoke in a voice that leaned towards feminine delicacy. Zhu Shengwu, the Duke of the Nether of the Star Luo Empire, greets His Excellency Changsheng. Zhu Shengwu. Hearing this name, Lu Chen gave the pale-skinned, slender, woman-like Zhu Shengwu a strange look. This appearance and figure didn't have the slightest connection to being heroic and martial. Lu Chen said in a clear voice, "Duke, Your Excellency, there is no need for such formality. You are a duke of the Star Luo Empire. Having traveled thousands of miles to my longevity sect, I wonder what your business is." Seeing that Lu Chen was so direct and skipped the pleasantries to ask about his intentions, Zhu Shengwu stood up and continued in his delicate voice. "I have come this time mainly for two things. First, my daughter, Zhu Zhuqing, ran away from the Nether Duke's mansion. According to the information I've obtained, she came to the Heaven Dew Empire and is following His Excellency Changsheng. As her father, I am very worried about her safety, so I came to see her and take her back to the Nether Duke's mansion. After all, that is Zhu Zhuqing's true home. I am deeply grateful to His Excellency Changsheng for taking care of her during this time. Please, His Excellency Changsheng, bring my daughter out." Lu Chen glanced at him casually and said in a flat voice, "Zhuqing isn't here. She is outside to cultivate. As for returning to the Nether Duke's mansion, I think that's unnecessary. It's not where you were born that is home, but where you feel at peace that can be called home. Zhuqing doesn't like the Nether Duke's mansion. She's doing quite well here with me. Although you are Zhuqing's father, I cannot let her leave with you." Strangely, upon hearing Lu Chen say this, Zhu Shengwu, as the father, didn't show any signs of anger. It was as if he also agreed with Lu Chen's words. Zhu Shengwu sighed softly. "What His Excellency Changsheng says makes sense. Even if I take Zhuqing back, she wouldn't be happy. With His Excellency Changsheng's abilities, if you want to keep Zhuqing in the longevity sect, a mere spirit Douluo like me couldn't possibly take her away by force. His Excellency Changsheng, I will continue to entrust Zhuqing to your care in the future. Forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. Zhuqing has an engagement with the third prince of the Star Luo Empire, Dai Mubai. I have no way to intervene, but for His Excellency Changsheng, I imagine this won't be much of a problem." Lu Chen's expression froze as he began to seriously observe Zhu Shengwu. As Zhu Zhuqing's father, it seemed he did care about his daughter. Thinking about it, back then Zhu Zhuqing was only a spirit grandmaster with level 27 spirit power. Without the nod from Zhu Shengwu, the head of the Zhu family, she could never have escaped the Nether Duke's mansion. Based on that alone, Lu Chen set aside his casualness and nodded solemnly, replying, "Please rest assured. As long as I am here, Zhuqing will not face any more threats. As for that bullshit engagement, if the Star Luo royal family has the guts, let them come find me." Zhu Shengwu's expression relaxed slightly, secretly lamenting that Zhu Zhuqing had found a reliable home for herself. Their Hell-Sivit Zhu family seemed to have a lofty status in the Star Luo Empire, but in reality, they were just vassals of the White Tiger Dai family. The Hell-Sivit was merely a decent high-tier spirit. Its greatest value was as fusion material for the Hell-White Tiger. To cooperate with the Dai family's imperial succession rules, their Zhu family had to contribute several exceptionally talented girls in every generation. But in the end, only one could survive. Those were the most talented girls of the Zhu family. If nurtured properly, becoming a titled Douluo might be hard, but becoming a spirit saint or spirit Douluo would certainly be no problem. Regarding this situation, the Zhu family could only swallow their anger in silence. As a father, Zhu Shengwu still felt some affection for his daughter, Zhu Zhuqing. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing escape her original fate, Zhu Shengwu also felt a bit of joy in his heart. Looking at Lu Chen again, there was a bit more approval in Zhu Shengwu's eyes. "His Excellency Changsheng, then let me speak of the second matter. I have been entrusted by the Star Luo Emperor to invite His Excellency, Chang Sheng, to the Star Luo Empire to witness our million-strong army. Compared to the decaying Heaven Dew imperial family, the Star Luo royal family is the hope for the future. If not for the interference of Spirit Hall, the Heaven Dew Empire would be no match for the Star Luo Empire. I'm sure His Excellency Chang Sheng can understand our Star Luo Emperor's intentions. As long as His Excellency Chang Sheng is willing to go to the Star Luo Empire, wealth and glory will be within reach. Whatever the Star Luo royal family has, our Star Luo Emperor is willing to share it with His Excellency Chang Sheng. His Excellency Chang Sheng, our Star Luo Emperor, is extremely sincere. As long as you can assist the Star Luo Empire in achieving its eternal legacy, both you and the longevity sect will be able to share in the nation's prosperity and enjoy glory for generations. The cards were finally on the table. This was likely the true purpose of Zhu Xingwu's visit to the longevity sect. The one trying to win him over wasn't Zhu Xingwu, but that Star Luo Emperor. Hey. Lu Chen wanted to overturn the feudal rule of the Heaven Dew Empire, and he similarly wanted to overturn the feudal rule of the Star Luo Empire. For the Star Luo Emperor to want his help in unifying the Douluo Continent was simply a pipe dream. Lu Chen propped his elbow on the armrest, his palm slightly curved to support his cheek, with an indifferent expression. Patriarch Zhu, go back and tell your Star Luo Emperor that I only care about increasing my strength and don't care about wealth and glory. Tell him not to waste his thoughts. The wealth and glory of the mortal world are nothing but passing clouds to me. What I want is within my reach. Why would I need someone else to share it with me? Lu Chen spoke that last sentence with overwhelming dominance. Zhu Xingwu's body shook. Indeed, as the strongest person on the continent, Lu Chen could easily obtain whatever he wanted. The Star Luo Emperor's recruitment held no temptation for him at all. He took a deep breath, a trace of awe appearing in his dark eyes. Since His Excellency Chang Sheng is unwilling to go to the Star Luo Empire, it seems my trip was in vain. I hope His Majesty will not blame me when the time comes. His Excellency Chang Sheng, then I shall take my leave. Hearing Zhu Xingwu ask to leave, Lu Chen looked at him with burning eyes. Simply because this Zhu Xingwu still cared for his daughter Zhu King, Lu Chen decided to give him a chance. Patriarch Zhu, for Zhu King's sake, if your Zhu family doesn't want to continue staying in the Star Luo Empire, just send me a message. I can take you all out of the Star Luo Empire, and the Dai family won't dare to cause you trouble. Think about it carefully. There's no rush to reply. When you've figured it out, give me a definitive answer. As soon as these words were spoken, waves rose in Zhu Xingwu's heart, leaving the Star Luo Empire. This was a path he had never even imagined. He frowned deeply. Although their Zhu family had to contribute several talented girls every generation, the girl who survived would become the empress of the Star Luo Empire. This was the foundation of the Zhu family's enduring prosperity in the Star Luo Empire. He ultimately refused. Thank you for your kindness, His Excellency Chang Sheng, but our Zhu family is doing well in the Star Luo Empire and doesn't need to leave. Lu Chen smiled indifferently. No need to hurry. This promise remains valid. Chapter 278, 3 months. Zhu Xingwu had left. Although he failed to complete his mission of recruiting Lu Chen to the Star Luo Empire, he was very satisfied knowing that his daughter could live well here with Lu Chen. He left in a very good mood. Meanwhile, in the main peak hall, Lu Chen stood by the window, overlooking the entire longevity sect with an unobstructed view. He used his divine thought to watch Zhu Xingwu as he quickly descended the mountain and finally left the longevity sect. Lu Chen suddenly shook his head and laughed. The Star Luo Emperor, who gave him the courage to think he could recruit me, the #1 powerhouse on the continent, through mere wealth and status. It seems he's grown too, accustomed to being high and mighty. That group of ministers around him has pampered him so much he's lost his bearings. To think that by sending someone over to say a few words about sharing glory and riches, I would eagerly rush to the star Luo Empire to serve at his beck and call. Behind him, a figure walked up slowly. It was Douluo, who picked up the conversation and said, "Glory and riches, only someone like you could be so indifferent to them. On this continent, whether it's ordinary people or spirit masters, what they ultimately pursue is glory and riches. How many high-level spirit masters are willing to give up their freedom and join the imperial family as consecrated elders just for a noble title? What they want is nothing more than those 4 words: glory and riches. The Star Luo Emperor probably thinks you're just another high-level spirit master, no different from the others except for being stronger. Using glory and riches to recruit you is the most normal thing in the world to him. By refusing the Star Luo Emperor's recruitment, I'm afraid he'll hold a grudge against you from now on. You'll be fine since you're powerful, but it might be difficult for our longevity sect to expand its influence into the Star Luo Empire in the future." Chen didn't turn around, but a cold light flashed in his azure eyes. "Heth, if the Star Luo Empire truly has the audacity to become an enemy of our longevity sect, then there will be no need for that empire to exist anymore." Chen spoke nonchalantly, but the bone-chilling intent within his words made even Douluo, a level 97 super Douluo, feel his hair stand on end. He exclaimed, "Could you actually destroy the Star Luo Empire? That's not a problem that can be solved by simply killing an emperor." Chen smiled without saying a word, merely gazing into the distance as if he could see the future of the Douluo Continent, where the old system collapsed and a new one rose from the ground. Seeing that Chen didn't answer, Douluo didn't press further. He believed that with Chen's abilities, he could handle any problem. A touch of warmth appeared on Douluo's face, his eyes showing a hint of longing. "Chen, you said you'd take my granddaughter overseas to find an opportunity. Now that you're back, where is she?" Hearing this, Chen suddenly turned around and looked at Douluo with a smile. "Big brother Douluo, don't get too excited when you hear what I'm about to say. I took Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhuking to Sea God Island. That is the place of the Sea God's legacy. Now, Yan Yan has obtained the Sea God 9 trials and become the successor to the Sea God. As long as she successfully passes the Sea God 9 trials, she will be the new Sea God. Your granddaughter is about to become a god." As soon as these words were spoken, Douluo's expression froze. His mouth hung open, and his eyes widened in a look of sheer dumbfoundment. His body was trembling, and his hands were clenched tightly into fists. He was excited, too excited. His Douluo lineage was actually going to produce a god. "Hadohata." Douluo snapped out of it and couldn't stop laughing. His voice echoed within the hall, spittle flying everywhere. "My granddaughter is going to become a god. Chen, meeting you is the greatest blessing for us grandfather and granddaughter." Douluo spoke with extreme gravity, his eyes burning as he looked at Chen. Without Chen, they would still be suffering from the torment of their poison. Especially Douluo Yan, she likely would have died under its agony, leaving Douluo to bury his own child. It was precisely because of Chen's appearance that they were able to avoid this tragedy. Furthermore, Douluo's ability to become a level 97 super Douluo and Douluo Yan's ability to become the successor of the Sea God were both inseparable from Chen's full support. Now, Douluo felt truly and sincerely fortunate. Then Chen said with a light laugh, "So, big brother Douluo, I'll leave the sex affairs to you. I'm going back to Sea God Island to accompany Yan Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhuking during their Sea God trials." Douluo didn't hesitate. With a face full of smiles, he patted his chest and guaranteed, "Leave it to me without worry." Having received Douluo's guarantee, Chen didn't stay in the sect any longer and set off for Sea God Island. Relying on the divine travel skill that was Space Slash, he returned to the foot of Sea God Mountain in an instant. At this time, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan were still cultivating within the sea god's light, so Lu Chen didn't speak to disturb them. He sat on the ground casually, closed his eyes, and entered a state of meditation, guiding his spirit power to circulate faster, increasing the speed of spirit power condensation by 30%. Lu Chen couldn't help but think to himself, the cultivation efficiency of this meditation method is simply too low. With my current vision and knowledge, it shouldn't be a problem to create my own cultivation technique. Let's do it. Subsequently, Lu Chen poured his divine thought into his limbs, bones, and internal organs, observing the changes as spirit power circulated through the meridians across his body, recording every single change. He would use this as the foundation for creating his technique. Only someone as skilled and bold as Lu Chen, relying on his massive life origin, would dare to let spirit power circulate through all the major and minor meridians of his body without restraint. Some meridians cannot be circulated through recklessly. Doing so could result in chi deviation at best, or death from body explosion at worst. But Lu Chen wasn't afraid of these problems at all. His mental force had transformed into divine thought, allowing him to control every change in his body. His body had evolved into a divine body. Even if his spirit power ran wild like an unbridled horse, it was impossible for his body to explode. Creating a technique was not the work of a single day. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan continued to cultivate in the sea god's light. Lu Chen attempted to create his own technique while in meditation. Time passed day by day. In a flash, 3 months had passed. Such a short amount of time was certainly not enough for Lu Chen to create a technique. The more one wanted a technique to fit themselves perfectly, the more one needed to tap into their own potential. Lu Chen possessed the innate Tao body and needed to create a technique that suited it. He had a feeling that the day he finished creating this technique would be the day he truly reached level 100 and became a god. However, 3 months was enough for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan to complete their transformation. After cultivating in the sea god's light for 3 months, their spirit power had each increased by 1 level. Xiao Wu broke through from level 55 to level 56 spirit power. Zhu Zhuqing broke through from level 53 to level 54 spirit power. Douluo Yan broke through from level 75 to level 76 spirit power. Today, 3 months later, they were attempting to traverse the sea god's light once again. Chapter 279, Passing the Sea God's Light. At the foot of Sea God Mountain, Lu Chen watched Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan as they warmed up and made final preparations in front of the steps of Sea God Mountain. He frowned slightly and advised, "The trial of transmigration, the Sea God's Light, gave you a 1-year time limit. In fact, you don't need to be in a hurry at all. Are you sure you want to attempt the pass now?" Xiao Wu turned around, waving her small fist, and spoke with a face full of confidence. "After 3 months of training, we have all adapted to the pressure of the sea god's light. Since we can pass the trial, we don't want to waste time here." Zhu Zhuqing also looked at Lu Chen, her pretty face showing a look of determination. "If every trial takes a whole year, wouldn't it take 7 years to pass all the trials? So we need to seize the time. When we are sure we can pass the trial, we can go and try." Douluo Yan stretched her water snake waist, turned her head to face Lu Chen, and gave a charming smile. "Xiao Wu and Zhuqing each only have 7 trials, but I have a full 9 trials. Since they want to pass the trials quickly, I need to make even better use of my time." Seeing that the 3 women had made up their minds, Lu Chen didn't say anything more. Although he knew that to cultivate under the sea god's light could increase cultivate speed, passing the trial directly would also grant immediate spirit power rewards. He encouraged the 3 women, saying, "Then go ahead. I will be here watching you. If you encounter any fatal danger, I will naturally step in." Under Lu Chen's encouragement, the expressions on the faces of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan turned completely into determination. After each taking a deep breath, They rushed towards the sea god's light without looking back. As they stepped onto the first step, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly weighed down on them. One could see that the clothes the three women were wearing were already tightly pressed against their bodies, outlining their well-defined and enchanting curves. Among them, Zhu Zhuqing was the most magnificent. Although she was the youngest, her figure was the best. Her chest was full and plump like mountains, her waist was slender and could be held in one hand, her rear was rounded and full of tension like a full moon, and her long legs were extremely well-proportioned and full of explosive power. Next was Du Guyan. She was already 20 years old. As a thoroughly mature woman, her figure was hot. Although slightly inferior to Zhu Zhuqing, it was still top-tier and proud, with surging waves that were mouth-watering. Finally, there was Xiao Wu. In fact, Xiao Wu was not small either, but compared to the exceptionally gifted Zhu Zhuqing and the maturely developed Du Guyan, she didn't seem as prominent. After 3 months of adaptation, the sea god's light on this first step did not bring too much pressure to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan. They were still as swift as the wind, their movements agile, and their steps didn't stop for a moment as they rushed towards the steps behind. The 11th step, the 21st step, the 31st step. In less than a minute, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan had respectively climbed to the 120th step, the 108th step, and the 144th step. The gap in cultivation and the strength of their physiques were fully displayed at this moment. Zhu Zhuqing had the lowest spirit power and the weakest physique, so she fell behind. Du Guyan had the highest spirit power and the strongest physique, so she rushed to the front. Xiao Wu was in the middle of the two. Seeing the 133rd step waving at her, under the pressure of the sea god's light, Xiao Wu, whose face was flushed red, quickly completed her martial soul possession. 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black 5 spirit rings rose beneath her feet. The spirit power circulated rapidly within her meridians like a windmill, greatly increasing her resistance and making her originally heavy steps become light. Ugh. Sister Xiao Wu is going to start sprinting. Xiao Wu let out a loud cry, her red eyes staring fixedly at the 133rd step. The muscles in her legs were tight, and with every step, a footprint formed by sweat appeared as she rushed towards that 133rd step. First spirit ability, waist bow. Fourth spirit ability, paragon golden body. Xiao Wu used her first and fourth spirit ability. The first spirit ability improved her physical attributes in all aspects, and the fourth spirit ability released a layer of golden energy shield. With the support of these 2 spirit ability, Xiao Wu, whose body had reached its limit, burst forth with another surge of power. Xiao Wu's gums were bleeding from biting down so hard, and her eyes were fixed on the 133rd step. Relying on the weakening effect of the paragon golden body on the sea god's light, she strode forward. The 130th step. The 131st step. The 132nd step. The 133rd step. Even with her consciousness blurred, Xiao Wu relied on sheer willpower to finally step onto the 133rd step. At that moment, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly vanished. Xiao Wu stumbled and fell onto the 133rd step. She gasped for breath, and a smile finally appeared on her flushed face. The red 7-pointed star on her forehead suddenly burst with a blinding red light, and a majestic voice sounded in her mind at the same time. Top Tier 7 trials, first trial completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 1 level, reward. Spirit ring increased by 500 years. Streams of heat poured out from the red 7-pointed star on Xiao Wu's forehead, flowing through her limbs, bones, and internal organs, making her feel warm all over, as if she were soaking in a hot spring. The fatigue brought to her body by the transmigration of the sea god's light just now quickly receded under the nourishment of this warm current. Furthermore, Xiao Wu's spirit power began to soar. She had only recently reached level 56 spirit power, and now she was starting to sprint towards level 57 spirit power. Xiao Wu's face was full of surprise. That was a whole level of spirit power. If she were to cultivate on her own, it would take at least 3 months. She no longer lay limp on the steps, but immediately sat upright, activated her meditation method, and began to organize the surging spirit power within her body. The spirit power fluctuations emanating from her body grew stronger and stronger. Anyone could see that she had gained great benefits. With Xiao Wu as an example, Zhu Zhuqing felt greatly encouraged. She cheered herself up in her heart. Then she also summoned her martial soul possession. Streams of black chi swirled around her, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black, 5 spirit rings rose beneath her feet. Xiao Wu can do it, and I can do it too. Zhu Zhuqing's face was as red as a cooked shrimp. After her martial soul possession, her spirit power circulated through her meridians like a rushing river, making her feel that the pressure of the sea god's light was greatly reduced. She strove forward, crossing 3 steps at a time, and soon reached the 120th step. Zhu Zhuqing's figure swayed, and she once again felt the pressure of the sea god's light double. Source of darkness. 5th spirit ability, another shadow-piercing strike. Zhu Zhuqing first used the source of darkness from her left arm bone. Dark energy flowed through her entire body. With the enhancement of this dark energy, any spirit ability she performed would receive a 40% boost. Next was Zhu Zhuqing's 5th spirit ability, Nether Shadow Piercing Strike, which allowed her body to turn from solid to ethereal. Originally, it could reduce physical damage by 50%, but with the enhancement of the source of darkness, it could reduce physical damage by 70%. Even the pressure of the sea god's light was greatly weakened. Taking this opportunity, the black shadow that Zhu Zhuqing had transformed into flashed forward rapidly, crossing 1 step with each flash. Soon she arrived before the final 3 steps. Zhu Zhuqing used the ethereal effect of the Nether Shadow Piercing Strike. Braving the pressure of the sea god's light, she strode forward step by step. The 130th step. The 131st step. The 132nd step. The 133rd step. At that very moment, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly dissipated, and Zhu Zhuqing, like Xiao Wu, collapsed directly onto the steps. Zhu Zhuqing reappeared. Every inch of her skin was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. Her forehead, cheeks, and neck were drenched in sweat, which poured down like rain. Her hair was slightly messy, clinging tightly to her skin. Her black leather clothes and skirt were soaked with sweat, making her look as if she had just been pulled out of the water. Now Zhu Zhuqing was gasping for breath, not wanting to move even a finger. In the next moment, the red 7-pointed star on her forehead suddenly burst with a blinding red light, and a majestic voice sounded in her mind at the same time. Top Tier 7 trials, first trial completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 1 level, reward, spirit ring increased by 500 years. Hearing this voice, Zhu Zhuqing's expression immediately turned to joy. She finally knew why the spirit power fluctuations emanating from Xiao Wu's body were getting stronger and stronger. She also followed Xiao Wu's example, sat upright, activated her meditation method, and began to absorb the streams of warm current flowing through her body. This caused her spirit power to start sprinting from level 54 towards level 55. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had both passed their trials. At the same time, Du Guyan also reached the 248th step. She was a spirit saint with level 76 spirit power and had 6 spirit bone, except for the torso bone. Her physical fitness was several times that of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Even without summoning her spirit, relying purely on her physical fitness, she had reached the 248th step. However, by this point, her body was also swaying a bit. Looking at the remaining steps, Du Guyan's flushed face showed an admirable determination. Xiao Wu and Zhuqing both succeeded. I absolutely cannot fail. Amidst a burst of emerald light, Du Guyan completed her martial soul possession. Her delicate body was clad in a piece of green dragon scale armor, and 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black, 7 spirit rings rose beneath her feet. At the same time, behind her, 8 white bone spikes extended out to both sides. It was the external spirit bone 8 spider lances. 5th spirit ability, green phosphorus dragon armor shield. The green phosphorus dragon armor on her body burst with a brilliant emerald light, forming a green spherical shield around her. Douluo Yan didn't hide anything and directly used her full strength. After her martial soul possession, with the support of the external spirit bone 8 spider lances and the 5th spirit ability green phosphorus dragon armor shield, she rushed towards the steps ahead like a cannonball. Sometimes crossing 3 steps in one stride, sometimes 5. In just a few breaths, Douluo Yan reached the 300th step. At this point, the pressure of the sea god's light doubled again. Douluo Yan's face turned bright red, but she still moved forward step by step with unwavering determination. 301. 302. 303. When she reached the 330th step and was about to step onto the 331st, the sea god's light, whose pressure had doubled again, forced Douluo Yan to half kneel on the ground. HMPH. Douluo Yan let out a muffled groan, bloodshot eyes appearing as her vision turned completely red. I cannot give up. Douluo Yan used both her hands and feet, and the 8 spider lances on her back also exerted force. With a creaking sound, cracks appeared on the 8 spider lances, but she finally managed to stand up. The 331st step. The 332nd step. The 333rd. Douluo Yan stepped up with half a foot, but the other half simply wouldn't move. Douluo Yan let out a series of sharp screams. Her body was trembling violently, her skin was so red it seemed ready to bleed, and a large number of capillaries were bursting. Finally, with a bang, a mist of blood erupted from Douluo Yan's body, making her look like a person made of blood from a distance. This scene was too tragic. However, Douluo Yan risked her life and finally took that last half step. In an instant, when she stepped onto the 333rd step, the pressure of the sea god's light suddenly vanished. Her body swayed, and she fell onto the steps. I succeeded. Douluo Yan spoke weakly, but a satisfied smile was on her face. She saw Chen quickly flying towards her position, and the blue-gold trident on her forehead erupted with a burst of blue-gold light, followed by a majestic voice sounding in her mind. Sea God 9 trials, first trial completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 2 levels, reward, Sea God affinity 5%. Amidst streams of warm current, Douluo Yan's body recovered rapidly. At the same time, her spirit power began to surge, sprinting from level 76 to level 77, and then rising from level 77 to level 78. Chapter 280, Content of the Second Trial. Chen arrived through the air, landing beside Douluo Yan, and pressed his hand on her shoulder, infusing strands of life divine power into her. He looked at the blood-covered Douluo Yan and sighed softly, a trace of heartache on his face, but a glimmer of pride in his eyes. Yan, you've truly impressed me. Earlier, while I was at the foot of Sea God Mountain, I watched you linger before the 332nd step for a long time. I was worried for you. I originally thought you wouldn't be able to take that final step, but you endured even as your blood vessels ruptured to force that last step. I am proud of you. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, Douluo Yan's cracked internal organs, ruptured blood vessels, and torn flesh were all repairing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Life divine power was indeed the world's top-tier spirit pill. Douluo Yan's pale lips regained their color. Hearing Chen's praise, her heart felt incredibly sweet. Even passing the first trial of the Sea God 9 trials, receiving a 2-level spirit power reward, and 5% Sea God affinity didn't make her as happy as hearing Chen's praise. The pain of the internal and external tears gradually subsided under the soothing of the life divine power. Douluo Yan gazed at Lu Chen with eyes as gentle as water, her lips moving as she said in a slightly raspy voice, "I don't want to fall too far behind you. You are already a level 99 super Douluo, with godhood in sight. Having finally gained the chance to become a god, I will pass the trials even if it costs me my life." Lu Chen's heart was touched. Whether it was Douluo Yan, Xiao Wu, or Zhu Zhuqing, they were all cultivating and passing trials with their lives on the line just to catch up to his footsteps sooner. His heart filled with even more affection. Under the continuous healing of the life divine power, Douluo Yan's body, which had been on the verge of collapse, quickly recovered to its peak state. In just this short moment, Douluo Yan's body was restored to its original state. She stood up from the steps and stretched her body. Aside from the large bloodstains remaining on her, there was no sign of injury at all. This was the power of life divine power. Just then, High Priestess Bo Saixi, wearing a bright red sacrificial robe, flew down from Sea God Mountain and landed in front of Lu Chen and Douluo Yan. She first nodded to Lu Chen to show her respect for him. Then she looked at Douluo Yan, and a hint of admiration flickered in her somewhat lifeless eyes. Reaching the 333rd step in only 3 months, this talent and perseverance shocked even High Priestess Bo Saixi. She had originally thought the sea god chose Douluo Yan as the successor out of respect for Lu Chen's face. Now it seemed the sea god chose Douluo Yan as the successor entirely because he saw her potential. She was qualified to become the next sea god. High Priestess Bo Saixi spoke in a gentle voice. "Miss Douluo, congratulations on passing the first trial of the Sea God 9 trials. Next, you have 3 days of rest. You can wait until 3 days later to begin the second trial of the Sea God 9 trials." After her body recovered, Douluo Yan's spirit power had also reached level 78. She was full of energy and didn't want to waste 3 days. She glanced at Lu Chen and then said resolutely, "We don't need rest. I want to start the second trial of the Sea God 9 trials immediately." High Priestess Bo Saixi hesitated upon hearing this, but finally just smiled. "Very well. I will always be guarding Sea God Mountain. While I cannot help you during the trials, you can tell me if you have any other needs." Douluo Yan wasn't polite. Currently, her body was covered in sticky bloodstains, which was very uncomfortable. She stopped High Priestess Bo Saixi and said, "We certainly won't let the High Priestess interfere with our trials. We just need to trouble the High Priestess to have someone bring us some food and a change of clothes." High Priestess Bo Saixi immediately nodded. "No problem, that's only right." Then High Priestess Bo Saixi flew away to make preparations, as Douluo Yan had requested. Douluo Yan wanted to take Lu Chen's arm, but seeing she was covered in blood, she forced herself not to approach him. She hurried down the steps. After meeting up with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, Douluo Yan looked at Zhu Zhuqing. "Zhuqing, I'm counting on you now." Zhu Zhuqing nodded. It just so happens that Xiao Wu and I are also covered in sticky sweat. Then the 3 women left Sea God Mountain. In a corner at the foot of the mountain, Zhu Zhuqing activated her right leg spirit bones skill, Dark Swamp. Strands of dark air currents spread out, forming a dark space shrouded in black mist. Using the cover of the black mist, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan took off their dirty clothes. While washing their bodies, they discussed the content of the second trial. Douluo Yan said, "The second trial of my Sea God 9 trials is to cross that layer of the ring sea outside without killing a single sea spirit beast. What about your second trials?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing answered almost in unison. "Me too." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing looked at each other. Xiao Wu said thoughtfully, "Our trials are exactly the same, and the requirement only says not to kill a single sea spirit beast. It doesn't say we can't work together." Zhu Zhuqing's tone also betrayed a hint of excitement. "If we can work together, Then this second trial of crossing the Ring Sea won't be able to stop us at all. We'll be able to pass it very quickly. After a brief exchange, Du Guyan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing were all very excited because they believed they had found a loophole in the trial. But would the sea gods' trials really be that simple? Just then, under High Priestess Bo Saxi's arrangements, a spirit master from Sea God Island brought some food and a change of clothes for Lu Chen and the others. After the spirit master put the items down, he didn't stay and quickly left. From the bundle, Lu Chen picked up the clothes prepared for Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan. He walked to the outside of the dark space formed by the dark swamp and called inside. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, Yan Yan, the change of clothes prepared for you has been delivered. Xiao Wu's giggling voice came out. Boss Lu Chen, help us bring the clothes in. Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan didn't voice any objections either. Hearing this, Lu Chen's heart skipped a beat. Then I'm coming in. Lu Chen then stepped into the dark space. Under the cover of the black mist, everything around was pitch black, and one couldn't see the specific situation at all. But that was for others. Lu Chen had consumed the looking through autumn water dew, and his eyes had the ability to see through all things. In his azure eyes, starlight-like glimmers flickered. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan in the black mist were completely exposed to his sight. The magnificent mountains, the round and full moons. Lu Chen saw them all clearly. After he handed the clothes to Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan and emerged from the dark space, he let out a long breath and sighed in his heart. What a beautiful scene, truly breathtaking. After a while, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan were all fully dressed, and Zhu Zhuqing withdrew her dark swamp spirit ability. The expressions on the three women's faces were normal, showing no embarrassment or anger over the small interlude just now. After putting on their new clothes, they followed Lu Chen to eat. The food Sea God Island prepared for them was very sumptuous, all specialties from the ocean. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. While eating, Lu Chen asked, after passing through the sea god's light, what rewards did you all receive? Xiao Wu spoke first, her expression extremely excited. I was rewarded with 1 level of spirit power, and all my spirit rings were increased by 500 years. Now I'm at level 57 spirit power. Although a 500-year increase for all spirit rings isn't much, it made my second spirit ring evolve into a purple spirit ring. Now my spirit ring configuration is 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Zhu Zhuqing swallowed the sashimi in her mouth. The reward I got is exactly the same as Xiao Wu's. Now I'm at level 55 spirit power, and my spirit ring configuration has also become 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black. Du Guyan's expression shifted, and she put down the lobster she had half peeled. The reward I received is different from Xiao Wu and Zhuqing's. I was rewarded with 2 levels of spirit power and 5% sea god affinity. My spirit power has increased to level 78. As for this sea god affinity, I haven't discovered its effect yet. Du Guyan didn't know the function of sea god affinity, but Lu Chen knew it perfectly well, so he explained with a smile. It probably relates to the sea god's legacy. Once your sea god affinity reaches 100%, you will be able to become the new sea god. Chapter 281, Xiao Bai's Interception. At the foot of Sea God Mountain. By the time the group had eaten and drunk their fill, various crab shells, shrimp shells, and seashells were scattered all over the ground. Xiao Wu stood up and stretched lazily, only to find that her little belly was a bit bloated. It was so round that it looked as if she were pregnant, and no matter how she tried, she couldn't suck it back in. She rubbed her round little belly and glanced at Lu Chen with some concern. She was afraid that if she grew fat, Lu Chen would no longer like her. Xiao Wu immediately made up her mind and looked toward Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan. Zhuqing, Yan Yan, are you guys full? I'm full. Let's go move around a bit. We'll try to brave the Ring Sea first and see how difficult it is. As fellow girls, Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yan immediately understood Xiao Wu's concerns about wanting to stay active to maintain her figure. They also had similar worries, so the two women immediately stood up. I'm full too. Then let's go get some exercise. The three girls called out to Lu Chen and then headed toward the ring C together. Lu Chen was the last to stand up leisurely. He still had a crab leg dangling from his mouth and his hands behind his head as he walked toward the ring C. The second trial's main opponent is that devil spirit great white shark. I hope everything goes smoothly for Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, and Yan Yan. A moment later, on the shore of the ring C, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to volunteer, saying, I'm the fastest, I'll give it a try first. Xiao Wu and Du Guyan agreed, thinking that it made sense. Zhu Zhuqing exhaled, her black eyes becoming incredibly sharp and filled with killing intent, as if she had entered a hunting state. In the next instant, she summoned her martial soul possession. Wisps of black air currents swirled around her, and 5 spirit rings, 1 yellow, 3 purple, and 1 black, rose from beneath her feet. With a whoosh, her figure flickered and shot out like a black shadow, appearing over the surface of the ring sea. Beneath the surface, countless long, narrow shadows suddenly became restless. With a series of splashing sounds, those narrow shadows launched an attack toward Zhu Zhuqing. One could vaguely see that these were fish-type spirit beasts nearly a meter long, although their bodies were a meter in length. Their mouths accounted for half a meter. Their mouths were like sharp swords, glinting with a chilling light. This sword-shaped fish was a sea spirit beast with excellent offensive power. A school of sword-shaped fish consisting of 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts was something even 10,000-year spirit beasts wouldn't dare provoke lightly. As they attacked now, the sound of breaking wind echoed continuously. If one were pierced by their sword-like mouths, a transparent hole would likely be stabbed through them instantly. Observing from the shore, Xiao Wu and Du Guyan's hearts leapt into their throats at the sight. However, their worry was completely unnecessary. Zhu Zhuqing was extremely fast. As she dashed across the sea surface, the air currents she generated slammed into the water, kicking up large waves that surged to both sides. Those sword-shaped fish simply couldn't keep up with her speed. All their attacks hit nothing but air. Often, by the time the sword-shaped fish reached her previous position, Zhu Zhuqing had already dashed several meters further. Zhu Zhuqing didn't attack proactively. She was testing them this time, testing the number and strength of these sword-shaped fish. Her eyes sparkled with insight. Their attack power is formidable, and their speed is very fierce. These sword-shaped fish can't catch me, but they are more than enough to catch Xiao Wu and Yan Yan. Fortunately, there only seem to be 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts here, with no 10,000-year ones. Given the strength of Xiao Wu, Yan Yan, and myself, if we give it our all, breaking through the blockade of these 100-year and 1,000-year sword-shaped fish shouldn't be too big of a problem. Just as Zhu Zhuqing relaxed slightly, beneath the surface, a massive creature had quietly emerged. The shadow was a full 20 meters long, emitting a heart-palpitating pressure. As the behemoth rose, a blue dorsal fin broke the surface. Zhu Zhuqing noticed it. Her expression changed, and she twisted her body in midair, erupting with a powerful surge of spirit power. Using the counterforce of the spirit power, she forcibly changed direction and sped elsewhere, trying to shake off the behemoth. But how could that massive creature let her off so easily? Boom! With a flick of its tail, the behemoth whipped up a wave tens of meters high that poured toward Zhu Zhuqing like an endless wall of water. Before that wave, Zhu Zhuqing was like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. Unwilling to be overturned by the wave, Zhu Zhuqing gritted her teeth and reacted quickly. Fourth spirit ability, Nether Shadow Clone. As her fourth spirit ring flashed with light, Zhu Zhuqing's figure blurred, and one clone after another stepped out from her main body. With the original body plus 8 clones, the 9 Zhu Zhuqings moved with agile and swift motions. The original body stepped onto a clone and leaped up. With the help of the 8 clones, Zhu Zhuking's original body jumped 100 meters into the air. The waves rolled over and crashed into Zhu Zhuking's 8 clones, instantly dispersing them into clouds of black mist. Seeing this from 100 meters up, Zhu Zhuking's expression became tense and serious to the extreme. That behemoth is the 100,000-year spirit beast from the outskirts of Sea God Island. How is that possible? For this second trial, they actually let in a 100,000-year spirit beast. A 100,000-year spirit beast is even stronger than an average titled Douluo. Asking us to face one, is that even something we can do? Zhu Zhuking couldn't fly. Although she had jumped 100 meters high, she soon began falling back toward the sea. The behemoth in the ocean, the 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark king, Xiaobai, flicked its body and leaped out of the water. A thick and powerful tail, carrying the sound of breaking wind, slammed toward Zhu Zhuking. Zhu Zhuking's face was grave. Her body was falling continuously with nowhere to gain leverage. Facing this tail strike, she had no way to dodge. 5th spirit ability, another shadow-piercing strike. Her 5th spirit ring brightened. Enveloped in a burst of black light, her body shifted from solid to ethereal, turning into a dark shadow. The tail struck her body but passed directly through her. Not only did it fail to cause her damage, but she even managed to plunder some spirit power from it. Sensing this, Xiaobai also let out a soft sound of surprise, not expecting her attack to hit nothing. With a splash, Xiaobai fell back into the seawater. Zhu Zhuking relied on the etherealization of the nether shadow piercing strike to dodge that blow, avoiding being heavily injured by Xiaobai in one hit. At this time, she didn't dare linger. She landed on the water, and at the moment of impact, she erupted with spirit power. Using the slight buoyancy of the seawater, Zhu Zhuking dashed back toward the shore. Xiaobai pursued relentlessly from behind, its blue dorsal fin cutting through the water. Its speed was even superior to Zhu Zhuking's, allowing it to get closer and closer. It seemed as if it could swallow her whole just by opening its mouth. Sensing the danger, Zhu Zhuking desperately squeezed out her spirit power, increasing her speed by a few more notches. Only then did she narrowly manage to run back to the shore before Xiaobai could bite her. Xiaobai originally wanted to leap out of the water, but upon seeing Lu Chen on the shore, its beastly eyes filled with fear. A very pleasant, mature female voice came from its mouth. "I am the guardian of your second trial, the 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark king, Xiaobai. Your second trial is to successfully reach the opposite shore under my interception. Lord Sea God knows your strength is insufficient and has placed restrictions on me. I cannot use my domain abilities, and my overall strength is greatly reduced. All right, I've said what needs to be said. Don't think about sneaking across while I'm resting. I'll be watching you constantly." As the words fell, Xiaobai's massive form sank back into the seawater. On the shore, Zhu Zhuking exited her martial soul possession state. Panting slightly, she looked at Xiao Wu and Du Guyan. "This devil spirit great white shark king gives me too much pressure. Moreover, it's hard to find leverage in the sea. Even if the 3 of us join forces, I'm afraid it won't be easy to pass this trial." Xiao Wu sighed and said with furrowed brows, "I thought there would be a loophole for us to exploit in this second trial, but the sea god directly summoned a 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark. Even if it doesn't use its domain, it's still a 100,000-year level spirit beast. At most, it's gone from being comparable to a super Douluo to being comparable to an ordinary Douluo." A faint light flickered in Du Guyan's emerald eyes. "There's no need to be so dejected. The requirement of the trial is that we cannot kill a single sea spirit beast, but I can poison them. At worst, I'll just give them the antidote after we pass. It's just that, for a 100,000-year level spirit beast, I don't know how much effect my poison will have." Lu Chen walked over, immediately attracting the gazes of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Du Guyan. He chuckled and said, This is a great opportunity. Having 100,000-year sea spirit beast as a sparring partner, where else would you find such a good thing? Yan, you are to become the sea god in the future. You must familiarize yourself with how to fight in the ocean. This is a perfect chance. Don't think too much. Go on. Use this 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark to properly hone your combat techniques and learn how to exert your maximum combat power in the water. Hearing this, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan felt their spirits lift. That's right, 100,000-year sea spirit beast as a sparring partner was not something one encountered every day. The three girls then entered the water together. While practicing swimming to get used to the water, they dealt with those 100-year and 1,000-year sword-shaped fish. Once they adapted, they would go and challenge the 100,000-year devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai. Chapter 282, Injuring Xiao Bai. Sea God Island, the ring sea at the foot of Sea God Mountain. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan had already been training in this ring sea for a month. Through their training, they had adapted to underwater combat, and their battles with the devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai, had greatly honed their fighting techniques. After all, having 100,000-year spirit beast as a sparring partner was a stroke of luck that many could only dream of. By now, the three girls had figured out all of Xiao Bai's various skills. Without using her domain abilities, Xiao Bai's strength was significantly restricted, and the three girls began to entertain the thought of clearing the trial. On the shore of the ring sea, after discussing their strategy for clearing the trial, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan high-fived each other and shouted in unison with feminine vigor. Let's go. After a month of tempering, the tacit understanding between them had grown increasingly profound. Sometimes, no words were needed. A single look was enough to understand the other's meaning. Finally, with a splash, the three girls leaped into the ring sea. Their figures moved like swimming fish, kicking up a trail of spray as they swam toward the opposite shore. The numerous sword-shaped fish in the ring sea, like beasts smelling blood, lunged toward Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan one after another. Dugu Yan instantly completed her martial soul possession, her body covered in emerald green dragon scale armor. Her fourth spirit ring flashed, and she condensed streaks of invisible water arrows, firing them rapidly at the sword-shaped fish. This was Dugu Yan's fourth spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Poison Arrow Rain. The water arrows contained a neurotoxin that, while not fatal, could make a person or spirit beast lose control of their body. The invisible water arrows were dense. Although the sword-shaped fish tried their best to dodge, more than half were still hit. Under the erosion of the neurotoxin, these sword-shaped fish turned belly up and floated to the surface of the sea. The number of attacking sword-shaped fish drastically decreased. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing flanked them from the left and right, knocking out the remaining fish one by one. A group of 100-year and 1,000-year spirit beasts ultimately couldn't stir up any significant trouble. After dealing with these sword-shaped fish, the real test arrived. A massive creature emerged beneath the surface. It was the devil spirit great white shark king, Xiao Bai. With a flick of her tail, Xiao Bai whipped up waves in the seawater, sending an unmatched force surging toward them along with the billows. This was the sea, the home turf of sea spirit beasts. Under the successive impacts of the waves, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan all felt their centers of gravity waver, as if their bodies were about to be swept away. With solemn expressions, the three girls held hands tightly. No matter where the waves pushed them, at least they weren't separated. Amidst the churning waves, Xiao Bai took the opportunity to launch an attack, opening her bloody maw to bite down on the three girls drifting with the current. Xiao Wu erupted with spirit power, forcibly stabilizing herself in the waves, and shouted, "Leave it to me." Fourth spirit ability, Paragon Golden Body. Xiao Wu's fourth spirit ring flashed as she quickly flickered in front of Zhu Zhuqing and Dugu Yan, blocking the biting Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai's mouth clamped down on Xiao Wu's paragon golden body, producing a series of tooth-gritting screeches. The paragon golden body truly lived up to its name as a divine defensive skill. Even 100,000-year spirit beast like Xiao Bai couldn't forcibly crush it. Taking advantage of the fact that the paragon golden body had not yet dissipated, Xiao Wu's right leg kicked out fiercely. Star-shattering flash. Her entire right leg glowed, and with a single kick, she unleashed hundreds of fine, shimmering flashes. The devil's spirit great white shark had thick skin and tough flesh, so ordinary attacks couldn't hurt it at all. Unfortunately for her, Xiao Bai currently had Xiao Wu in her mouth. The fine flashes Xiao Wu kicked out exploded inside Xiao Bai's mouth, creating hundreds of wounds. Blood spread through her oral cavity, and Xiao Bai let out a roar of pain, her teeth clenching even harder. Xiao Wu's paragon golden body emitted an overburdened cracking sound, looking as if it would shatter in the next instant. Xiao Wu was in extreme danger. Once the paragon golden body broke, her physical body could not withstand the tearing of Xiao Bai's teeth. Third spirit ability, teleportation. Xiao Wu activated her third spirit ability, teleporting directly out of Xiao Bai's mouth and causing her bite to hit nothing but air. The constant sharp pain coming from her mouth made Xiao Bai's eyes turn slightly red. She roared, "Damn it, I'll bite you all to death." Xiao Bai twisted her body, churning up massive waves as she continued to lunge at the three girls. Fortunately, Xiao Wu's distraction just now had bought time for Dugu Yan and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing unleashed the source of darkness, using it to buff her fourth spirit ability to perform the Nether Shadow clone. Each of the 8 clones separated from her main body possessed strength no less than the original. Now, these 8 clones met the lunging Xiao Bai with a fearless posture. However, the massive gap in strength meant that all the attacks from Zhu Zhuqing's clones failed to damage Xiao Bai's blue skin. Xiao Bai could shred one of Zhu Zhuqing's clones with a single bite. But this was exactly what Zhu Zhuqing wanted to see. Her clones contained the power of darkness. Once shredded, the dark energy would stain the enemy's body, acting like a mark that significantly lowered their defense. When Xiao Bai shredded all 8 of Zhu Zhuqing's clones, it was equivalent to being hit with 8 marks. A layer of black light could be seen covering the surface of Xiao Bai's skin, and its luster grew dim under the influence of the dark energy. Dugu Yan moved instantly. Powerful spirit power erupted from her body, pushing away the surrounding seawater. She leaped forward, taking the initiative to meet Xiao Bai. Sword Spine. Dugu Yan activated her left leg spirit bone skill, Sword Spine. It came from a 70,000-year sword spine dragon left leg bone and possessed extremely powerful offensive force. Her left leg erupted with light, transforming into a sword spine. Like a furious axe cleaving down, it tore through the seawater and smashed directly toward Xiao Bai's head. Even as a 100,000-year spirit beast, Xiao Bai felt a great threat. However, the pride in her heart would not allow her to retreat. Knowing full well that Dugu Yan's strike would pose a threat to her, Xiao Bai still charged head-on. Her eyes were blood-red as she roared. "A mere spirit saint thinks they can stop me." Bang! In the next instant, Dugu Yan's sword spine slammed into Xiao Bai's head. Xiao Bai had already been marked with 8 layers of darkness by Zhu Zhuqing's clones, and her defensive capabilities were greatly reduced. This gave Dugu Yan the opportunity. The sword spine struck her head, instantly tearing her flesh and sending blood flying. Even her brain suffered a violent tremor. Xiao Bai let out a shrill scream of agony. Aiza. Her massive body thrashed in the water, causing the sea to churn with sky-high waves and surging undercurrents. Under the impact of the waves, Dugu Yan felt exceptionally uncomfortable. The cold seawater slapped wildly against her face, giving her a suffocating sensation. With a grim expression, Douluo Yan gathered her spirit power. 7th spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Avatar. Douluo Yan activated her martial soul avatar, transforming into a 10-meter-long jade phosphorus great dragon amidst an emerald green glow. Though she was only half the size of the devil's spirit great white shark, the aura she erupted caused the devil's spirit great white shark's frantic thrashing to freeze for a moment. Taking this chance, Douluo Yan broke through the water, then pulled Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing along as they shot toward the opposite shore. "Let's go quickly." Seeing this, Xiao Bai, whose head felt like it was exploding with unbearable pain, let out a roar filled with fury. "You injured me and still want to run. Not a chance." Immediately, Xiao Bai lunged forward, chasing after Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan. Chapter 283, Breakthrough, Ring Blockade. Xiao Bai was restricted from using her domain ability. Without the demon shark domain, she could only exert less than 70% of her strength. This left Xiao Bai feeling quite unwilling. If she could use her domain ability, she could resolve Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan in minutes. Despair Beam. Xiao Bai opened her bloody mouth, her spirit power circulating to her throat, and sprayed a blue-gray pillar of light, shooting straight towards Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan. About 50 meters ahead, Douluo Yan noticed this and immediately threw Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to the left and right. But she herself didn't have time to dodge and was hit squarely by that despair beam. "Ugh." Douluo Yan let out a scream, but a hint of craftiness flashed in the depths of her eyes. From such a distance, Xiao Bai only saw Douluo Yan being hit and didn't see the craftiness in her eyes. Xiao Bai felt her revenge was taken and laughed heartily. Then continued to attack. Demon Shark Teeth. Xiao Bai's body erupted with terrifying spirit power, churning dozens of tons of seawater to form a vortex. Dozens, even hundreds of blue-gray, tooth-shaped light blades shot out from the vortex, creating a series of whistling sounds as they headed straight for Douluo Yan. At the same time, Douluo Yan stopped pretending. The despair beam hadn't caused her any harm. The despair beam is a mental attack. Once hit, one will fall into a stiff state, unable to move and unable to use spirit abilities. This is a very powerful spirit ability, but Douluo Yan happened to have a mental permanent skull. This is a passive skill that can consume mental force to grant immunity to mental attacks, charms, and other mental-type skills. As a mental skill, the despair beam was negated by Douluo Yan at the cost of 1/3 of her mental force. Facing the incoming demon shark teeth, Douluo Yan made 2 preparations. Mirror reflection. 5th spirit ability, green phosphorus dragon armor shield. Spirit power surged wildly within Douluo Yan. Part of it flowed to her right arm, which bloomed with brilliant silver light, forming a giant mirror in front of her that reflected the real world. Another part of her spirit power was poured into her 5th spirit ring, its black light like a night that swallowed everything. A jade-green spherical light shield formed around her, half a foot thick, giving off a solid feeling. Xiao Bai was shocked to see this. Her despair beam had clearly hit Douluo Yan, so why could Douluo Yan still use spirit abilities? Just as Xiao Bai was completely bewildered, the incoming demon shark teeth struck the silver-white mirror, creating water-like ripples on its surface as it swallowed the teeth one by one. Crack, 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 crack. Mirror reflection also had its limit. As more and more demon shark teeth poured in, cracks began to splinter across the mirror like a dense spiderweb, seemingly on the verge of collapse. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. In the next instant, the demon shark teeth reflected back from the mirror, shooting towards Xiao Bai. Crack, bang. The mirror reached its limit and shattered completely with a bang, ultimately reflecting back only 70% of the demon shark teeth. After all, this was the strongest strike from a 100,000-year spirit beast. For Douluo Yan's 50, 000-year mirror reflection spirit bone to reflect 70% of the attack was already remarkable. The remaining 30% of the demon shark teeth tore through the mirror and struck Douluo Yan's green phosphorus dragon armor shield. Although the green phosphorus dragon armor shield rippled violently, it did not break. As Douluo Yan's strongest defensive spirit ability, enhanced by her martial soul avatar, the defensive power of the green phosphorus dragon armor shield reached a top-tier level, enough to withstand a blow from a titled Douluo. The remaining 30% of the demon shark teeth were quickly exhausted, failing to harm Douluo Yan at all. On the other side, Xiao Bai saw her own demon shark teeth being reflected back, her eyes filled with terror as she cried out in alarm. She knew the power of her own spirit ability perfectly well. This was her strongest strike, even she couldn't block it. Xiao Bai didn't have time to wonder why Douluo Yan could still move and use spirit abilities after being hit by her despair beam. With a flick of her tail and a twist of her body, she tried to dodge the demon shark teeth. However, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing had been waiting for her. Zhu Zhuqing held her breath in the waves, stabilized herself, and took the initiative to approach Xiao Bai, activating her right leg spirit bone skill. Dark swamp. Streams of black air erupted from her body, enveloping Xiao Bai and forming a dark space within a 100-meter radius. The dark energy encroached upon Xiao Bai. Although it couldn't suppress much of her strength, it still restricted her movements. Xiao Bai felt as if she had fallen into a whirlpool. No matter how she erupted her spirit power, her speed was as slow as a turtle's crawl. Damn, another ability I've never seen before. You guys sure know how to hide your tricks. Unable to move, Xiao Bai became a sitting duck. Hit by the reflected demon shark teeth, accompanied by the sound of tearing flesh, dozens of gashes were ripped into Xiao Bai's massive body. Blood flowed freely. Xiao Bai was in excruciating pain, wailing incessantly. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing attacked Xiao Bai once again. Xiao Wu used Aurora Blade. Zhu Zhuqing used another shadow-piercing strike. Xiao Wu's left arm turned into a light blade. While Xiao Bai was twisting her body frantically, she opened a 3-meter-long gash on its back. No blood flowed from that wound. Instead, it looked charred, turning pitch black. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she used another shadow-piercing strike to turn from solid to ethereal, transforming into a dark shadow. Using her speed to pass through Xiao Bai's body repeatedly, she continuously plundered Xiao Bai's spirit power, causing her aura to plummet. "You too, get out of the way," Douluo Yan suddenly shouted. Her sixth spirit ring shone, and then she spat out a black pillar of light. Sixth spirit ability, Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam. Hearing the shout, Xiao Wu used teleportation to escape, while Zhu Zhuqing relied on her speed to leave quickly. Only the heavily wounded Xiao Bai remained. Terror flashed in Xiao Bai's eyes. The Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam, enhanced by the Jade Phosphorus Avatar, made this 100,000-year spirit beast feel a sense of life-threatening danger. Xiao Bai desperately squeezed out her spirit power, erupting her aura to briefly break through the suppression of the dark swamp, churning the waves as she fled into the distance. However, the Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam was too fast. Although Xiao Bai tried hard to dodge, her thick tail was still hit by the Jade Phosphorus Destruction Beam. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black pillar of light hit Xiao Bai's tail, immediately causing bursts of white smoke from the flesh. The skin and meat were corroded and began to rot bit by bit. This intense pain was no less than being executed by 1,000 cuts or being torn into 10,000 pieces. Damn it, damn it, damn it. If Lord Sea God hadn't restricted my domain ability, I would definitely kill you all. Xiao Bai shouted with rage and hatred. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan all showed looks of pity. After all, Xiao Bai had accompanied them in training for a month, yet they had dealt such heavy blows to her. Dugu Yan took a deep breath. Xiao Wu, Zhuking, let's go first. Once we pass the second trial, we'll ask Lu Chen to heal Xiao Bai. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking responded in unison. Okay. Then Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan quickly swam towards the opposite shore. As for Xiao Bai, she was heavily wounded, her breath faint, her body bleeding continuously, and her tail corroded by poison. Her speed was greatly reduced, leaving her powerless to chase them. Before long, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan successfully swam to the opposite shore. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. The moment they landed, a majestic voice rang in each of their minds. Sea God 9 trials, second trial. Break through the ring blockade, successful. Reward, 2 levels of spirit power, 5% Sea God affinity. Top tier 7 trials, second trial. Break through the ring blockade, successful. Reward, 1 level of spirit power, all spirit rings increased by 500 years. Top tier 7 trials, second trial. Break through the ring blockade, successful. Reward, 1 level of spirit power, all spirit rings increased by 500 years. But at this moment, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan didn't care about the rewards they had just obtained. They looked at Lu Chen, who had arrived on the opposite shore long ago. Xiao Wu's face was somewhat pale due to excessive spirit power consumption. She spoke urgently. Boss Lu Chen, please help Xiao Bai. After all, she trained with us for so long, and yet we beat her into this state. Zhu Zhuking and Dugu Yan also looked at Lu Chen with pleading eyes. Lu Chen glanced at the ring sea and didn't refuse, saying with a smile, "Very well, I'll save her then. She is, after all, the sea god's little pet. Although you did it to pass the trial, the sea god will surely be a bit unhappy seeing Xiao Bai in this state." After speaking, Lu Chen reached out his hand. Suddenly, it was as if an invisible giant hand reached into the ring sea, churning waves dozens of meters high. The invisible hand grabbed Xiao Bai and carried her towards the shore. A moment later, Xiao Bai was brought before Lu Chen. Her eyes were blood red, clearly furious to the extreme. While wailing, she roared, "What else do you want to do to me?" Lu Chen didn't answer. He pressed his hand on Xiao Bai's head, and a surge of life divine power was infused into her. Jade green light enveloped her entire body. Instantly, Xiao Bai stopped screaming. In that cool and refreshing sensation, the gashes on her body began to heal rapidly as new flesh grew. The hole on her head also filled back up. As for the corroded flesh on her tail, under the sweep of the life divine power, drops of poisonous liquid were expelled. The rotten skin and meat fell off on their own, and nerves and vessels regrew. The flesh budded and rapidly grew into a brand new tail. Xiao Bai looked at Lu Chen in extreme shock. She had followed the sea god and personally felt the vastness, greatness, and majesty of divine force. The methods Lu Chen was using now were extremely similar to the sea gods back then. That was divine force. Only divine force could be omnipotent. In a short time, Xiao Bai's body was mostly recovered. Except for the excessive consumption of spirit power, her injuries were completely healed. Even her life origin was stimulated by the life divine power, greatly increasing her natural talent and potential. In the coming time, as long as she cultivated well, her cultivation would surely advance further. Having realized this, Xiao Bai looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of both awe and respect, as well as a hint of gratitude. Her body erupted with a burst of blue-gray light. Within the light, her body suddenly shrank. A moment later, Xiao Bai transformed into a tall, beautiful woman with blue skin, special markings on her cheeks, and a slender, graceful figure that exuded an exotic charm. This was also the first time Xiao Bai had revealed her second form in front of Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Dugu Yan. Having turned into human form, Xiao Bai's eyes were full of gratitude as she bowed to Lu Chen. "Thank you, Your Excellency, for saving me. Otherwise, my strength might have regressed because of this." With the special divine force bestowed by your excellency, I am confident that after my next seclusion, my strength will improve even more. Then Xiao Bai turned and gave Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan a complicated look. Although she was injured by these three, it was also thanks to their pleading that Lu Chen was willing to save her. Therefore, Xiao Bai's previous hatred vanished without a trace. You are very strong. Even without using my domain ability, I am still a 100,000 year level spirit beast, enough to rival an ordinary titled Douluo. 1 spirit saint and 2 spirit kings, the various skills you unleashed were truly eye-opening. This time, we've become friends through our fight. You're welcome to visit the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan in the future. After speaking, Xiao Bai bowed to Lu Chen again to show her respect, then leaped backward. Amidst the blue-gray light, she transformed back into the 20-meter behemoth. With a splash, Xiao Bai fell into the ring sea, her body sinking and quickly disappearing from everyone's sight. Chapter 284, Dragon Emperor Hetero Dimension. Sea God Island, Ring Sea. It wasn't until Xiao Bai returned to her original form and jumped back into the ring sea that Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan finally stared with wide, shocked eyes. Xiao Wu pointed toward the ring sea, her voice filled with shock. Xiao Bai can transform into a human. How is this possible? Once 100,000-year spirit beast transforms into a human, they can actually change back into a spirit beast. De Ming, Ming, and even I can't do it. How did Xiao Bai manage it? Lu Chen said with a faint smile. Perhaps it's the uniqueness of sea spirit beasts. Don't just stand there in shock. Hurry and absorb the spirit power you were rewarded with. It would be a pity to let it go to waste. Upon hearing this, the 3 girls snapped out of it immediately. They sat cross-legged on the ground and began circulating their meditation method to absorb the spirit power rewarded by the sea god. Among them, Dugu Yan was rewarded with 2 levels of spirit power. She was originally at rank 78 spirit power, and after absorbing the 2 levels, she first broke through to rank 79 and then broke through to rank 80, becoming a quasi-spirit Douluo. Additionally, Xiao Wu was rewarded with 1 level of spirit power, breaking through from rank 57 spirit power to rank 58 spirit power. She was not far from becoming a 6-ring spirit emperor. Then there was Zhu Zhuqing, who was also rewarded with 1 level of spirit power, breaking through from rank 55 spirit power to rank 56 spirit power, catching up rapidly behind Xiao Wu. The 3 girls each passed their trial. High Priestess Bo Saixi once again flew down from Sea God Mountain, her robes fluttering as she slowly landed in front of Lu Chen. Bo Saixi took the initiative to bow and greet him. Greetings, Your Excellency. Lu Chen nodded slightly, then looked at the golden sphere of light in Bo Saixi's hand. Although it was his first time seeing it, he recognized it at a glance. Without a doubt, this was a god-bestowed spirit ring. Noticing Lu Chen's gaze, Bo Saixi took the initiative to explain. Your Excellency, this is a god-bestowed spirit ring, a gift from the sea god. Anyone whose spirit power reaches a bottleneck for the first time during the trials will receive a god-bestowed spirit ring. There is no danger in absorbing a god-bestowed spirit ring. Its age will adjust to the most suitable level based on the individual's endurance limit. Lu Chen was naturally well aware of this. He looked toward Dugu Yan's position. Yan's spirit power has broken through to rank 80, and she just happens to need an 8th spirit ring. This god-bestowed spirit ring has come at the perfect time. Before long, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan, having finished absorbing their spirit power, woke up. Bo Saixi handed the golden sphere to Dugu Yan and explained the effects of the god-bestowed spirit ring in detail once more before speaking. Miss Dugu, absorb the god-bestowed spirit ring first. After you break through to become a spirit Douluo, you may still rest for 3 days as before, and then I will take you all to participate in the 3rd trial. Douluo Yan held the god-bestowed spirit ring with a look of pleasant surprise. She had been wondering where to hunt a spirit beast, but now, with the god-bestowed spirit ring, there was no need to hunt one. Yan. Chen suddenly spoke, drawing Douluo Yan's attention. His expression was extremely solemn. Worried that she didn't realize how precious the god-bestowed spirit ring was, he said bluntly. You have a full set of 6 spirit bones, and your physical condition far exceeds that of a spirit Douluo, even rivaling some titled Douluo. This god-bestowed spirit ring is an opportunity. Hold on and strive to absorb 100,000-year spirit ring. 100,000-year spirit ring. It was like a sudden enlightenment for Douluo Yan as she realized. Yes, the god-bestowed spirit ring had no upper limit. As long as she could endure it, she could even elevate this god-bestowed spirit ring to 100,000-year spirit ring. Her eyes burned with intensity as she looked at Chen, then at the god-bestowed spirit ring in her hand, and nodded vigorously. Chen, I understand. I will definitely succeed. After speaking, Douluo Yan first adjusted her condition, regulating her spirit power over and over until her body, mind, and spirit power all reached their peak state. Only then did she release a wisp of spirit power to trigger the god-bestowed spirit ring. In an instant, the god-bestowed spirit ring erupted with golden light and shattered, turning into streams of golden air that flowed around Douluo Yan and entered her body through the various acupoints across her form. Immediately, spirit rings rose from beneath her, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 3 black. In addition to these original 7 spirit rings, a brand new spirit ring began to condense. Wisps of golden light condensed into a golden spirit ring, which then gradually faded into a white spirit ring. It was the most common kind, a white decade soul ring. But this white color came quickly and left just as fast. Within moments, the white light grew brighter and brighter, quickly turning into a yellow glow. The spirit power pressure it emitted was more than 10 times greater than that of the white spirit ring. The white decade soul ring transformed into a yellow century soul ring. Seeing the heaven-defying effect of the god-bestowed spirit ring, both Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing showed looks of envy. Who wouldn't be envious of being able to obtain a spirit ring of the highest possible age within their body's endurance? Chen smiled and comforted them. Don't be envious. You are also in the middle of your trials. Xiao Wu is at rank 58 spirit power and Zhuqing is at rank 56. You will both reach rank 60 spirit power soon. When that time comes, the High Priestess will also bring you god-bestowed spirit rings. Bo Saixi withdrew her gaze from Douluo Yan, nodded slightly, and said warmly, Indeed, Lord Sea God is fair. As long as your cultivation reaches a bottleneck for the first time during the trials, you will receive a god-bestowed spirit ring. Xiao Wu's eyes sparkled as she said with a grin, The sea god is actually quite nice. If I get a god-bestowed spirit ring, I'll use it as my 7th spirit ring. It will definitely help me unlock the best martial soul avatar. Zhu Zhuqing's expression was firm, and her voice carried a hint of respect. My cultivation is the lowest. It seems I need to hurry and cultivate. I can't waste a resource like the god-bestowed spirit ring. While they were talking, Douluo Yan's 8th spirit ring had already transformed from a yellow century soul ring into a purple 1,000-year spirit ring. A surging spirit power pressure spread out, disturbing the surrounding air currents and turning them into wisps of breeze that made everyone's clothes flutter. The purple of the spirit ring continued to deepen. Finally, after an hour of stabilization, the purple spirit ring transformed into a black spirit ring. The spirit power pressure of the black spirit ring had grown heavy enough to stagnate the surrounding air, forming a distorted field. Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had already moved far away to avoid affecting Douluo Yan. Bo Saixi had already left and had someone bring food and fruit. Chen, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing ate while waiting for Douluo Yan to finish absorbing the spirit ring. This wait actually lasted for 3 days. During this time, the spirit power pressure emanating from Douluo Yan had reached a terrifying level that made one's heart tremble. That black 10,000-year spirit ring was like a black hole devouring light. Just the aura leaking out made Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing shudder, as they were both still only spirit kings. Only Chen was able to maintain a normal expression. Douluo Yan, still absorbing the spirit ring, was trembling violently. Her brows were furrowed, and her expression was grave. Her bones, meridians, organs, and flesh, all were under immense pressure. Fortunately, she had a full set of 6 spirit bones and had undergone the tempering of the sea god's light, which allowed her to endure until now. Finally, at a certain moment, that deep, black hole-like black spirit ring erupted with a flash of piercing blood-red light. Over the following moments, the blood-red light rapidly saturated the entire spirit ring. The black 10,000-year spirit ring finally transformed into a red 100,000-year spirit ring. Ugh! Douluo Yan let out a long cry, her breath as long and continuous as a surging river. Compared to an average titled Douluo, the current Douluo Yan was not lacking in the slightest. Around Douluo Yan, 8 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, pulsated up and down, their various colors reflecting off one another. Chen said with a look of joy. It looks like the absorption was a success. After a long while, Douluo Yan opened her eyes, her emerald green pupils shining brightly. She leaped up from the ground, and the 8 spirit rings around her were withdrawn into her body one by one. Chen walked over with Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing and asked curiously, Yan, how do you feel? When Douluo Yan saw Chen, her face blossomed into a smile, and she jogged over to him, having no intention of hiding anything. My spirit power has increased to rank 84. The God-bestowed spirit ring is truly miraculous. Also, my 8th spirit ability, although there's only one, its power is even greater than the 9th spirit ability of a titled Douluo. My 8th spirit ability is called Dragon Emperor Heterodimension. It can be used for both offense and defense, and it also provides strong control. It condenses a black hole-like energy sphere. Once unleashed, it can turn everything within a 100-meter radius into a distorted space. All enemies within that space will be torn apart by a devouring force and ultimately swallowed whole. I'm confident that, with this one move, Dragon Emperor Heterodimension, I can stand against any titled Douluo from rank 91 to rank 94. Chapter 285's title Body Tempering. Dragon Emperor Heterodimension. Hearing this name, Chen was momentarily dazed, but he quickly snapped out of it and praised her with a smile. Not bad. A 100,000-year 8th spirit ring. In the entire Douluo Continent, besides me, it's only you. It's a pity that because it's a God-bestowed spirit ring, you can only obtain one skill. But it doesn't matter. This one skill is enough for you to fight above your level. Come on, I'll take you to wash up first, get some food, and have a good sleep. Once you've recovered your energy, we'll go find High Priestess Bo Saixi to begin your 3rd trial. Douluo Yan's eyes sparkled with light. A 100,000-year 8th spirit ring was something anyone would be proud of. But Douluo Yan wasn't arrogant. This was just a small step in her journey to catch up to Chen. She still had a long way to go. At least, once she passed the Sea God 9 trials, she would be able to become the Sea God and have the qualification to stand side by side with Chen. Taking Douluo Yan with them, Chen and the others headed to Sea Dragon City. After washing up there, they had a good meal and a long sleep. When they woke up the next day, all 4 of them were fully refreshed. Chen and the others went to Sea God Mountain and found Bo Saixi guarding the Sea God Temple. Under Bo Saixi's lead, they headed to the other side of Sea God Island. There was a precipitous cliff near the ocean. Under the constant impact of the waves, the cliff was extremely smooth, so much so that even a fly would slip if it stood on it. Bo Saixi rose into the air and hovered in front of the cliff. She summoned her spirit. Her spirit was the sea god itself. A majestic figure clad in golden armor and holding a golden trident rose from behind her. The moment that majestic figure appeared, it was as if the ocean had welcomed its true master. The sea breeze died down, and the waves stopped churning. The originally turbulent ocean became as gentle as a cat that had its fur smoothed, showing an extremely docile side. At the same time, spirit rings rose one after another beneath Bo Saixie's feet, 8 black and 1 red. This was a spirit ring configuration that surpassed the common knowledge of the spirit master's world. It was only because Bo Saixie was the divine servant of the sea god, relying on the sea god's legacy, that she could have such a spirit ring configuration. Relying on her sea god spirit, Bo Saixie displayed a hint of the sea god's divine might to calm the ocean. She pointed the golden trident forward, and waves rose in the sea as 3 deep-sea sunken silver pillars slowly emerged from the water, sending out ripples that spread in circles. This spectacular scene left Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan in awe. After doing all this, Bo Saixie retracted her spirit and turned back to Lu Chen and the others, her gaze falling on Du Guyan. Your third trial, I believe you all already know, is tidal body tempering. The 3 of you will jump onto the deep-sea sunken silver pillars respectively. Iron chains will lock your hands and feet, leaving you to face the battering of the tides. Miss Dugu, for your Sea God 9 trials, you must undergo tidal body tempering for 12 hours every day. Miss Xiao Wu, Miss Zhuqing, for your top tier 7 trials, you must undergo tidal body tempering for 7 hours every day. If you cannot endure it, you can end it early, but the body refining time missed today must be made up tomorrow. If you can endure it, you can also extend the body refining time. That way, it won't take a year. It might be possible to complete this stage of tidal body tempering in 9 months or even half a year. Bo Saixie finished speaking. Lu Chen said with a smile, I will be guarding here the whole time. When your bodies reach their limit, I will use life divine power to help heal your bodies, ensuring you'll be back on your feet in no time. Go on. You've passed the first and second trials. Passing the third trial will surely be no problem at all. Under Lu Chen's comfort, the expressions on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan's faces turned resolute. Du Guyan looked at Bo Saixie and nodded. Senior, please send us over. Bo Saixie waved her delicate hand, and columns of water erupted from the ocean. These water columns formed a staircase, connecting the cliff all the way to the 3 deep-sea sunken silver pillars. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan were once again amazed by this jaw-dropping sight. Bo Saixie was truly a super Douluo. Her control over the power of the ocean had reached a pinnacle. As long as she was within the range of the ocean, she possessed power that was infinitely close to a divinity. Then, the 3 women stepped onto the staircase formed by water columns and walked onto the 3 deep-sea sunken silver pillars. 4 chains extended from each of the deep-sea sunken silver pillars, and with a series of clanking sounds, the chains locked onto the hands and feet of the 3 women. Bo Saixie's face was solemn and serious. Get ready, I'm going to withdraw my power. As soon as she finished speaking, Bo Saixie withdrew her power. The previously calm sea surface instantly became turbulent. The sea wind wailed like ghosts and wolves, kicking up waves dozens of meters high. With the force of crashing waves, they slammed against the deep-sea sunken silver pillars and against the bodies of the 3 women. Boom, boom. The bone-chilling seawater, carrying fierce force, left Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan breathless. Du Guyan was slightly better off. After all, she was a spirit Douluo expert. Even if she couldn't use her spirit, her physical fitness was not something Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing could compare to. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were still spirit kings. Under the battering of such waves, their heads soon felt dizzy, their bodies turned icy cold, and waves of nausea hit their brains, making them gag. Not even 10 minutes had passed, and they were already like this. Trying to endure 7 hours of tidal body tempering, seemed like an impossible dream. Xiaowushuxuking and Duguyansti. Delicate bodies trembled slightly. Under such torture, thoughts of giving up couldn't help but emerge in their hearts. But as soon as they thought of Lu Chen, they were filled with strength again, tearing the thought of giving up to pieces. Although they couldn't use their spirits or spirit abilities, they at least still had spirit power to use. They silently circulated their spirit power to increase their body's resistance, letting it flow throughout their bodies to bring a trace of meager warmth to their icy cold forms. Boom, boom. The waves relentlessly battered their bodies, tempering their will and forging their physiques. Like a piece of scrap iron, as long as it underwent thousands of hammerings, it could also turn into refined steel. On the cliff not far away. Seeing this scene, Lu Chen also felt a bit uneasy, but thinking that passing the trial would bring unimaginable benefits, he hardened his heart and watched Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan undergo tidal body tempering without moving. Bo Saixi noticed that Lu Chen's hands, hidden behind his back, were clenched into fists. She knew that Lu Chen's heart was definitely not as calm as it appeared on the surface. She sighed inwardly. Although Lu Chen was a bit of a philanderer, he was still a man of sentiment and righteousness. Instead, she comforted him. Please rest assured, Your Excellency. Tidal body tempering tempers the will and the physique. They will never be in any danger. I also hope they can pass the trial. If Miss Dugu can become the new sea god, then I, as the high priestess of Sea God Island, can achieve karma perfection and die without regrets. Lu Chen's gaze remained fixed on Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan. Without turning his head, he said firmly, They will definitely pass the trial. I have always believed in them. On the other side, although Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's wills were resolute, their physiques and spirit power had limits. After enduring for 5 hours, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power was exhausted, and their bodies reached their limits, nearly on the verge of collapse. Their consciousness had blurred. They closed their eyes and fainted. At this point, if they continued to force themselves, it would likely endanger their lives. Bo Saixi raised her hand and waved, and the chains binding their hands and feet opened. Without the chains to support them, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing plunged toward the ocean below under the impact of the waves. Lu Chen flickered forward and instantly appeared before the two women. He scooped up Xiao Wu with one hand and caught Zhu Zhuqing with the other, bringing them back to the cliff. Lu Chen's expression was tense as he infused strands of life divine power into Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's bodies. Under the nourishment of the life divine power, the two women's bodies quickly improved, and their pale cheeks and lips slowly regained a hint of color. This allowed Lu Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. There was still Du Guyan. As a spirit Douluo, she stubbornly endured for 10 hours during her first tidal body tempering before finally fainting. The moment she lost consciousness, Bo Saixi opened the chains binding her, and Lu Chen flashed forward to bring Du Guyan back. Just as before, he infused strands of life divine power into Du Guyan's body, causing her condition to improve rapidly. Lu Chen held Du Guyan and used 2 blue-silver vines to tie around the waists of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who had not yet woken up. Then he looked at Bo Saixi and said, High Priestess, let's head back for today. We will continue tidal body tempering tomorrow. Bo Saixi looked at Lu Chen with a gaze full of awe. Even though he was not yet a divinity, he could use life divine power with such ease. Lu Chen was even more impressive than the sea god of old. She nodded and said, As it should be. Afterward, they departed. Bo Saixi returned to the sea god temple, while Lu Chen took Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan back to see Dragon City to recover. Chapter 286, Body Refining Major Achievement. After waking up the next day, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan had their bodies fully restored to their peak states under the healing of Lu Chen's life divine power. Having experienced the first tidal body tempering, they all felt that their will and physique had been greatly enhanced. Although tidal body tempering was agonizing, the improvement it offered was very evident. So after breakfast, the three girls went to undergo tidal body tempering again. Under the constant battering of the waves, the will and physique of the three girls were significantly strengthened. In less than 3 days, the three girls had completely adapted to tidal body tempering, not only being able to complete the fixed daily training. For Douluo Yan's Sea God 9 trials, she had to undergo tidal body tempering for 12 hours every day. For Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking's top-tier 7 trials, they had to undergo tidal body tempering for 7 hours every day. Now they had met the requirements, and even at the strong insistence of the three girls, they would perform extra training after completing their daily sessions. From an initial 30 minutes of extra training to an hour, then 3 hours, then 6 hours. It could be said that, if Chen hadn't used life divine power to treat them every day, their bodies would have been ruined long ago, given the intensity of their extra training. Thanks to the miraculous nature of life divine power, no matter how much extra training the three girls did, or how many times their bodies neared collapse, they would be lively and energetic the next day after being healed by the life divine power. Even more, because life divine power could activate their life origin, develop their potential, and break through their limits, their training effectiveness was directly doubled. The tidal body tempering training that originally required a year was compressed by half through their sheer effort. They achieved the training results in just 6 months. The back of Sea God Island. The tide surged, waves of fierce billows relentlessly battering the bodies of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan. But this could not destroy their will. Instead, it made their resolve even firmer. Facing wave after wave, the spirit power within Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Douluo Yan pulsed rhythmically. This was the experience they had gained from their confrontation with the tides. Once a wave struck, they would let their spirit power burst forth instantly. Once the wave receded, they would likewise hide their spirit power within their dantian. This not only allowed them to resist the waves, but also saved spirit power and imbued it with the characteristics of the tides, endless and surging, expanding their recovery capabilities to an unimaginable degree. With this endurance and recovery, they would be able to stand undefeated in any future battle against any enemy by outlasting them in a war of attrition. Furthermore, the physical quality of the three girls, their bones, skin, flesh, organs, and meridians, under the repeated battering of the waves, became like refined iron with its impurities purged. Tough, powerful, and unafraid of any hardship. If they were to fight their selves from 6 months ago, they could knock their former selves down in less than 3 moves. The 6 months of tidal body tempering had brought them truly massive improvements. Of course, another reason for this was Chen using life divine power to nourish their bodies every day. Otherwise, with the way they performed long hours of extra training after their scheduled sessions every day, their bodies would have collapsed long ago. Back to the present. After another round of crashing waves, Douluo Yan, whose figure had become leaner, her skin tanned to a wheatish hue, and whose eyes alone shone brightly, suddenly felt the blue-gold trident pattern on her forehead glow and heat up, emitting a brilliant light as a majestic voice echoed in her mind. The third trial of the Sea God 9 trials, tidal body tempering, is complete. Reward: spirit power increased by 2 ranks, Sea God affinity increased by 10%. Douluo Yan's emerald eyes suddenly erupted with startling light. She had succeeded. Her efforts of undergoing continuous tidal body tempering 24 hours a day during this period had not been in vain. She had finally halved the trial time and successfully completed the tidal body tempering assessment ahead of schedule. What she was most grateful for was Chen. Without Chen accompanying her day and night and using life divine power to nourish her body, her mind and body would likely have completely collapsed long ago. Clang. With several crisp sounds, the iron chains binding Douluo Yan's hands and feet opened, granting her freedom once more. She did not leave the deep-sea sunken silver pillar immediately, but instead sat cross-legged and began to absorb the warm current surging within her, the 2 ranks of spirit power rewarded by the sea god. After absorbing 100,000-year spirit ring through the god-bestowed spirit ring, Douluo Yan's spirit power had reached rank 84. As she absorbed these 2 ranks of reward spirit power, her rank first broke through to rank 85 and then rank 86, making her a standout even among spirit Douluos. On the other 2 deep-sea sunken silver pillars, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, who had also grown much leaner, received their respective rewards as the majestic voice rang out in their minds. The 3rd trial of the top tier 7 trials, title Body Tempering, is complete. Reward: spirit power increased by 1 rank, all spirit rings increased by 1,000 years. The 3rd trial of the top tier 7 trials, title Body Tempering, is complete. Reward: spirit power increased by 1 rank, all spirit rings increased by 1,000 years. Clang, clang. Accompanied by the crisp sounds, the chains on the 2 girls opened. With expressions of joy, they also sat cross-legged and began absorbing the rewarded rank of spirit power. During these 6 months of tidal body tempering, although they lacked time for meditative cultivation, their spirit power had circulated spontaneously to resist the impact of the waves, allowing them each to increase their spirit power by 1 rank. Over the 6 months, Xiao Wu's spirit power had risen from rank 58 to rank 59. After absorbing the rewarded rank, she finally broke through the rank 60 threshold. Over the 6 months, Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power had risen from rank 56 to rank 57. After absorbing the rewarded rank, she ultimately reached rank 58. Xiao Wu was only 1 spirit ring away from becoming a spirit emperor. Zhu Zhuqing was still 2 ranks away from becoming a quasi-spirit emperor. While the 3 girls were absorbing their reward spirit power, High Priestess Bo Saixi summoned her sea god spirit once more. With the mighty power to calm the seas, she made the ocean tranquil. The surface, which had been filled with howling winds and surging waves, became as calm as a lake, shimmering under the sunlight. Then High Priestess Bo Saixi looked at Douluo Yan with an admiring expression. What terrifying willpower! To actually shorten the tidal body tempering, which originally required a year, to 6 months through extra training. Being chosen by Lord Sea God, she truly is no ordinary person. After half an hour of absorption, Zhu Zhuqing and Douluo Yan, having stabilized their current spirit power realms, woke up one after another. Their auras were smooth and unified, having completely integrated the rewarded spirit power into their own. Only Xiao Wu had not yet awakened. A surge of spirit power erupted from her body, condensing into a spirit beast with vermilion eyes and snow-white fur, the soft bones rabbit. That was exactly Xiao Wu's true form. As a 100,000-year beast-to-human transformation, Xiao Wu could condense her first 6 spirit rings on her own. Now that she had reached rank 60, she took the opportunity to begin condensing her 6th spirit ring. Around her, 5 spirit rings, 4 purple and 1 black, slowly rose from beneath her, pulsing rhythmically. Then, the phantom of the soft bones rabbit behind her spat out a milky white bead. The bead landed above Xiao Wu's head and then shattered, transforming into a milky white spirit ring. This new spirit ring, along with the original 5, rhythmically pulsed around Xiao Wu. As time passed, the color of the milky white ring gradually deepened, turning yellow, then purple, and finally black. Palpitating pressure emanated from that black 10,000-year spirit ring, making the surrounding air feel viscous. This black 10,000-year spirit ring was definitely no ordinary one. Xiao Wu had consumed the immortal herb yearning heartbroken red, absorbed 3 spirit bones of over 50,000 years, and undergone tempering from the sea god's light and tidal body tempering. Now, her physique was comparable to an ordinary spirit Douluo. Thus, the black spirit ring she had condensed herself was also unimaginably powerful, already exceeding the 50,000-year mark. Chapter 287, Dark Demonic Evil God Miao. Zhu Zhuking, who was also at the Spirit King realm, looked at her good sister Xiao Wu already beginning to condense her 6th spirit ring and about to become a spirit emperor expert. Her beautiful face was filled with an indescribable envy. Zhu Zhuking's pair of black eyes stared unblinkingly at Xiao Wu's position. She took a deep breath and said, "How wonderful, Xiao Wu. You'll be a spirit emperor soon. If I want to catch up with you all, I'll have to work even harder." These words were heard perfectly by Chen as he arrived through the air. His hair fluttered in the wind, and a free and easy smile appeared on his face. "Zhuking, if you want to break through level 60 spirit power earlier, there actually is a way." As soon as he said this, a burning light erupted in Zhu Zhuking's eyes. She stepped forward 2 paces, her hands folded over her heart, and said with an excited expression, "Chen, you have a way for me to break through quickly." With one step, Chen instantly crossed a distance of over 10 meters, space seemingly compressing beneath his feet, as he landed on the deep-sea sunken silver pillar where Zhu Zhuking was located. "There is a way, but it's a bit dangerous." Zhu Zhuking's expression was resolute. Having experienced the tempering of the sea god's light and the tidal body tempering, she no longer feared any danger. Her clear and melodious voice carried a determination to forge ahead regardless of obstacles. "I'm not afraid of death. I'm only afraid of becoming a burden to you all. As long as I can increase my strength, I won't hesitate even if it means being smashed to pieces." Seeing Zhu Zhuking's firm will, Chen guided her, saying, "The solution lies in the dark demon evil god bead I gave you back then. The dark demonic evil god tiger was created when the god of evil's power descended upon a white tiger, causing it to mutate into the dark demonic evil god tiger. That dark demon evil god bead is exactly what was condensed from the dark demonic evil god tiger's evil origin. If you can refine it, the evil attribute within will surely cause your hell Sivet spirit to evolve, and increasing your spirit power is a certainty. However, the evil attribute is too overbearing. If you cannot subdue it, the evil attribute will surely consume your will. This path is a narrow escape from death. Do you still want to try?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhuking pulled out the dark demon evil god bead from her bosom. Ever since Chen gave her the bead years ago, she had kept it with her. Over these years, absorbing the dark attribute aura of the dark demon evil god bead had increased Zhu Zhuking's cultivation speed by 30%. Now, hearing Chen's words, Zhu Zhuking turned her gaze to the dark demon evil god bead once more. There was no hesitation on her face, only determination. "I am willing to try. Even if it ends in death, I cannot give up this opportunity to increase my strength." As her voice fell, Zhu Zhuking threw herself into Chen's embrace, stood on her tiptoes, and kissed Chen on the cheek. A hint of regret appeared in her blurred eyes. "Chen, you gave me so many opportunities that shouldn't have belonged to me, allowing me to grow step by step to where I am now. I love you so much. It's a pity I haven't been able to give myself to you. If I succeed in absorbing the dark demon evil god bead this time, I am willing to stay by your side day and night. If I fail, even if my soul flies away and spirit scatters, I hope you can be happy forever. Fortunately, even without me, there's still Xiao Wu and Yan Yan. They will always love you." Hearing Zhu Zhuking's heartfelt confession, Chen's heart trembled. He hugged Zhu Zhuking back and spoke in a deep voice. "Zhuking, you will definitely succeed." Being held by Chen, Zhu Zhuking felt filled with happiness. Gently sniffing the warm scent on Chen's body, her heart was filled with a strong longing. If she could live, Zhu Zhuking absolutely did not want to die. She wanted to stay by Chen's side forever. "Come on, dark demon evil god bead. Let me see just how overbearing your evil attribute is." Zhu Zhuking bit her lower lip, her dark, deep eyes projecting a ruthless determination to burn her bridges. After a long time, Chen released his embrace. Zhu Zhuking took a deep look at Chen, as if to carve his appearance into her heart, before finally backing away step by step. Once at a distance, Zhu Zhuqing began to attempt to absorb the dark demon evil god bead. She injected her spirit power into the dark demon evil god bead. The result was like a stone dropped into the ocean. The dark demon evil god bead was like a bottomless black hole, showing no reaction after swallowing her spirit power. At this moment, Lu Chen reminded her, "Use blood. Integrate your mental force and spirit power into a mouthful of heart's blood and spit it onto the dark demon evil god bead. It's best to also integrate your will that hungers for power into the blood. Only by triggering the resonance of the dark demon evil god bead do you have a chance to absorb it into your body." Zhu Zhuqing immediately complied. She first closed her eyes, mobilized her mental force, circulated her spirit power, gathered it at her heart, and burst forth with a strong will. Power. I want power. Carrying this thought, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly opened her eyes and struck her own chest with a palm. This palm strike was full of force, causing her pain and making her heart chamber tremble violently. She spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, which dripped onto the pitch-black dark demon evil god bead. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Driven by Zhu Zhuqing's intense will for power, the previously motionless dark demon evil god bead finally reacted, erupting with an evil black light that seemed capable of swallowing the surrounding light, turning day into night and bringing ultimate darkness to the world. Zhu Zhuqing's face lit up with joy, but before she could react further, the black dark demon evil god bead melted into a hot, overbearing current of air. Through Zhu Zhuqing's fair and delicate skin, it entered her meridians. That current was too overbearing. Zhu Zhuqing's original spirit power was no match for it and was instantly scattered. Then that overbearing current rampaged through Zhu Zhuqing's body, sweeping through her internal organs and limbs, eroding every organ and every cell, almost melting her body. HMPH. Zhu Zhuqing let out a muffled groan, her fair, beautiful face showing an expression of pain. She slumped to the ground, struggling to get into a cross-legged sitting posture. I can't die. Driven by this strong will, she began a fierce resistance, mobilizing her mental force to gather the scattered spirit power in an attempt to fusion with that overbearing current. But the essence within that overbearing current was the evil attribute, the most sinister and wicked. How could it be so easy to fusion? Unsurprisingly, the spirit power Zhu Zhuqing had just gathered was scattered once again. She was unwilling to give up. Enduring the excruciating pain of her muscles and bones being burned, she gathered her spirit power once more. But this time she had learned her lesson. She didn't touch the large streams of the overbearing current, instead retracting all her spirit power into her dantian, compressing it with all her might to condense the power into a single force, all for a better eruption. Meow. Zhu Zhuqing's will merged with her Hell Sivet spirit. The Hell Sivet let out a loud cry. Relying on the spirit power compressed to the extreme, the Hell Sivet rushed out of the dantian and bit off a fragment of that overbearing current. That overbearing current was rampaging through various parts of Zhu Zhuqing's body. In short, it was dispersed. The Hell Sivet did not try to swallow the large masses of the overbearing current, but specifically went after the small wisps. It first ate the fragments. Although the overbearing current was still stubborn, Zhu Zhuqing, relying on her extremely compressed spirit power, forcibly suppressed it, absorbing and refining it. As wisp after wisp of the overbearing current merged into the Hell Sivet's body, an evil aura erupted from the spirit. Although it wasn't obvious, it was certain that the Hell Sivet was becoming even more powerful. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. This made Zhu Zhuqing overjoyed. She controlled the Hell Sivet to begin devouring more of the overbearing current. This process was not entirely smooth, but after all, this was Zhu Zhuqing's body, her home field. As long as Zhu Zhuqing's will remained, she could wring power from her body, regrouping to devour the overbearing current. This caused her body to tremble violently, almost reaching the brink of collapse. But the previous tempering in the sea god's light and the tidal body tempering had filled Zhu Zhuking's body with resilience. Even as her body neared collapse, she could still tenaciously endure. As time passed minute by minute, the hell's civet devoured much of the overbearing current, and its own form actually underwent a massive change. Its originally slender and long body became more burly and robust, as if changing from a cat into a tiger. Pitch-black fur fluttered. Behind its rear, the tail turned into a bone whip, seemingly pieced together from segments of white bone, with a barb at the end. On its back, a pair of broad black feathered wings grew, with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters, wreathed in wisps of evil aura. The evil god hook and evil god wings. The signature organs of the dark demonic evil god tiger had actually grown on the body of the hell civet. This made the hell civet 90% similar to the dark demonic evil god tiger. What had this evolved into? Dark demonic evil god meow. Just as Zhu Zhuking's hell civet evolved, in the god realm an unknown distance away. A majestic figure completely shrouded in black light gave a light chuckle and spoke with great interest. A bit interesting. This majestic figure was precisely the god of evil. The mutation of the white tiger into the dark demonic evil god tiger had been his doing. The god of evil had only made a slight move, and there was the dark demonic evil god tiger, which could be called invincible among its peers on the Douluo Continent. The power of the god of evil was absolutely beyond imagination. Chapter 288, Xiao Wu's Sixth Spirit Ability. As Zhu Zhuking was absorbing the dark demon evil god bead, Chen waved his hand, and a blue silver vines rapidly extended, wrapping around Dugu Yan's waist and bringing her to his side. After Dugu Yan drew closer, her gaze was also drawn to Zhu Zhuking. Under the impact of that domineering airflow, Zhu Zhuking's body trembled violently, her delicate face twisted in an expression of agony, and her willow-like brows were tightly furrowed as if she were enduring immense pain. Streams of blackish-gray qi surged uncontrollably from her body, staining the surrounding sky a gloomy darkness and disturbing the air to form a massive blackish-gray vortex. Its powerful tearing force continuously swallowed the energy of heaven and earth like a whale. Dugu Yan's expression grew more tense. Chen, I heard what you all said just now. What's the deal with that dark demonic evil god tiger's bead? Zhuking's current situation doesn't look good. If something really happens to her, it'll be too late for regrets. Chen's eyes remained fixed on Zhu Zhuking as he replied without turning his head. The dark demonic evil god tiger was a spirit beast I hunted back then. It had a cultivation of 60,000 years, but its combat power could rival a 100,000-year spirit beast. The dark demon evil god bead is formed from the dark demonic evil god tiger's origin, possessing its most fundamental evil attribute. It is indeed dangerous to absorb. After all, subduing an evil attribute is no easy task, but I believe Zhuking will definitely be able to do it. She has always been a strong and brave girl. Having gone through so much training and obtained so many opportunities, the evil attribute of a mere dark demon evil god bead is not enough to consume her will. Although Chen spoke casually, Dugu Yan could hear the tension in his voice. She curled her lip inwardly, thinking to herself that men really were contradictory, clearly nervous to death, yet still putting on an act. However, Dugu Yan did not voice these thoughts. She simply stayed by Chen's side in silence, waiting with him. After about 5 hours, Zhu Zhuking's body was completely shrouded in black mist. Her figure became flickering and indistinct, making it impossible to see clearly. Fortunately, Chen had consumed the looking through autumn water dew, which gave him the ability to see through all sorts of strange things. This allowed him to peer through the black mist and see Zhu Zhuking hidden within. Zhu Zhuking's situation was not good. Her body had reached its limit. Behind her, a pair of scarlet eyes could be faintly seen. The owner of those eyes was none other than the dark, demonic, evil god tiger. Within the black mist, a flickering phantom of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger opened its bloody maw, packing back and forth behind Zhu Zhuking, ready to swallow her whole at any moment. Seeing this scene, Chen wanted to intervene several times, but he ultimately held back. Only if Zhu Zhuking subdued the evil attribute herself could she achieve 100% fusion with the dark, demonic, evil god tiger's power. If he intervened to help her, her fusion would likely stall at 70% or even 50%, making it impossible to reach 100%. Just then, Xiao Wu, who was on another deep-sea sunken silver pillar, also finished condensing her sixth spirit ring. This sixth spirit ring ultimately reached a level of 60,000 years. Its age was even higher than the eighth spirit rings of many spirit Douluos. But considering the circumstances, this was normal. Xiao Wu had consumed the yearning, heartbroken red, absorbed 3 spirit bones of over 50,000 years, and undergone the sea god's light and tidal body tempering. If she couldn't absorb a 60,000-year spirit ring, it would truly be a waste of the opportunities she had received. When Xiao Wu opened her vermilion eyes, she didn't even have time to show joy before her gaze was drawn to the commotion on Zhu Zhuking's side, and she couldn't help but cry out in alarm. "Whoa, what's going on? Such an evil aura, it actually makes me feel an instinctive chill. It's the aura of the dark, demonic, evil god tiger, Zhuking. Something must have happened to her." Following a swishing sound, a blue-silver vine stretched over and wrapped around Xiao Wu's slender waist. Xiao Wu did not resist, allowing the blue-silver vines to coil around her waist. Under the pull of the blue-silver vines, Xiao Wu was brought back to Chen's side. Xiao Wu was very happy to see Chen. But immediately after, when Xiao Wu saw that Zhu Zhuking's position was already covered by a thick black mist, her expression changed and her heart skipped a beat. "Boss Chen, what's going on? Did something happen to Zhuking?" Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking shared a very deep bond, and Xiao Wu naturally didn't want to see anything happen to her. Chen smiled slightly and comforted Xiao Wu, saying, "Don't worry, Zhuking is absorbing the power of the dark demon evil god bead. If she succeeds, her strength will take a qualitative leap. We must have faith in her. Zhuking's determination to become stronger is extremely firm. By the way, Xiao Wu, congratulations on finally condensing your sixth spirit ring and becoming a spirit emperor expert." Hearing this, the worry for Zhu Zhuking on Xiao Wu's face quietly transformed into a touch of smugness. She placed her hands on her hips and tilted her head back with her nose in the air, showing just how excited and happy she was inside. "Through my hard work and perseverance to the end, the sixth spirit ring I condensed is 60,000 years old, hee. My spirit power is now level 63, and this sixth spirit ring provides the skill I liked most back then, nothingness. Once the nothingness skill is activated, my body will completely merge into the air, allowing me to evade any lethal damage, granting 100% immunity to physical attacks and 50% immunity to energy attacks. With this skill, even if I face a spirit saint or a spirit Douluo in the future, I'll be able to tangle with them for a short while." Even though Chen had anticipated this, he still gave her a thumbs up. Xiao Wu's skills, teleportation, Paragon Golden Body, and nothingness were each more powerful than the last at ensuring survival. Haha, they are all very powerful life-saving skills. They perfectly suit the nature of the soft bones rabbit. Upon hearing this, Xiao Wu's face flushed slightly, she pouted, and the smile on her face gradually vanished. "Boss Chen, are you calling me a coward? HMPH, I'm ignoring you." With those words, Xiao Wu turned her head away, leaving Chen with the back of her head and her scorpion braid. Having turned away, Xiao Wu looked toward Zhu Zhuking's position again, a flash of worry in her eyes. Seeing the huffy Xiao Wu, Chen smiled. Was that being a coward? That was called valuing one's life. Chen himself was someone who valued his life. Looking at his skills, Blue-Silver Will, Reincarnation Blue-Silver Emperor, Substitute Blue-Silver Emperor, and Wildfire cannot consume it. The spring breeze brings it back to life. They were all skills maxed out for survival. Time continued to pass minute by minute, until an hour later. From within that black mist, a tiger's roar suddenly rang out. Ang! The tiger's roar shook the sky, and the black mist that had spread out, filled with an evil aura, began to flow back toward the center. Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, and Du Guyan were all drawn to the center of the black mist. As the last wisps of black mist merged into Zhu Zhuking's body, a transformed Zhu Zhuking appeared before their eyes. Zhu Zhuking was in a state of martial soul possession, but unlike before, her eyes had turned completely blood red. On each side of her fair cheeks were 3 black markings, and her black hair fluttered wildly even without wind. Behind her, a pair of broad wings with a wingspan of over 3 meters spread out to the sides, exuding an aura of infinite evil. In addition, there was a tail composed of bone segments raised high, with a barb at the end that flickered with a faint, sharp, cold light. Beneath her feet, 5 spirit rings, 4 purple and 1 black, pulsated up and down, emitting a pressure that seemed to solidify the air. The current Zhu Zhuking looked like a humanoid dark demonic evil god tiger. Chapter 289, Nether Possession. Between the blinks of her crimson eyes, Zhu Zhuking showed a look of amazement. As she clenched her fist experimentally, she felt a surge of power erupting from within her body. With this power, she was confident that she could hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast without using any spirit abilities. What domineering power! To be able to hunt a 10,000-year spirit beast relying solely on the strength of her physical body. Zhu Zhuking was incredibly excited. The gains from absorbing the dark demon evil god bead this time were truly immense. Her spirit had evolved. Her Hell Sivet spirit had evolved into the Nether Spirit Tiger spirit, gaining the base stats and the 6 major attributes of the dark demonic evil god tiger. Evil, darkness, time, space, wind, and lightning. Among them, the time and space attributes were too obscure, making them extremely difficult to develop. But even putting aside the time and space attributes, as long as she developed the evil, darkness, wind, and lightning attributes, she could multiply her strength several times over on her original foundation. Looking at Zhu Zhuking's martial soul possession stayed again, a pair of evil god wings grew from her back, and an evil god hook grew from behind her tailbone. The evil god wings granted her the ability to fly, which was truly like adding wings to a tiger. In battles below the rank of titled Douluo, having the ability to fly allowed one to remain invincible. The evil god hook made her combat style more flexible and varied. Its barbed end possessed an extremely powerful piercing ability. Once struck by those barbs, any flesh and blood would have a clean hole pierced through it. Only by personally becoming her enemy could one truly appreciate how terrifying Zhu Zhuking's current strength was and experience that sense of despair. At this moment, Lu Chen's amazed voice drifted over. Evil god wings, evil god hook. The signature parts of the dark demonic evil god tiger have now grown on your body. Zhuking, it seems you have 100% fused with the power of the dark demon evil god bead. Besides the evolution of your spirit, how much has your spirit power increased? Hearing Lu Chen's voice, Zhu Zhuking's crimson eyes flashed with excited light. She retracted her spirit and returned to her original appearance. However, her figure seemed to have changed slightly. She was taller, her chest was magnificent, and her hips were as round as a full moon. Those exaggerated body proportions made Lu Chen's gaze somewhat reluctant to pull away. It seemed the power of the dark demon evil god bead had also tempered Zhu Zhuking's body, making her physical development more mature. Zhu Zhuking stared at Lu Chen without blinking, as if her vision could only accommodate him alone. She spoke with an excited voice. Besides the evolution of my spirit power has also increased to rank 60. But I feel that the increase in spirit power shouldn't stop there. Once I obtain my 6th spirit ring, that dormant spirit power will be able to manifest completely. Lu Chen, I'm so happy. After fusing with the power of the dark demon evil god bead, I finally have the qualification to chase after you. Lu Chen nodded inwardly. The dark demon evil god bead came from a dark demonic evil god tiger with 60,000 years of cultivation, which was enough to rival any 100,000-year spirit beast. It was certainly impossible for it to only raise Zhu Zhuking's spirit power by 2 ranks. After Zhu Zhuking woke up, Xiao Wu, who had originally looked worried, now had a happy smile on her pretty face. Zhuking, congratulations. You've also achieved a breakthrough to rank 60 spirit power. Earlier, when you were emitting the evil aura of the dark demonic evil god tiger, I thought something had happened to you. Now that you're fine and have gained such enormous benefits, it's truly wonderful. On the other side, although Du Guyan wasn't as enthusiastic as Xiao Wu, a smile appeared on her face as well. Congratulations, Zhuking. Hearing the voices of Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, Zhu Zhuking finally noticed that they were both beside Lu Chen. Her attention had been entirely on Lu Chen just now, and she hadn't noticed them at all. Facing their congratulations, Zhu Zhuking responded to each with a smile. Xiao Wu, congratulations to you too for condensing your own 6th spirit ring and becoming a spirit emperor. Yan Yan, thank you for your congratulations. Lu Chen waved his hand, and a blue-silver vine extended, wrapping around Zhu Zhuking's waist. Xiao Wu, Zhuking Yan Yan, you have already passed the tidal body tempering. It's time for us to head back. One more thing, Xiao Wu and Zhuking. Since your cultivation has reached a bottleneck, you can go to High Priestess Bo Saixi to ask for your god-bestowed spirit rings. As his voice fell, Lu Chen used the blue-silver vines to take Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuking, and Du Guyan away from the deep-sea sunken silver pillar and back to the top of the cliff. High Priestess Bo Saixi was waiting right there. Without Lu Chen having to speak, Bo Saixi took out 2 golden beads with amazement and sent them to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking respectively. Miss Xiao Wu, Miss Zhuking, these are the god-bestowed spirit rings granted to you by Lord Sea God. You have truly opened my eyes today. To be able to pass the tidal body tempering, which normally requires a year to complete, 6 months ahead of schedule, your talent and perseverance are truly breathtaking. Xiao Wu's eyes lit up, and she gigglingly took the golden bead. Thank you, Sea God. Thank you, High Priestess. However, I already have a 6th spirit ring, so I'll keep this god-bestowed spirit ring as my 7th spirit ring. Zhu Zhuking's eyes were filled with joy, as she also took her own god-bestowed spirit ring. Thank you, Sea God. Thank you, High Priestess. I just broke through to rank 60 spirit power, so I happen to need a 6th spirit ring right now. Lu Chen said, with an encouraging smile. Zhuking, absorb the god-bestowed spirit ring now. We will all be here to act as your protector. You must persist until the very end and strive to absorb a 6th spirit ring of over 50,000 years. Hearing Lu Chen's words, Zhu Zhuking looked at Xiao Wu and Du Guyan, both of whom had looks of encouragement on their faces. This heartened Zhu Zhuking, and she nodded with a determined expression. Then I shall begin. As her voice fell, Zhu Zhuking sat down cross-legged and mobilized a trace of spirit power to touch that god-bestowed spirit ring. In an instant, the god-bestowed spirit ring shattered, and wisps of golden air currents erupted, pouring into her body from all over. They washed through her muscles, bones, skin, flesh, and internal organs, finally pouring into her nether spirit tiger spirit to condense a milky white 6th spirit ring. This was only the beginning. As time passed second by second, that white decade soul ring transformed into a yellow spirit ring, then a purple spirit ring, and finally into a black spirit ring. When the god-bestowed spirit ring reached the level of a 10,000-year spirit ring, the true test for Zhu Zhuking began. The spirit power pressure radiating from her body grew heavier and heavier, making the surrounding air feel viscous. This spirit power pressure wasn't enough to threaten Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, or Dugu Yan, but they still actively moved further away to avoid interfering with Zhu Zhuqing. Lu Chen looked up at the sky, feeling quite emotional in his heart. Tusk, Xiao Wu's sixth spirit ring has already reached 60,000 years, and Zhuqing's sixth spirit ring won't be lower than 60,000 years either. Absorbing spirit rings by surpassing their limits will make their potential stronger and stronger. In the future, I should find a god position for each of them. They must be at least a first-class god. Just as Lu Chen was imagining the future, the god-bestowed spirit ring Zhu Zhuqing was absorbing had already reached the 50,000-year level. The 50,000-year spirit power pressure brought her no small amount of stress. But this was still far from Zhu Zhuqing's limit. She gritted her teeth, and several faint veins bulged on her fair forehead. I must persist. This is definitely not my limit. Zhu Zhuqing's body began to tremble. Unconsciously, she completed her martial soul possession. A pair of wide wings with a wingspan exceeding 3 meters spread out from her back, and a tail composed of skeletal segments rose high, its barbs flashing with a cold, grim light. Relying on her evolved nether spirit tiger spirit, Zhu Zhuqing's physical endurance was greatly increased. Even though her bones were making popping sounds, and her flesh and internal organs felt a tearing pain, she still gritted her teeth and persisted until the end. Just as Zhu Zhuqing could no longer hold on, the black sixth spirit ring's age had reached the 70,000-year level. What a terrifying number. A 70,000-year sixth spirit ring. After absorbing the dark demon evil god bead, Zhu Zhuqing's potential and physical fitness had both undergone a qualitative leap, which allowed her to successfully absorb a 70,000-year sixth spirit ring in one go. When she opened her eyes and let out a heavy panting breath, her entire body was soaked in blood and sweat. The blood mixed with sweat seeped out from under her skin, making her look like a person covered in blood. Lu Chen flashed forward, placing his hand on Zhu Zhuqing's shoulder and pouring wisps of life divine power into her body to heal her internal and external injuries. Zhuqing, are you okay? Zhu Zhuqing's eyes were exceptionally bright. Under the healing of the life divine power, her condition began to rapidly improve, and she then shared her joy with Lu Chen. I feel okay now. I successfully persisted until the end and raised the age of my sixth spirit ring to the 70,000-year level. My spirit power has increased to rank 64, and I've gained a very powerful sixth spirit ability, Nether Possession. It can invoke the power of darkness to bless my body, increasing my attack power by 150% and my speed by 150%. At the same time, while in the Nether Possession state, the power of my other 5 spirit abilities is also boosted by 150%. As a 70,000-year spirit ability, the boost this Nether Possession brings me is comparable to a martial soul avatar. Chapter 290, Demon Shark Shock. Cheers! In a spacious and bright hall in Sea Dragon City, a table was placed in the center, covered with various seafood dishes. Seated around the table were Lu Chen, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan. Each held a coconut with a small opening and a straw inserted. The 4 of them raised their coconuts and clinked them together over the table, causing a few drops of coconut juice to splash out, releasing a sweet and fresh aroma. Lu Chen smiled, feeling relaxed. He took a sip of the coconut juice and glanced at the vibrant Xiao Wu, the child-faced and busty Zhu Zhuqing, and the passionate and hot Dugu Yan, feeling an extraordinary sense of satisfaction in his heart. Swallowing the coconut juice, Lu Chen chuckled and said, "It's been nearly 10 months since we arrived at Sea God Island. You've passed through the Sea God's Light, the Ring Sea Blockade, and the Tidal Body Tempering. Your strength has undergone earth-shaking changes compared to before. Over these 10 months, The diligence and sweat poured out by Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan were obvious to all. A portion of effort brings a portion of harvest. Having put in the hard work and sweat, the gains for the three women were also immense. Xiao Wu broke through from level 55 spirit power to level 63. Zhu Zhuqing broke through from level 53 spirit power to level 64. Dugu Yan broke through from level 75 spirit power to level 86. Lu Chen's deep blue eyes sparkled as if he were seeing a grand blueprint, causing his emotions to stir uncontrollably. There are still 2 months left until the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. I want you to win the championship. At that time, our Longevity Academy will become famous throughout the Douluo Continent. The deans of Divine Wind Academy, Tianshui Academy, Blazing Academy, and Elephant Armor Academy will jointly announce their decision to join Longevity Academy after the competition. This will completely solidify Longevity Academy's foundation as the #1 academy on the continent. With 2 months left, what are your respective next trials? Can you complete them within that time? On the 3 beautiful faces of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan, each with its own unique charm, an identical look of determination appeared. Lu Chen rarely made requests of them, and now he finally had. It was as if raging fires were burning in the 3 women's eyes. They were determined to win the Spirit Master competition and could not let Lu Chen down. The 3 women's emotions were stirred, and the atmosphere in the entire hall seemed to ignite. In fact, there was no need for such concern. The young Spirit Masters in the Spirit Master competition were, at most, Spirit Elders or Spirit Ancestors. The most remarkable ones, known as the Spirit Hall's Golden Generation, Yan, Ziyue, and Hu Liena, were merely 3 Spirit Kings. Now, with Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan, 2 Spirit Emperors and 1 Spirit Douluo, it was practically a dimensional strike. Going to the Spirit Master competition would be a total slaughter of the other young Spirit Masters. It was entirely possible they would traumatize the other young Spirit Masters to the point of screaming, "Don't come over here." Dugu Yan extended her small lilac tongue to lick the coconut juice from the corner of her lips. Her eyes were charming, but her voice was exceptionally firm. Lu Chen, don't worry. The championship of this Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament will definitely belong to Longevity Academy. The 4th trial of my Sea God 9 trials is called Demon Shark Shock. It involves challenging and defeating the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan, which includes the Devil Spirit Great White Shark King, Xiao Bai. This time, she will be at full strength and can use her domain power. At full strength, Xiao Bai can rival a Super Douluo, and there's also the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan with their unknown strength. This trial might be difficult, but I will definitely find a way to pass it within 2 months. After she finished speaking, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing spoke in unison. The 4th trial of my top tier 7 trials is also Demon Shark Shock. Xiao Wu's slender, fair fingers pinched the straw, stirring the coconut juice aimlessly, her expression thoughtful. Although Xiao Bai can erupt with full strength and command the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan, we don't need to fight alone. With the 3 of us working together, it's not impossible to pass this trial within 2 months. Zhu Zhuqing also actively offered her opinion. After my spirit evolved, I gained the ability to fly. When the time comes, I'll take you both into the sky, which will at least keep us in an undefeated position. The Devil Spirit Great White Sharks are the overlords of the ocean. As long as we don't fight them in the water, our chances of winning will increase by at least 30%. Following that, Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing began discussing the Demon Shark Shock, Trial 1 after another. Seeing this, Lu Chen raised his hand to rub his chin, a look of interest appearing on his face. The original 4th trial, the Whale Shark War, was changed by the sea god to Demon Shark Shock because I killed the evil spirit orca king ahead of time, and the remaining evil spirit orca clan fled into the deep sea. The difficulty of this trial is not small, defeating Xiao Bai at full strength and the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan. However, defeating them is not the same as killing them. There's no need to force Xiao Bai and her clan to fight to the death. I think the essence of this trial is to have Xiao Bai and the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan truly recognize Yan Yan as the sea god's successor. As long as absolute strength is shown and Xiao Bai is made to concede wholeheartedly, then this trial will be passed. Cough, cough. Lu Chen coughed twice, drawing the attention of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan to himself. Whether someone loves you or not is very obvious. Someone who loves you will be worried to death if you even cough once. Someone who doesn't love you wouldn't care, even if you hung yourself. They'd just think you were playing tug-of-war with the ceiling beam. As soon as Lu Chen coughed, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan immediately stopped their discussion and looked toward him in unison. Under the gaze of the three women, Lu Chen gave a slight smile. Let's eat first. After finishing, we'll go find Xiao Bai. Only by truly sparring with the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan can we know their actual strength. The three women agreed. Although their eating movements were very elegant, their speed was startlingly fast. The various seafood dishes on the table were quickly consumed. After eating and drinking their fill, Lu Chen took Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan for a leisurely stroll to the outskirts of Sea God Island. Stepping onto the golden sand and feeling the sea breeze with its slight briny scent, the four of them felt their moods relax. With a slight stir of his divine thought, Lu Chen located Xiao Bai's position. Then, a voice exploded in Xiao Bai's mind. Xiao Bai, we've come to see you. The voice boomed like a clap of thunder, leaving Xiao Bai's head spinning, but she didn't dare to delay for a moment. With a flick of her tail, she moved rapidly through the ocean. A moment later, she arrived at the beach where Lu Chen and the others were. Splash. As a large wave surged in the sea, a vigorous figure suddenly leaped out of the water. That streamlined blue-gray body rapidly shrank to human size amidst a burst of light. With a tall stature, blue-gray skin marked with shark-tooth patterns, and an exotic charm radiating from her entire body, Xiao Bai landed in front of Lu Chen and the others. Xiao Bai stood with her hands on her hips, her entire being exuding a heroic and valiant aura. Only when she looked at Lu Chen did a trace of awe appear. But when she looked at Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan, her face was full of the joy of imminent revenge, her tone laced with a bit of gritted teeth. Girls, we meet again. Last time at the Ring Sea, you really put me through the ringer. Before, my strength was restricted, and I couldn't use the demon shark domain, leaving me with less than 70% of my power. Now I can use my full strength, and I have my clansmen to help me. Let's have a good spar again. Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan already knew the content of the fourth trial from the marks on their foreheads. As the examiner for the fourth trial, Xiao Bai had naturally received her mission from the sea god as well. Xiao Bai had been bullied too miserably last time. Now that she had a chance to settle a personal grudge under the guise of official business, Xiao Bai was very excited. Chapter 291, Lu Chen's Plan. The outskirts of Sea God Island. Looking at Xiao Bai's gritted teeth, Lu Chen smiled slightly. Xiao Bai didn't have any killing intent. She was just somewhat resentful because she had been beaten too badly last time. As long as it was within the scope of the trial, Lu Chen wouldn't do anything to favor Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan, nor would he threaten Xiao Bai. Lu Chen smiled relaxedly and said, Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, Yan Yan, go ahead. Only by truly defeating Xiao Bai and her clan in actual combat and gaining their recognition can you pass the demon shark shock trial. The eyes of Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan flickered. They also wanted to experience Xiao Bai's full power after she deployed her domain in actual combat. Douluo Yan swayed her hips and stepped forward, her eyes flashing with a bright light, exuding soaring confidence. She chuckled and said, "Xiao Bai, compared to half a year ago, our strength has undergone earth-shaking improvements. Don't look down on us." Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing cooperated with Dugu Yan at this time, standing to her left and right, forming a pincer attack on Xiao Bai. Seeing this, Xiao Bai's mouth curled into a sinister grin, revealing sharp, shark-like teeth. She cracked her knuckles, making a popping sound. "Half a year ago, I only used less than 70% of my strength. This time, I'll show you my full power." At this point, Xiao Bai looked at Lu Chen again and bowed with a look of awe and respect. "Your Excellency, please rest assured. I will strictly follow the rules of the trial and will not harm their lives. However, during the trial, some injuries are inevitable." Lu Chen smiled and waved his hand. "Getting injured is unavoidable. You can fight with all your might. If they get hurt, I'll heal them." With Lu Chen's guarantee, Xiao Bai truly breathed a sigh of relief. Her legs bent slightly, and she leaped backward with all her strength, spinning 360 degrees in midair. Her body erupted with a brilliant blue-gray light as she transformed back into her original form as a devil spirit great white shark. "Then let us battle in the ocean." With a splash, Xiao Bai jumped back into the sea. She let out a silent, long cry. At her call, one devil spirit great white shark after another rushed over. Hundreds of blue dorsal fins could be seen swimming on the sea surface, churning the water and forming a massive whirlpool with a diameter of 1,000 meters. The whirlpool continued to expand outward, like a dark abyss capable of swallowing everything in heaven and earth. Such power was, of course, because Xiao Bai had summoned 300 devil spirit great white sharks, about 200 of which were adults. Adult devil spirit great white sharks all had 1,000-year cultivation bases. About 1/3 of them were outstanding, with approximately 66 being 10,000-year devil spirit great white sharks. This was an extremely terrifying force. Under Xiao Bai's leadership, the devil spirit great white shark clan could even briefly contend with a level 98 super Douluo. Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing also felt immense pressure, but they had to fight a battle to know the gap in their strength. The three girls summoned their martial soul possession, and circles of spirit rings rose beneath their feet. Dugu Yan's spirit ring configuration was 2 yellow, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing's configurations were both 4 purple and 2 black. With their current strength, their combined efforts were enough to suppress any ordinary titled Douluo. But this time, the enemy was the devil spirit great white shark clan led by Xiao Bai. Zhu Zhuqing picked up Xiao Wu and flew over the ocean using her evil god wings. Dugu Yan activated her martial soul avatar, transforming into a jade phosphorus great dragon, also gaining temporary flight capability. They were unwilling to enter the ocean to fight the devil spirit great white sharks. At Xiao Bai's command, the 300 devil spirit great white sharks simultaneously unleashed demon shark teeth. Countless blue-gray light blades, shaped like teeth, shot toward the three girls, covering the sky. Because the density was too high, the three girls had no way to dodge, so they could only rely on their own means to defend. Dugu Yan used her mirror reflection spirit bone skill, condensing a mirror in front of her. With the enhancement of her martial soul avatar, the mirror reflected all the demon shark teeth shot at her back exactly as they were. Xiao Bai shouted excitedly, "I won't fall for the same trick twice." Demon shark domain. In an instant, a blue-gray light erupted from Xiao Bai's body, covering a 300-meter radius. All the seawater within that range was instantly controlled by the demon shark domain, mobilized by Xiao Bai as easily as her own limbs. Boom! The waves rolled, surging up into a 100-meter-high wave, which then quickly crystallized, turning into a crystalline wall. Shocking. It was extremely shocking. Bang, bangs, bang. The reflected demon shark teeth were all blocked by the crystalline wall. On the other side, Zhu Zhuqing held Xiao Wu, and Xiao Wu activated her Paragon Golden Body. Relying on its defensive power, Xiao Wu protected Zhu Zhuqing behind her. Under the impact of the demon shark teeth, the Paragon Golden Body rippled, but it ultimately didn't break, allowing Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing to remain unharmed. Xiao Bai's eyes turned red with excitement. Prepare the next wave of demon shark teeth. Knock them down from the sky. As long as they fall into the sea, it will be our devil spirit great white shark's world. Under her command, the 300 devil spirit great white sharks acted like a well-trained army, meticulously executing the order and firing demon shark teeth toward the sky. Dugu Yan continued to use mirror reflection, while loudly calling out to Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing prepared a counterattack. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing naturally wanted to counterattack as well, but under the barrage of countless demon shark teeth, they could only struggle to cope and couldn't find an opportunity to strike back. The situation was now deadlocked. As long as they remained in the sky, they were sitting ducks for the demon shark teeth. But if they entered the sea and fought the devil spirit great white shark clan, the overlords of the ocean, the mere thought was enough to make one's hair stand on end. But in the end, there was no other choice. The countless demon shark teeth left Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing, who were flying in the sky, struggling to cope and unable to counterattack. There were only 3 of them. How could they compete in a long-range battle of attrition with 300 devil spirit great white sharks? Moreover, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were both close combat power attack spirit masters. They had no way to fight without getting close. Out of desperation, they could only enter the ocean, only to be chased into a sorry state by Xiao Bai and her 300 devil spirit great white sharks. Once Xiao Bai opened her demon shark domain, the ocean within a 300-meter radius was entirely under her control, and she suppressed Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan throughout the fight. In the end, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan were drained of their spirit power, and only then did Xiao Bai whip up a wave to send the 3 girls back to the shore. In the ocean, Xiao Bai laughed with excitement and relief. "Ha, wanting to defeat our devil spirit great white shark clan in the ocean. Keep dreaming." After saying that, Xiao Bai slapped her tail, creating a splash in the ocean, and quickly disappeared into the depths. At this time, Chen walked over and checked on the 3 girls' condition, finding that they had mainly just exhausted their spirit power. Chen waved his hand, and blue silver vines wrapped around the 3 girls' waists. Then he took the 3 girls back to see Dragon City to recuperate. Along the way, Xiao Wu spat out the fishy and salty seawater from her mouth, complaining bitterly. "What should we do now? I don't have any long-range skills, and Zhuqing doesn't either. Flying in the sky makes us sitting ducks for the devil spirit great white sharks, and once we enter the sea, we're just chased around. Yan, maybe only your poison can be effective." Dugu Yan pursed her lips, her expression heavy. "It's hard, the sea is boundless. Once my poison enters the sea, it's immediately diluted by the seawater. It can't even take down a 100-year spirit beast, let alone those 1,000-year and 10,000-year spirit beasts." Then she looked at Chen pitifully. "Chen, I'm sorry, we might let you down. We didn't expect the devil spirit great white shark clan to have 300 members. There are so many of them, and then there's Xiao Bai, a 100,000-year spirit beast. I'm so useless." Dugu Yan lowered her head deeply, her face full of dejection, a world apart from her initial confidence. Chen's eyes flashed with a bright light, and he chuckled comfortingly. "You guys, don't give up on yourselves as soon as you encounter a problem. It's not that time yet. Fully utilize your own advantages. Yan, do you remember the vast sea cosmic shroud I gave you? The vast sea cosmic shroud has 4 skills. One of them is a group attack skill called Vast Sea Raging Waves, which requires a person's entire spirit power to be unleashed. Yan Yan, you are a spirit Douluo with level 86 spirit power, but you have consumed the immortal herb dragon origin fruit, have a full set of 6 spirit bones, and a 100,000-year 8th spirit ring. The quality of your spirit power is not inferior to a titled Douluo's. Using all your spirit power to unleash vast sea raging waves would be equivalent to a titled Douluo powerhouse, spending all their spirit power to unleash a 100,000-year group attack skill. It can definitely crush the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan. But after using this move, you will exhaust all your spirit power. To prevent any fish from escaping the net, it's best to lure all the Devil Spirit Great White Sharks to a specific terrain so that none of them can get away. Tomorrow, you continue to challenge the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan. Don't let Zio Bai see that you have a countermeasure. You must show weakness to the enemy and nurture Zio Bai's arrogance. I'll look around nearby and pick a suitable terrain for an ambush. Hearing Lu Chen's plan, Zio Wu Zhuzhuking and Dugu Yan's eyes all lit up. They looked at Lu Chen with eyes full of admiration, like fangirls seeing their idol. Chapter 292. The vast sea cosmic shroud shows its might. For a full month, Zio Wu, Zhuzhuking, and Dugu Yan challenged the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan every day. Every challenge ended in defeat. This made Zio Bai feel her grudge was being avenged, and with each victory, her temperament gradually became arrogant and overbearing. On this day, Zio Wu, Zhuzhuking, and Dugu Yan went to challenge the Devil Spirit Great White Shark clan once again. Within the ocean, one blue dorsal fin after another glided back and forth across the sea's surface, cutting through the water and kicking up spray, creating a spine-chilling sense of pressure. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to Infinite Novel audiobooks. Beneath those dorsal fins were individual Devil Spirit Great White Sharks, one of the overlord spirit beasts of the ocean. In the center of those Devil Spirit Great White Sharks was an exceptionally large one. It was Zio Bai. Zio Bai poked her head out of the water and looked at Zhuzhuking flying in midair. Zhuzhuking was holding Dugu Yan in her arms, while an evil god hook made of bone segments was wrapped around Zio Wu's waist. In this manner, Zhuzhuking flew through the sky, towing the other two. Zio Bai mocked them loudly. You really never learn. Flying in the sky only makes you sitting ducks for us. Since you haven't suffered enough, I'll give you your fill. Demon shark teeth fire. At Zio Bai's command, waves surged in the ocean as the Devil Spirit Great White Sharks breached the surface, opening their mouths to fire tooth-shaped, blue-gray light blades. The light blades cut through the air with explosive bangs, shooting toward the 3 women in the sky from all directions. Zio Wu shouted, "Paragon Golden Body." As her 4th spirit ring brightened, a layer of golden energy surged from her body, condensing into a golden shield around her. Relying on her Paragon Golden Body, Zio Wu shielded Zhuzhuking and Dugu Yan behind her. Bang, bang, bangs, bang. A series of demon shark teeth slammed into the Paragon Golden Body, causing ripples to spread across it, yet there was no sign of it breaking. This defensive spirit ability, which could be called a divine skill, was not so easily breached. With a solemn expression, Zio Wu spoke without looking back. Zhuking, proceed according to plan. Zhuzhuking nodded slightly. The evil god wings on her back flapped violently, turning her into a black stream of light that quickly vanished from the spot, soaring toward the distant horizon. In Zhuzhuking's arms, Dugu Yan, who had remained still, held a 4-sided rhombohedral crystal in her hands. It was the vast sea cosmic shroud. She was continuously injecting her spirit power into it. Dugu Yan kept a tense face, minimizing her spirit power fluctuations. The success of the plan hinged on this moment, so she couldn't let Zio Bai notice anything. The 3 women coordinated with perfect chemistry. Zio Wu blocked the demon shark teeth. Zhuzhuking fled with the others, and Dugu Yan secretly charged her ultimate move. Seeing the 3 women flee, Zio Bai didn't suspect a thing. Over a month of continuous victories had made her extremely arrogant. She didn't even consider that this might be a trap. Clan members after them. We can't let them escape. We will claim victory today as well. Amidst the sound of splashing water, Xiao Bai led over 300 devil spirit great white sharks in pursuit of the direction Zhu Zhuqing had fled. One side chased while the other fled, and they quickly covered a distance of over 1,000 meters. During the chase, the devil spirit great white shark clan, led by Xiao Bai, continuously fired demon shark teeth. The dense barrage of demon shark teeth was enough to make anyone's skin crawl. The sisters Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing coordinated perfectly. Zhu Zhuqing used her agile movements to dodge most of the demon shark teeth, while Xiao Wu used her paragon golden body to block those that were impossible to avoid. Under the sisters' cooperation, the devil spirit great white shark clan's offensive was neutralized. As for Du Guyan, she was still silently pouring spirit power into the vast sea cosmic shroud. Amidst the constant pursuit, Zhu Zhuqing flew to a strait where 2,000-foot-high peaks rose from the sea, intersecting to form a long, narrow passage. As Zhu Zhuqing approached, the surging spirit power fluctuations startled a large flock of white seabirds, which chirped incessantly as they took flight from the strait into the sky. Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced. This was the critical moment. This was the optimal terrain Lu Chen had chosen for them to confront the devil spirit great white shark clan. She looked down and met Du Guyan's eyes. Du Guyan responded with a look of firm determination. This slightly eased Zhu Zhuqing's nerves. Without any hesitation, she dove headfirst into the narrow passage between the 2,000-foot peaks. Chasing from behind, Xiao Bai was completely unaware of the danger. Her eyes shimmered with excitement, as if she could see another victory beckoning to her. Clan members, charge with me. Thinking you can take on our devil spirit great white shark clan just by hiding in a strait and using the terrain, it's pure delusion. We have 300 devil spirit great white sharks. Even if we go in one by one, we can drain your spirit power dry. Waves churned and ripples spread. Completely oblivious to the danger, Xiao Bai led the 300 devil spirit great white sharks right behind Zhu Zhuqing, plunging into the middle of the strait. The strait was quite narrow, only 30 meters at its widest and a mere 10 meters at its narrowest. This forced the devil spirit great white shark clan's formation to become increasingly compact, with them almost touching one another. Half a minute later, when the last devil spirit great white shark followed them into the strait, they were already like turtles in a jar. Sensing all this, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly turned around. Du Guyan, who she had been holding, looked quite pale due to excessive spirit power consumption. Pushing her hands forward from her chest, a four-sided rhombohedral crystal emitting blue ripples floated in front of Du Guyan. Vast sea raging, waves. Du Guyan spoke each word deliberately. The vast sea cosmic shroud, infused with all her spirit power, erupted with an extremely brilliant blue light that filled the dark, damp strait. Intense energy fluctuations spread out, causing the peaks on both sides to shake violently. Rumble, rumble, boulders tumbled down and the sea surged with waves. It was as if the world were ending, the entire world was trembling. Xiao Bai felt a chill run down her spine. Only now did she realize she had likely been tricked. Looking around, she saw the 1,000-foot peaks towering on both sides. Around her, the entire devil spirit great white shark clan was packed tightly together, leaving no room to dodge or even turn around. Xiao Bai screamed in fury. Cunning humans, I won't let you have your way. Demon shark domain. A blue-gray light spread out, enveloping the seawater within a 300-meter radius. Under her expert control, a 100-meter-high wave surged up and rapidly crystallized, forming a wall of crystal. Rumble, rumble. The brilliant blue light swept up hundreds of tons of seawater, soaring into the sky and blasting forward with unstoppable force. Even though the cliffs on both sides weren't hit directly by the blue light, they still suffered, being torn into fragments of various sizes. Bang, bangs, bang. The blue light smashed Xiao Bai's crystal wall to pieces with ease. How could her control over seawater possibly compare to that of the vast sea cosmic shroud? The vast sea cosmic shroud was, after all, the sea god's heart. No. After the crystal wall shattered, Xiao Bai and her devil spirit great white shark clan were struck head-on by that blue light. Miserable screams rang out incessantly. Under the assault of the vast sea-raging waves, one devil spirit great white shark after another was tossed into the sky. Even Xiao Bai was no exception. She nearly lost all control over her body. The blue light slammed into her, numbing half her body. She was eventually flung into the air, bouncing between the mountain cliffs on either side. Xiao Bai spat out mouthfuls of blood. Her consciousness was fading, with only one thought remaining in her mind. I should never have underestimated them. With even Xiao Bai beaten to such a state, the other 10,000-year and 1,000-year devil spirit great white sharks fared even worse. Some had their bodies torn apart and were on the verge of death, gasping their last breaths. With just one strike, the entire devil spirit great white shark clan was crushed. The power of these vast sea-raging waves was by no means inferior to 100,000-year spirit ability. Furthermore, having drained all the spirit power of Douluo Yan, an 86th rank spirit Douluo, the power was bound to be extraordinary. Douluo Yan's rank 86 spirit power could certainly rival the rank 91 spirit power of an ordinary titled Douluo. This was equivalent to a rank 91 titled Douluo exhausting all their spirit power to unleash 100,000-year area of effect spirit ability. The effect was truly outstanding. Chapter 293, Returning to the Continent. As Xiao Bai and the devil spirit great white shark clan were all blasted into the sky by Douluo Yan's single shot of vast sea-raging waves. This fourth trial, Demon Shark Shock, was undoubtedly passed. That majestic voice echoed in the minds of Xiao Wu, Zhu Xiuqing, and Douluo Yan. Top Tier 7 trials. Fourth trial, Demon Shark Shock, completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 1 rank, all spirit rings increased by 1,000 years. Top Tier 7 trials, fourth trial, Demon Shark Shock, completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 1 rank, all spirit rings increased by 1,000 years. Sea God 9 trials, fourth trial, Demon Shark Shock, completed. Reward, spirit power increased by 2 ranks, Sea God affinity increased by 10%. Warm currents were released from the marks on the foreheads of Xiao Wu, Zhu Xiuqing, and Douluo Yan. These currents swept through their limbs, bones, and internal organs, flowing through their meridians into their dantian, causing their spirit power to grow rapidly. This made the 3 girls overjoyed. Zhu Xiuqing landed on a large rock, set down Xiao Wu and Douluo Yan, and then they each sat cross-legged to begin their meditation method to absorb the rewarded spirit power. While the 3 girls were absorbing the rewarded spirit power, with splash after splash, the devil spirit great white sharks that had been thrown into the sky, including Xiao Bai, fell back into the sea one by one. The power of vast sea-raging waves was too strong. Many of the devil spirit great white sharks were floating on the surface, gasping for breath, bellies up, looking more dead than alive. Xiao Bai was a bit better. As a 100,000-year spirit beast, although she was also injured, it wasn't fatal. She struggled to look around at her clansmen, all floating belly up and barely breathing. She regretted it. Large tears slid from her beastly eyes as Xiao Bai began to cry out in grief and regret. It's my fault, it's all my fault. If I hadn't acted on impulse and led my clan into this strait, I definitely could have led them to dodge that attack just now. It would never have ended like this, with my clansmen severely wounded. I regret it so much. At this moment, Douluo Yan, who was still absorbing the rewarded spirit power, floated up uncontrollably. The blue-gold trident mark on her forehead suddenly erupted with an extremely brilliant blue-gold light, filling the entire strait. That light carried an extremely holy aura. When it enveloped Xiao Bai and the devil spirit Great White Shark clan, it was like flowing water, penetrating into the bodies of the many devil spirit Great White Sharks. Under the nourishment of that blue-gold light, the injuries of Xiao Bai and the other devil spirit Great White Sharks healed at a rate visible to the naked eye. Xiao Bai felt her body grow warm, as if soaking in a hot spring. This feeling made her eyes widen in excitement. Her eyes filled with fanaticism. Sea God's light, it's Lord Sea God's light. With the nourishment of the Sea God's light, the clansmen will soon recover. Thank you, Lord Sea God. As the Sea God's mount, Xiao Bai naturally recognized the Sea God's light. Now, she no longer had any other thoughts about Douluo Yan, only fanaticism and respect remained. At this time, Douluo Yan had cleared the first 4 trials of the Sea God 9 trials. Clearing the first 2 trials each rewarded a 5% increase in Sea God affinity, and clearing the latter 2 each rewarded a 10% increase. Her Sea God affinity had reached 30%, which met the prerequisite for using the Sea God's light. It must be said that this ability came at exactly the right time. Douluo Yan, with the cooperation of Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, had successfully defeated Xiao Bai and the devil spirit Great White Shark clan. This would make them feel fear, but not true respect. It might even breed resentment in their hearts. Now that Douluo Yan had obtained the Sea God's light ability, it first confirmed her status as the Sea God's successor. And second, by healing the devil spirit Great White Shark clan through the Sea God's light, she could truly gain their recognition, making them both revere and fear her, believing in her from the bottom of their hearts. About half an hour later, the blue-gold light that filled the entire strait began to contract rapidly, eventually retreating back into the blue-gold trident on Douluo Yan's forehead. Her figure, floating in midair, slowly descended to the ground, her face still showing a bit of confusion as if waking from a dream. Douluo Yan didn't actually know what had happened just now. When she finished absorbing her rewarded spirit power, her spirit power increased from rank 86 to 88. She felt her forehead burning, and the mark there was even absorbing her spirit power. But since she didn't sense any malice, she didn't resist. The mark on her forehead, after absorbing her spirit power, transformed into the blue-gold light that had just filled the entire strait. Beside Douluo Yan, Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing also woke up. After each finishing their rewarded spirit power absorption, Xiao Wu's spirit power increased from rank 63 to 64, and her spirit ring configuration became 3 purple and 3 black. The 4th spirit ring had finally turned black after the upgrade. Zhu Zhuqing's spirit power increased from rank 64 to 65, and her spirit ring configuration also became 3 purple and 3 black. Such a configuration would be enough to drop anyone's jaw on the Douluo Continent. Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing both sized up Douluo Yan curiously. Xiao Wu tilted her head and asked in confusion, Yan, what was that ability just now? That blue-gold light shining on me made me feel warm, as if my body and soul were being cleansed. Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. She was also very curious. Under the blue-gold light, she had the same feeling as Xiao Wu, that her body and soul were being cleansed. Facing the curiosity of the 2 girls, Douluo Yan shook her head troubledly. I don't know what happened just now either. The trident mark on my forehead was actively absorbing my spirit power. I didn't release that blue-gold light voluntarily. Just then, a clear and pleasant voice came from the sky. That is the Sea God's light, an ability unique to Lord Sea God. Miss Douluo, I must congratulate you. Now you can be considered a true Sea God successor. The Sea God's light has the power to suppress all sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts, and because of its holy attribute, it can also counter all fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters. Actually, the Sea God's light has many more uses, but you'll need to discover them yourself. The speaker was none other than High Priestess, Bo Saixi of Sea God Island. After she spoke, she and Lu Chen descended from the sky together. Lu Chen had been watching the three girls' trials all along. As for Bo Saixi, after sensing the aura of the sea god's light, she immediately rushed over from the sea god temple on Sea God Mountain. Although Lu Chen and Bo Saixi descended together, they had actually just run into each other. Hearing Bo Saixi's introduction, Douluo Yan showed a look of realization. So that blue gold light was such a domineering ability. It could suppress all sea spirit masters and sea spirit beasts, and counter all fallen spirit masters and evil spirit masters. Unsurprisingly, the sea god's light should also have healing properties. Douluo Yan looked at the sea in the distance, seeing the devil spirit great white sharks, led by Xiao Bai, bowing towards her. Previously, under the attack of vast sea-raging waves, every devil spirit great white shark had suffered injuries of varying severity. But looking at them now, their injuries were mostly healed. Even if they hadn't returned to their peak state, they were no longer in mortal danger. A look of reverence appeared in Xiao Bai's eyes. "My lady, in the previous trial, my clansmen and I were quite offensive towards you. Please do not blame us." Douluo Yan naturally wouldn't blame them. She even looked a bit guilty and quickly waved her hand. "Xiao Bai, don't say that. You were just performing your duty. On the contrary, we were the ones who severely injured you and your clan. Fortunately, the sea god's light has healing properties, otherwise, I really wouldn't know how to face you now." Hearing that Douluo Yan didn't blame them, Xiao Bai secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Then, she spoke forcefully. "To be bathed in the sea god's light is the honor of our devil spirit great white shark clan. From now on, your business is our business. If you have any instructions, my clansmen and I are willing to serve you." With these words, it meant Xiao Bai had recognized Douluo Yan. The true purpose of this fourth trial had been achieved. Lu Chen looked at Douluo Yan, then at Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, a satisfied look on his face. He was very satisfied with the strength the three girls had gained over the past year. Then Lu Chen smiled and said to Bo Saixi, "It's perfect that the High Priestess is here as well, so I don't have to go looking for you. I've come to bid you farewell. Xiao Wu Zhuqing and Yan Yan will be returning to the continent with me for a while. We need to take care of some matters. It will be a few months at most. After a few months, I'll bring Xiao Wu Zhuqing and Yan Yan back to Sea God Island to continue the trials." Hearing this, Bo Saixi was stunned. She frowned in thought for a moment, then let out a long breath. "According to the rules of Sea God Island, I cannot let you leave before you have passed all the trials. But now Miss Douluo can already release the sea god's light. She is the rule itself. Under the radiance of the sea god's light, even I must obey orders. If you wish to leave, then go. Just remember to return and continue the trials. If you cannot participate in your respective fifth trials within the specified time, it will be considered a failure. Miss Douluo has received the Sea God 9 trials. As long as she passes all 9, she will become the new Sea God. This concerns Lord Sea God's legacy. You must not take it lightly. That would be a desecration of Lord Sea God." Lu Chen readily agreed. He certainly wouldn't let such a prize slip away. The position of Sea God definitely belonged to Douluo Yan. He was just taking Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Douluo Yan back to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. With the girls' current strength, returning to crush the other young spirit masters and win the championship would be effortless. Lu Chen smiled. "No problem. I will definitely bring Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, and Yan Yan back for the trials within the specified time." As he spoke, Lu Chen reached out and clenched his hand. A burst of black light surged from his palm, condensing into a 4-meter-long giant black scythe. That was Lu Chen's second martial soul, the Destruction War Scythe. And beneath his feet, circle after circle of spirit rings rose up, all of them unexpectedly purple gold. Purple gold spirit rings. Each one was no less than 3 million years old. After those spirit rings appeared, the sky collapsed, the seawater surged backward, and space seemed to be locked down, turning the surroundings into an independent space. As a super Douluo, even Bo Saixi felt a sense of suffocation. Even her sea god martial soul was suppressed deep within her body. At this moment, her eyes were filled with horror. Xiao Bai and the Devil's Spirit Great White Shark Clan were also swept into the deep sea by the backflowing water, their hearts filled with deep dread. During this year, Lu Chen hadn't just been idling. The cultivation he had gained through his innate Dao body over the past year had all been poured into the spirit rings of his first and second martial souls. Now, all 18 spirit rings of his first and second martial souls were over 3 million years old. Although Lu Chen's spirit power was still at rank 99, breaking through to godhood was something he could do in a matter of minutes. His cultivation technique was basically finalized. If he wanted to, he could break through to godhood at any time. However, after becoming a god, the 2 god kings and 3 enforcers of the god realm might immediately urge him to go to the god realm. He hadn't settled the affairs of the Douluo Continent yet, so he had suppressed his progress toward godhood. / Lu Chen casually swung the destruction war scythe, and a rift was torn into the sky, deep, boundless, and pitch black, leading to an unknown location. After opening the spatial tunnel, Lu Chen brought Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dugu Yan to the rift and gave a final greeting to Bo Saixi. High Priestess, will be going now. Before Bo Saixi could respond, Lu Chen led the 3 girls into the spatial rift. As the 4 figures vanished, the spatial rift slowly healed. The terrifying pressure vanished, and Bo Saixi began to gasp for breath, her eyes full of disbelief. Purple gold spirit rings, those are at least million-year spirit rings. 9 whole million-year spirit rings. Is this something a human can really achieve? Chapter 294. Bibai Dong regains control of Spirit Hall. After a year, Lu Chen returned to the longevity sect. He dropped off Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing, letting them go rest on their own, while he took Dugu Yan to find Dugu Bo. First, he wanted to facilitate a family reunion so Dugu Bo could see Dugu Yan's growth over the past year. Second, Lu Chen wanted to ask Dugu Bo about the changes that had occurred on the continent during that time. The back hall. Dugu Bo was sitting at a desk, looking over files with a deep frown, lost in thought. He was the grand elder of the longevity sect. Since Lu Chen was away from the sect for years at a time, he had to manage all the sect's affairs, leaving him with little time to cultivate each day. At that moment, a clear voice drifted in from the doorway. "Big brother Dugu, it's been hard on you while I was away." Hearing this voice, Dugu Bo's eyes instantly widened. With an expression of pleasant surprise, he looked up toward the door. When he saw Lu Chen, he broke into a smile. When he saw Dugu Yan, he beamed like a flower in bloom, and the wrinkles on his face smoothed out. Clearly, Lu Chen and Dugu Yan held different positions in Dugu Bo's heart. In Dugu Bo's mind, Dugu Yan was the tender cabbage he had raised for 20 years, while Lu Chen was the pig that had come to root it up. Dugu Bo stood up, rounded the table, and walked quickly toward Lu Chen and Dugu Yan. He seemed to be speaking to Lu Chen, but in reality, his gaze never left Dugu Yan. "Lu Chen, Yan Yan, you're back. You've been gone for a whole year. Yan Yan, you've gotten thinner, and your skin isn't as fair as it used to be. It looks like you've suffered quite a bit. Was cultivating on Sea God Island really that exhausting?" Dugu Bo walked up to Dugu Yan. Seeing her much leaner frame and her wheat-colored skin, his face was filled with heartache. He pursed his lips and furrowed his brow, every wrinkle etched with concern. Hearing Dugu Bo's concern for her, Dugu Yan's eyes reddened slightly. She called out "Grandpa" and threw herself into Dugu Bo's arms, giving him a big hug. After hugging Dugu Bo, Dugu Yan shared her progress over the past year with an excited tone. "Grandpa, you definitely won't believe it. In just 1 year, my spirit power has increased by more than 10 ranks. I've gone from rank 75 spirit power to rank 88. With just 2 more ranks, I'll be a rank 90 quasi-titled Douluo. Hee, a quasi-titled Douluo in her 20s. Aside from Lu Chen, there's no one in the entire continent who can compare to me. Grandpa, let me tell you some more good news. The 8th spirit ring I absorbed on Sea God Island wasn't just some ordinary 10,000-year spirit ring, but a genuine 100,000-year spirit ring. I'm now a spirit master with a 100,000-year spirit ring. In a one-on-one fight, even ordinary titled Douluo are no match for me. In front of Douluo Bo, Douluo Yan seemed to turn back into a little girl, coquettishly showing off her growth over the past year to her grandfather. Douluo Bo listened, dumbfounded. His mouth hung open, and his eyes were glazed over in total disbelief. Increasing more than 10 ranks of spirit power in a year, from rank 75 to 88, this made Douluo Bo's jaw drop. After a long while, Douluo Bo snapped out of it and laughed up at the sky with delight. To Douluo Bo, hearing that Douluo Yan had become stronger made him even happier than if he had become stronger himself. Douluo Bo laughed for a long time before stopping. He looked at Douluo Yan again, his eyes full of doting affection, and finally, his gaze landed on Douluo Yan's forehead, looking at that blue-gold trident brand. The sacred and majestic aura emanating from that brand made Douluo Bo's mind momentarily dazed, and a sense of awe instinctively rose in his heart. Yan, this brand is. I heard Lu Chen say before that you received the Sea God's legacy. Does this brand have something to do with the Sea God? Douluo Yan nodded with a proud expression. That's right. This brand carries my Sea God 9 trials. I've already passed the first 4 trials. As long as I pass the remaining 5, I can truly become the new Sea God. Hearing this, Douluo Bo, who had originally wanted to reach out and touch the blue-gold trident brand, immediately pulled his hand back. He rubbed his palms together, showing a look of reverence. He didn't dare show any disrespect toward a brand related to the Sea God. Good. My granddaughter has the potential to become a god. Cough. At this point, Lu Chen, who had been left to the side, coughed twice to get Douluo Bo and Douluo Yan's attention. He then said with a slight smile, Big brother Douluo, Yan, I don't want to interrupt your family reunion, but I came here to find out about the changes on the continent over the past year. Has anything major happened on the continent this year? Hearing the question, Douluo Bo stroked his beard. His expression turned solemn, and his voice became low and exceptionally serious. For the most part, it's been fine. The continent has been relatively peaceful. But not long ago, a piece of news suddenly spread from Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong, who was once stripped of her position as Supreme Pontiff by Chen Daolu, has returned to Spirit Hall. I haven't heard of any major battles breaking out, but Bibai Dong has retaken the seat of the Supreme Pontiff. Don't you think that's strange? Bibai Dong, who was deposed, fled Spirit Hall only a year ago, yet she has already fought her way back. From the looks of it, she suppressed Chen Daolu without much effort and reclaimed her position as Supreme Pontiff. Although Bibai Dong hasn't made any big moves yet, I don't think she'll stay quiet for long. It's a good thing you've returned now. Otherwise, if she wanted to move against the longevity sect, these old bones of mine might not be her match. After all, even a super Douluo like Chen Daolu is no match for the current Bibai Dong. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow in surprise. Bibai Dong was back and had reclaimed her position as Supreme Pontiff, successfully pulling off a return of the Dragon King scenario. Lu Chen knew very well that within Spirit Hall, by utilizing the angel divine power, Chen Daolu possessed what was essentially divine rank combat power. To make Chen Daolu back down voluntarily, it seemed 9 times out of 10 that Bibai Dong had already truly become a god. Douluo Bo suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Oh right, there's one more thing. The sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, Hu Yanzhen, sent a letter a few days ago. I opened it and took a look. The gist of it is that Bibai Dong, having reclaimed her position, has once again sent people to contact the masters of the lower four sects, wanting them to work for her. Now that Bibai Dong is the supreme pontiff again, they don't dare to refuse her openly, so they want to ask you to step in and ensure justice. Now that you're back, perhaps you should go take a look. If no one stands up for the lower four sects under Bibai Dong's threat, I'm afraid they'll once again become her pawns. Lu Chen nodded thoughtfully. I understand. Big brother Dugu Yan Yan, you two continue catching up. I'll head to the Elephant Armored Academy to ask Sect Master Hu Yan Zhen about the specific situation. With those words, Lu Chen turned and left. Chapter 295. To destroy them, one must first make them mad. Elephant Armored Academy. Currently, Hu Yan Zhen, the sect master of the Elephant Armored Academy, was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. He paced back and forth within the sect's main hall, his brow furrowed deeply, sighing from time to time as if facing a difficult decision. What could make Hu Yan Zhen so anxious was, of course, the order from Bibai Dong. Bibai Dong had ordered him to lead the elites of the Elephant Armored Academy to Spirit City to await further instructions. In the past, Hu Yan Zhen might have led his people there without hesitation. But now, Hu Yan Zhen had already defected to Lu Chen. Having received a spirit bone and 10 million gold coins from Lu Chen, he was already completely devoted to him. Hu Yan Zhen didn't want to pay any attention to that stingy Bibai Dong, who only knew how to make empty promises. But there was no way around it. Although Bibai Dong was stingy, she was incredibly powerful. Now that she had returned to her position as the supreme pontiff of Spirit Hall, the immense power she wielded was not something Hu Yan Zhen could resist. Even though Hu Yan Zhen had become a titled Douluo, he still felt a sense of dread regarding Bibai Dong. After absorbing the spirit bone given by Lu Chen and undergoing a period of secluded cultivation, Hu Yan Zhen had officially broken through from level 89 spirit power to level 90. He had invited several other sect masters from the lower four sects to assist him in successfully hunting an 80,000-year-old giant tusk mammoth spirit beast. By absorbing its spirit ring, he had become a titled Douluo. The giant tusk mammoth was a variant of the diamond mammoth. It possessed not only the defensive capabilities of the diamond mammoth, but also a pair of indestructible giant tusks, making it a perfect blend of offense and defense. An ordinary titled Douluo would find it difficult to deal with. It was thanks to the masters of the lower four sects, each of whom possessed unique skills and was no ordinary spirit Douluo, that they were finally able to take down the giant tusk mammoth through their combined efforts. It was also during this hunt that Hu Yan Zhen told the others that he had received a spirit bone from Lu Chen. With the boost from the spirit bone and a period of seclusion, he had managed to break through to level 90 spirit power in one go. The other sect masters naturally felt incomparable envy as they watched Hu Yan Zhen become a titled Douluo. Therefore, when Hu Yan Zhen told them that they could receive a spirit bone reward and 10 million gold coins just by joining Lu Chen, was there even a need to hesitate? The olive branch was extended by the strongest person on the continent, and joining would be rewarded with a spirit bone and 10 million gold coins. Such generous benefits and treatment. These sect masters agreed without the slightest hesitation. Now they were just waiting for Lu Chen to return so everyone could have a formal meeting. After all, a defection needed to be handled with proper decorum. As it turned out, before Lu Chen could return, Bibai Dong had come back and reclaimed the position of Supreme Pontiff of Spirit Hall. This left Hu Yan Zhen feeling very helpless. Even though he was already a level 92 titled Douluo, he did not dare to openly defy Bibai Dong. "Sai, Your Excellency, where exactly have you gone? You haven't appeared on the continent for a whole year." Now Bibai Dong is being aggressive, with an arrogant attitude of, "Those who follow me shall prosper, those who oppose me shall perish." I've been pushed to the edge of a cliff. Just then, a calm and clear voice drifted in. "Sect Master Hu Yan, you seem quite troubled." Along with the voice, A tall and handsome figure slowly walked in from the main entrance. Hu Yanzhen's spirits lifted upon hearing this. He looked toward the entrance, and seeing that tall and handsome figure, he dropped to one knee on the ground with a look of extreme excitement. "Your Excellency, you've finally returned. Now I'm not afraid. Even if Bibai Dong comes personally, she won't be your match. Your Excellency, I have completed the task. I have persuaded the sect masters of the Wind Sword sect, the Black Tiger sect, and the Fire Leopard sect. They are ready to join you at any time. It's just that Bibai Dong has made a comeback and is threatening us, ordering each of us to lead our sect's elites to Spirit City to await orders. From what I know, Bibai Dong seems to be planning something during the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. While I'm not sure of her true objective, it's definitely a major move, possibly targeting the Longevity sect and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect." Lu Chen walked into the hall and sat down in the main seat. With a wave of his hand, an invincible force surrounded Hu Yanzhen and forcibly lifted him up. Hu Yanzhen was greatly shocked. He was already a level 92 titled Douluo, yet the power from Lu Chen's casual wave still felt insurmountable to him. Just what kind of realm was this? Hu Yanzhen looked at Lu Chen, his eyes filled with fanatical light. Meanwhile, Lu Chen rubbed his chin, a thoughtful expression appearing on his face. "Bibai Dong is back, and she's most likely become a god. That's how she was able to suppress Cayenne Dalu in Spirit Hall. After all, with the help of angel divine power, Cayenne Dalu possesses legitimate divine rank combat power within Spirit Hall. Bibai Dong could only suppress Cayenne Dalu and reclaim the position of Supreme Pontiff so easily if she had truly become a god. But after becoming a god, she didn't immediately come to seek revenge on me. Is she wary of me, or is it because she has much larger designs?" Based on the information provided by Hu Yanzhen, Bibai Dong gathering the elite spirit masters of the lower 4 sects means she has designs on the upper 3 sects. She plans to execute her soul hunting plan during the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament. Interesting. After executing the soul hunting plan, will it be time to establish the Spirit Empire? Whom the gods would destroy, they first make mad. Since Bibai Dong plans to go mad, I'll let her be as mad as possible. Let her be the blade that breaks the old order. It will save me a lot of effort. Lu Chen struck his left palm with his right fist, having made a decision. He then looked at Hu Yanzhen and said with a smile, "Sect Master Hu Yan, in the future, there's no need to kneel randomly before me. I don't care for such empty formalities. A man has gold beneath his knees. He only kneels to heaven, earth, and his parents. You can respect me. But you don't need to kneel to me. From what you've described, Bibai Dong's designs are likely not small, and her return to the position of Supreme Pontiff shows her strength has grown even greater, perhaps even surpassing Cayenne Dalu. Killing Bibai Dong will require a long-term plan. For now, lead the Elephant Armored Academy and the Elephant Armor Academy to relocate to the Longevity Sex location. With my protection, Bibai Dong won't dare to act rashly. Additionally, come with me for a trip. We'll go to the Wind Sword sect, the Black Tiger sect, and the Fire Leopard sect, and have those major sects relocate to the Longevity sect as well. As long as we support each other, and I am there to oversee things, Bibai Dong will definitely not dare to invade easily." Hu Yanzhen was moved to tears of excitement. Not only was Lu Chen powerful, but more importantly, he was so approachable. As the strongest person on the continent, he didn't put on any airs of a superior being. Lu Chen gave Hu Yanzhen respect, and now Hu Yanzhen's loyalty was at its peak. He wouldn't even hesitate to die for Lu Chen. Hearing Lu Chen's arrangements, Hu Yanzhen agreed without any hesitation. He was about to kneel again, but remembering Lu Chen's words, his body suddenly tensed up and he stood ramrod straight. Because of his massive physique, he looked like an Iron Tower. Hu Yanzhen cupped his fists in a salute, his expression fanatical. "This subordinate obeys. From now on, Hu Yanzhen, and the elephant-armored academy are willing to become the sharpest spear and the thickest shield under the sect master's command. As soon as he finished speaking, Hu Yanzhen turned and left to instruct the disciples within the sect to prepare for the move. While the disciples of the elephant-armored academy were packing their belongings, Hu Yanzhen accompanied Lu Chen to the Wind Sword sect, the Black Tiger sect, and the Fire Leopard sect. These sects had also received Bibai Dong's orders, and they had originally been worrying over whether they should obey her. But now, everything was fine. Lu Chen had arrived. Lu Chen only had to give out 3 spirit bones and 30 million gold coins to make the 3 sect masters of the 3 major sects bow their heads in submission, agreeing to lead their disciples and relocate together to the Longevity sect. The simultaneous relocation of the lower 4 sects of the Spirit Master's world was no small piece of news. It was like a storm that swept across the Douluo Continent in a short time. Inside the Supreme Pontiff Palace in Spirit City, terrifying divine thought was nearly boiling, causing the entire Supreme Pontiff Palace to tremble as if it would collapse in the next moment. Bibai Dong, who had already broken through to godhood, was surrounded by a swirl of eerie green divine force. She gnashed her teeth in hatred. Lu Chen. Bibai Dong hated Lu Chen to the extreme. Lu Chen had taken the 7th spirit ring of her soul-eating spider emperor and her 100,000-year-old left leg spirit bone, turning her into a cripple. If she hadn't encountered another opportunity after fleeing Spirit Hall, she never could have successfully inherited the Rakshasa god position within a single year. Now Lu Chen had turned the lower 4 sects against her, once again severing one of her arms and greatly reducing the number of experts she could mobilize. Thinking of this, Bibai Dong wished she could go and hack Lu Chen to pieces right now. But she ultimately endured it. She ground out a sentence through her teeth. A little impatience spoils great plans. Bibai Dong had to admit that Lu Chen's strength was terrifyingly high. In Spirit Hall, Qian Dailiu was a legitimate divine rank combatant when using angel divine power, yet Lu Chen could clash head-on with him using only his physical body. Even though Bibai Dong had become a god, she was not 100% certain she could kill Lu Chen. Moreover, Qian Dailiu was still hiding in the Elder Hall, the place where the angel divine power was most concentrated. Even as the Rakshasa god, Bibai Dong could not forcibly break into the Elder Hall. According to Bibai Dong's plan, she would complete the soul hunting plan during the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, eliminate all opposing forces, and then merge all kingdoms and duchies to officially establish the Spirit Empire. Then she would declare war on the 2 great empires, throwing the entire Douluo Continent into chaos. Once order was lost, and killing, looting, and violence became the norm on the continent, the hearts of people would fall into ruin, and the evil thoughts in their hearts would be triggered, allowing her Rakshasa divine force to expand to its limit. As long as the Douluo Continent fell into ultimate chaos, Bibai Dong could fully exert the power of the Rakshasa god. At that time, whether she wanted to kill Lu Chen or completely sever the angel lineage, it would all be within a single thought. As the god of evil thoughts, the Rakshasa god could absorb all the evil thoughts in people's hearts and transform them into her own continuous stream of divine force. Bibai Dong withdrew her divine thought, a shadow of gloom flashing in her eyes. Lu Chen, just you wait. I will definitely have my revenge on you. And Qian Dailiu, thinking you can rest easy just by hiding in the Elder Hall, jai. Once the continent falls into ultimate chaos, it will be the opportunity for me, Bibai Dong, to completely eradicate your angel lineage. Chapter 296. The Spirit Master Competition begins. The establishment of the Longevity sect involved Lu Chen occupying the mountain gates of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School. The 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School possessed vast resources. Besides the sect on the mountain, there was also the 7 Treasure City at the foot of the mountain, which covered an extremely vast area and was fully equipped with all kinds of architectural facilities. The Elephant Armored Academy, Wind Sword Sect, Black Tiger Sect, and Fire Leopard Sect spent over 10 days relocating all their disciples, as well as the women, children, and elderly to the Longevity Sect, allowing them to move in immediately. Chen was very generous, giving each of the 4 sects a 10,000-year spirit bone and 10 million gold coins. Regardless, the spirit bones were looted from the Clear Sky Sect, and the gold coins were looted from the 7 treasure glazed tile school. Chen was only responsible for being generous. The 10,000-year spirit bones bought over the sect masters of the 4 sects, while the 10 million gold coins bought over the disciples of the 4 sects. From now on, these lower 4 sects officially became affiliate sects of the Longevity Sect. Both sides gained tremendous benefits from this. The Longevity Sect greatly expanded its influence, and the 4 sects also reaped tangible benefits, gaining a rock-solid backing so they would not fear reckoning from the Spirit Hall and Bibaidong. The 4 sects defecting to the Longevity Sect truly stirred up a storm on the Douluo Continent and remained a popular topic of conversation for a period of time. However, not long after, another major event overshadowed the storm caused by the 4 sects defecting to the Longevity Sect. The quinquennial Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament was about to begin. This was a grand event that the entire continent focused its attention on. Any student from a Spirit Master Academy who performed exceptionally well in the Spirit Master competition would immediately be frantically recruited by various factions upon graduation. This was a great opportunity for young Spirit Masters to make a name for themselves. The Spirit Master competition was divided into 3 stages: the preliminary rounds, the promotion round, and the grand finals. In the preliminary stage, there were 5 major competition zones. The Heaven Dew Empire and its 4 subordinate kingdoms were each designated as a competition zone. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. The preliminary rounds for the Heaven Dew Zone were held at the Heaven Dew Great Soul Arena, which had closed its doors a month ago. After a month of renovations, it was finally transformed into a massive venue capable of accommodating 100,000 people before the start of the Spirit Master competition. Today was the day the Spirit Master competition opened. On the playground of the Longevity Academy, Chen scanned the crowd before him. Yin and Ru, who were the Vice Dean and Dean of Academic Affairs of the Longevity Academy, would serve as the team leader and deputy team leader for the Changsheng Academy team. Following them were Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and 7 other elite disciples carefully selected by the Longevity Academy. These 7 elite disciples, 4 males and 3 females, had each attained a cultivation level above rank 35 after a year of training under Yin and Ru. Compared to ordinary academies, this was considered quite impressive. After all, the training time had been too short. It had only been a little over a year since the Longevity Academy was established. But it didn't matter. As long as Duguyan Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuqing were there, 1 Spirit Douluo and 2 Spirit Emperors, they could absolutely win the Spirit Master Competition Championship with ease. Chen waved at everyone and said with a smile, "This is our Changsheng Academy team's first appearance at the Spirit Master Competition, but I believe that you will definitely be able to win the championship. You are competing in the name of the Longevity Academy, while I will be in the VIP stand as a special guest, watching you the whole time." Yin stepped forward, raised her fair and tender fist, and with a confident smile on her moist, smooth and fair, delicate face, she echoed, "Changsheng team, victory is ours." Victory! The 10 participating members of the Changsheng team also shouted out in unison. Just a day ago, Dugu Yan, Xiao Wu, and Zhu Zhuqing had shown a little bit of their strength in front of the other 7 participating members. That exaggerated, perverted spirit ring configuration left the other 7 participating members so shocked that they were completely speechless. With Dugu Yan as a spirit Douluo possessing a 100,000-year spirit ring, and Xiao Wu and Zhu Zhuking as spirit emperors with a 3 purple, 3 black spirit ring configuration, there was simply no possibility of losing. Now that victory was 100% locked in, Lu Chen didn't need to say much more. He smiled and waved his hand. Then let's set off. Afterward, led by Yin and Ru, the 10 participating members of the Changsheng team boarded 2 luxury carriages one after another, left the Longevity Academy, and headed toward the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena. Lu Chen watched them leave, raised his hand to rub his chin, and smiled with a mischievous look on his face. Haha, I wonder which unlucky fellows will run into our Changsheng Academy team at the Spirit Master competition. I hope they can be a bit more confident and not get scared into seclusion by Yan Yan's Xiao Wu and Zhuking. Also, there is Shrek Academy. Tang San probably hasn't seen his mother yet. Tang Hao is already dead, so he has no idea that his mother is a transformed 100,000-year blue-silver emperor. I really don't know what kind of expression Tang San will have when he sees Yin, Tusk. I definitely can't miss this good show. After speaking, Lu Chen soared into the air and flew up into the sky. At this moment, 4 figures were waiting in the sky. They were, respectively, Elephant Armored Academy Sectmaster Hu Yanzhen, whose figure was as burly as an iron tower, Wind Sword Sectmaster Feng Beilong, who wore white robes and was dashing and handsome, Black Tiger Sectmaster Mo Yu, who exuded a ferocious aura like a beast, and Fire Leopard Sectmaster Li Yunshin, who had red hair and red eyes like a suppressed volcano. Hu Yanzhen was already a titled Douluo and could fly in the sky by himself. Feng Beilong was flying on his sword. His wind sword had transformed to a size of 10 meters, and Mo Yu and Li Yunshin were also being carried by Feng Beilong, standing on the wind sword. When the 4 of them saw Lu Chen appear, they all respectfully cupped their hands in a salute. Greetings, Sect Master. Lu Chen waved his hand with a faint smile. No need for formalities. With Big Brother Dugu watching over things, we don't need to worry about sect affairs. Today, you will accompany me on a trip to watch the opening of the Spirit Master competition as special guests. A gleam flashed in the eyes of Hu Yanzhen and the other 3 as they loudly replied. Yes. Lu Chen was the strongest powerhouse on the continent. Being able to follow by his side was a tremendous honor for them. Then, with Lu Chen in the lead and Hu Yanzhen, Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and Li Yunshin following behind, the 5 of them flew toward the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena together. In just a short while, the 5 of them arrived at the Heaven-Do Great Soul Arena, descended directly from the sky, and arrived at the location of the VIP stand. On the VIP stand, Emperor Zhu Beng, who was originally seated, along with Prince Zhu Exing, immediately jumped up from their chairs upon seeing this. Zhu Beng looked at Lu Chen, then at Hu Yanzhen, Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and Li Yunshin behind Lu Chen, and he was truly gnashing his teeth in frustration. Lu Chen was already the strongest powerhouse in the world, and now that he had subdued the lower 4 sects of the 7 great sects, his status in the Spirit Master's world was almost unshakable. This made Zhu Beng, the emperor of the Heaven-Do Empire, feel deep jealousy and dissatisfaction in his heart. He was the supreme emperor, yet now he had to bow down under Lu Chen. But he was powerless to oppose Lu Chen, so he could only remain inferior. Zhu Beng lowered his posture and said with a face full of smiles, His Excellency Changsheng, your arrival truly makes us feel honored. During the opening ceremony of the Spirit Master competition in a moment, I ask that Your Excellency say a few words to encourage the young Spirit Masters who have come to compete. Lu Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. Relying on his current divine thought, no matter how well Zhu Beng disguised himself, the jealousy and dissatisfaction in his heart could not escape Lu Chen's perception. Lu Chen sighed inwardly. That Zhu Beng, who had once knelt before him, saying with a face full of longing, "I want to be the emperor," now that he had ascended the throne, only had a mindset of returning kindness with enmity toward him. Power is truly intoxicating. But it didn't matter. This corrupt and backward feudal system would sooner or later be swept into the dustbin by him. Lu Chen waved his hand listlessly. "No need. I'm just here to watch the excitement, just arrange a few seats for us." Hearing this, Zhu Beng did not dare to be negligent and immediately gave orders to prepare seats on the VIP stand for Lu Chen, Hu Yanzhen, Feng Beilong, Mo Yu, and Li Yunshen. On their other side sat an old man wearing white and gold robes. His beard and hair were all white, the top of his head was slightly bald, and his face was full of wrinkles. He looked to be very old. He was the newly appointed Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Temple in Heaven Dew City, Morton. Right now, Morton was somewhat restless. Because the previous Platinum Bishop, Salas, had died at the hands of Lu Chen. Now that Lu Chen was sitting right next to him, Morton looked uneasy, occasionally scratching his hands or shaking his legs, trying to ease his mood. He couldn't stop making all sorts of small, nervous gestures. Seeing this scene, Zhu Beng was smug. In his heart, both the Spirit Hall and Lu Chen had become potential enemies. If the two sides could fight, he would wake up laughing even in his dreams. Lu Chen glanced at Zhu Beng. All of his thoughts were laid bare before him. As a dignified emperor, instead of thinking about developing people's livelihoods or strengthening the military, he only focused on these petty schemes. Zhu Beng is hopeless. When Bibai Dong establishes the Spirit Empire, I will let him see with his own eyes what it means to have his country destroyed and his family ruined. At that time, the old order will collapse, and I will establish a new order upon the ruins. Chapter 297. Mother and son meet, but do not recognize each other. The Heaven Dew Great Soul Arena has two entry channels. One is the audience entry channel. The other is the contestant entry channel. At this moment, at the contestant entry channel, a dilapidated carriage slowly drove over and finally stopped in front of the channel. It was not a large carriage, yet it was forcefully squeezed with 10 people. Flender Yu Xiaoging, Liu Erlong Dai Mu by Oscar, Ma Hongzhen, Tang San Tai Long, Jiang Ling, and Jiangzhu. A full 10 people walked out one after another from that carriage that didn't look very big. It had quite the flair of a troop transport vehicle. After coming out and taking a breath of fresh air, Liu Erlong's face turned green. She glared at Flender angrily. "Boss Flender, although our Shrek Academy is poor, we aren't so poor that we can't afford to rent 2 carriages. You actually made the 10 of us squeeze into one carriage. You know how fat your disciple Ma Hongzhen is? One person took up the space of 3. I was almost squeezed to death." Hearing Liu Erlong's complaint, the one-armed Flender and the chubby Ma Hongzhen, this pair of master and disciple, looked awkward. Liu Erlong had a fiery temper and intense killing intent. She scolded Ma Hongzhen for being fat, and Ma Hongzhen could only take it, not daring to talk back. He lowered his head, poking his 2 index fingers together. A 300-pound fat man acting in such a coy manner was indescribably disgusting. Flender felt sorry for his disciple and also pained by the money. He lowered his head and cried out, "Erlong, the academy isn't doing well either. Before, when you didn't set enrollment requirements, we could still recruit quite a few students. But now that I'm the dean, I certainly can't have no requirements. Shrek Academy only accepts monsters, not ordinary students. Even if I have to lower the standards, they must at least be under 12 years old and have over 15 levels of spirit power. I have already lowered the requirements significantly, but those students still can't meet the standards. One by one, they dropped out and ran to Longevity Academy, causing the academy's income to drop significantly. Renting one carriage, there was no other way. As long as our little freaks perform excellently in the Spirit Master competition, everything will get better. Those genius students will know the prowess of our Shrek Academy and will clamor to join our academy. When that time comes, our academy won't lack funds." Mentioning this, Liu Erlong's face looked even worse. Establishing Blue Tyrant Academy in the past was to give ordinary people a chance to enter a high-level Spirit Master Academy. Liu Erlong had suffered. She was the illegitimate daughter of Yu Luomian and was not acknowledged by her father or the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan from a young age, so she knew that even if ordinary people awakened their spirit without suitable training, their future achievements would be very limited. Because she had suffered and been out in the rain, after she grew up, Liu Erlong established Blue Tyrant Academy, which only recruited civilian students. Now that she had given the academy to Flender, Flender moved that set of Shrek's ways into Blue Tyrant Academy exactly as it was, causing a large number of Blue Tyrant Academy's civilian students to leave. Many of those lost civilian students turned around and joined Longevity Academy. This caused Shrek Academy, only a year later, to be on the verge of bankruptcy. In managing the academy and training students, Flender was an outsider. A perfectly good academy could be run into bankruptcy by him. Liu Erlong sighed with a dark face. "I hope so. This academy is yours now, but I built it once, and I absolutely do not want to see it close down." Flender looked at Shrek's 7 students with confidence, his voice firm. "It definitely will." Among Shrek's 7 students, since Dai Mubai had his little brother cut off, he had lost all worldly desires, but instead, he was able to calm down and cultivate. In 1 year, his spirit power increased by more than 4 levels, and he was now a level 46 spirit ancestor. This showed that his talent was not just a little bit better than his brother Dai Weissi's. He had just been afraid, timid, and fearful, eventually choosing to escape. Oscar, this genius spirit master with innate full spirit power, having seen with his own eyes Zhu Zhuking destroy Dai Mubai's little brother, was too scared to go out and fool around anymore. He honestly stayed at the school to cultivate and was now a level 37 spirit elder. He was only 16 years old. As a food-type spirit master, his cultivation speed surpassed many battle spirit masters. Ma Hongjun, there was nothing much to say about this guy. Because of his evil fire, his habit of looking for women could not be changed at all. Now his spirit power had reached level 37, but the evil fire was getting stronger, and the frequency of him looking for women was getting higher. It was estimated that by the time he broke through to level 50, he would have to rely on women to vent his evil fire for half the day, and he would sooner or later degenerate into an evil spirit master. Tang San, ever since Tang San chose to degenerate, his cultivation speed had become faster and faster. He was now a level 54 spirit king. Think about those evil spirit masters in the second part of the series. Often in just a year or 2, their strength would skyrocket. Now Tang San was the same. His face was unusually pale, but his lips were as red as blood. There were no whites in his eyes, only a scarlet red like blood. His 2 black pupils revealed a bit of illusion, with a kind of indifference that seemed to choose people to devour. Even Dai Mubai, Oscar, and Ma Hongjun, who were once quite close to him, were now terrified when they saw Tang San, feeling that in Tang San's eyes, they were no different from livestock waiting to be slaughtered. Now Tang San was the hope of Shrek Academy. They shamelessly believed that they had cultivated a level 54 spirit king, and this time they would definitely stand out in the spirit master competition. Others like Tai Long, Jiang Ling, and Jiang Zhu were all around level 35 spirit power. Their existence was to fill the shortage of manpower. Flender waved his one arm. Let's go in." Just as they were about to enter the great spirit arena, a sound of horse hooves rang out. The next moment, 2 luxurious carriages slowly drove over and stopped in front of their dilapidated carriage. Comparing the 2, Flender, Yu Xiaoging, Liu Erlong, and the others all felt their faces burning. This naked crushing of financial power made a miser like Flender red with jealousy. Soon, the people from the luxurious carriages filed out one after another. The Shrek group saw the other party, and almost everyone's face changed. Tang San's body trembled. When he saw Ah Yin, the The bloodline in his body was pulsating along with it. Half of his bloodline originally came from Yin. Although it hadn't awakened, it couldn't change the essence. He opened his mouth, his blood-red eyes staring blankly at Yin, looking at the soft blue hair, looking at the pitiful brows and eyes. The throbbing in his heart became more and more intense. This feeling had no source. The aura on Yin made him feel incredibly close and familiar. Unfortunately, the current Tang San was no longer the previous Tang San. He had degenerated, his spirit controlled by a bloodthirsty will. At this moment, he actually licked his lips. The aura on this woman is too tempting. If I can devour her, it would be better than devouring 10,000-year spirit beasts. No, better than devouring 10,000-year spirit beasts. The improvement to me would be even greater. Yin seemed to perceive Tang San's malice. Her willow eyebrows stood up, and a cold light burst from her eyes. She could sense a bit of the same clan's bloodline aura from Tang San. But unfortunately, because Tang San had devoured too much blood, that blood had soaked through him, and Yin couldn't recognize that this Tang San was actually her own son. What an evil smell. This human is too disgusting. How much blood has he devoured? Find an opportunity to report to the master. Such a person who has committed heinous crimes should be destroyed in body and soul and die a terrible death. Of course, there was someone even more excited than Tang San. It was Dai Mubai. He stared fixedly at Zhu Zhuqing, his expression ferocious like a ghost, his voice sharp, as if a ghost was wailing. Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing heard the voice, glanced at Dai Mubai calmly, and then completely ignored him. Dai Mubai, who was ignored, clenched his hands into fists. His spirit power exploded, looking like he wanted to swallow Zhu Zhuqing alive. It was Zhu Zhuqing who made him never have happiness again. This hatred and grudge, even if Dai Mubai died, he would never be able to forget it by half. Dai Mubai had almost lost his mind, but Flender was still very clear-headed. He hurriedly stopped Dai Mubai, one hand clasping Dai Mubai's shoulder, and with the powerful spirit power of a spirit saint, pressed him firmly in place. Flender had a fake smile on his face and bowed and scraped. Greetings to everyone from Longevity Academy. I am the Dean of Shrek Academy. Everyone is here to participate in the Continental Advanced Spirit Master Elite Tournament, so let's hurry in, lest we miss the opening ceremony. Yin, as the leader, was calm and wise. She said indifferently, Shrek Academy, I have remembered you. You are the Dean of Shrek Academy, so why don't you urge your students to walk on the righteous path? I see that the students in your academy have already walked on an evil path, a crooked path. If you don't stop them, they will surely become a scourge in the future. That is all I have to say. Let's go. As the words fell, Yin led the Changsheng Academy team and walked into the Heaven Do Great Soul Arena. Xiao Wu, who had been holding A Ru's arm the whole time, gave Tang San a look of disgust before leaving. Tang San, you've changed. You've become too disgusting. The smell on you is simply nauseating to me. After speaking, Xiao Wu walked away quickly, as if she had really been fumigated by the smell on Tang San. Hearing this, Tang San was struck by lightning. Originally, seeing Xiao Wu again, he still had a feeling of surprise. But seeing the disgust in Xiao Wu's eyes, Tang San was a bit tottering. Yu Xiaogeng glared resentfully at the departing Changsheng Academy team. He grabbed one of Tang San's shoulders and said, Little San, have you forgotten the great task of avenging the sect and your father? You must calm down and perform well in the Spirit Master competition. As long as you get an audience with Emperor Zhu Bang, you will have a chance to expose Lu Chen's true face in front of Emperor Zhu Bang. Hearing this, Tang San quickly calmed down. I haven't forgotten. I will definitely avenge the sect and my father. Speaking of this, Tang San thought of Yin again. The throbbing that had just erupted in his body made him think it was his bloodthirsty instinct acting up again. That woman, I must eat her. Her scent is too tempting. I believe the benefits she brings me will definitely be beyond imagination. Maybe I can break through to Spirit Saint in a short time. Chapter 298, Tang San and Zhu Beng, Birds of a Feather. At the Heaven Dew Great Soul Arena. As the sun reached its zenith, all the participating teams and the spectators who had come to watch the match had taken their respective places. The opening ceremony of the Spirit Master competition officially began. Under the hosts' enthusiastic shouts, the atmosphere at the venue quickly heated up. The participating teams felt their blood boiling, and all the spectators watching the match were stirred with excitement. Seeing that the atmosphere was just right, the host, being very perceptive, invited Zhu Beng to come out and deliver a speech. Although Zhu Beng was young, he had endured for many years, and his inner scheming was extremely deep. In such a public setting, under the gaze of everyone, he did not show the slightest stage fright and delivered a passionate and rousing speech. In order to win over these young spirit masters, he even made a promise. Any team that qualified in the preliminary rounds, as long as they joined the Heaven Dew Imperial family, would be granted the title of Baron. Any team that performed well in the promotion rounds, as long as they joined the Heaven Dew Imperial family, would be granted the title of Viscount. If a team won the championship in the finals and brought glory to the Heaven Dew Empire, as long as they joined the Heaven Dew Imperial family, they would be granted the title of Count. That was a title representing noble status. Once obtained, one would no longer be an ordinary person. This caused the atmosphere in the entire venue to reach a fever pitch. At the Shrek Academy team's location, Tang San was trembling with excitement. As an heir to orthodox feudalism, he had infinite yearning for noble status. Now that a path to becoming a noble lay before him, a prairie fire of ambition ignited in Tang San's heart. He constantly fantasized in his mind that if he won the championship in the finals and returned with endless honor to become a count of the Heaven Dew Empire, he would truly become a superior being. After Zhu Beng finished his speech, under the host's guidance, everyone's gaze shifted to Lu Chen. As the #1 powerhouse on the continent, and serving as a special guest this time, Lu Chen would certainly have to say a few words. Because Lu Chen represented the peak of the Spirit Master's world. Countless gazes converged on him, admiration, awe, worship, fanaticism. Under the gaze of so many, Lu Chen remained indifferent, and he smiled and said, "Greetings to the future of the Spirit Master's world. I am Lu Chen. My deeds are widely circulated on the continent, and I believe you all know them, so I will not elaborate further. The Spirit Master competition is a platform for you to showcase yourselves. There is no need to care about victory or defeat. As long as you rely on your own intelligence to bring out the advantages of your own spirit, or develop special applications for your spirit ring abilities, these are all things worthy of praise. Regardless of victory or defeat, as long as you have a few shining points, the doors of my longevity sect will always be open to you. I hope you can all show your best in the competition and not let a momentary victory or defeat become a shackle in your life." Lu Chen only said a few words, but they completely shocked the entire audience, causing countless young spirit masters to regard him as an idol and a life mentor. Lu Chen was the #1 powerhouse on the continent, after all. What he said was definitely correct. This was a competition. No one could win, and win forever. But even if one ultimately lost in the competition, as long as one displayed their own shining points, that was the meaning of them coming to participate in the Spirit Master competition. While the whole venue cheered for this, there was unusual anger in Zhu Beng's eyes. Lu Chen was competing with him for geniuses. But he dared not show the slightest dissatisfaction. This feeling of being stifled and frustrated made Zhu Beng grind his teeth in hatred. After a long time, the cheers of the audience gradually died down. The host continued to speak. The opening ceremony of the Spirit Master competition was nearing its end. Next, Platinum Bishop Morton needed to draw lots to select 2 teams from all the participating teams to hold an exhibition match, bringing the opening ceremony to a complete close. Hearing that it was his turn to appear, Platinum Bishop Morton sprang up from his chair. He really did not want to sit next to Lu Chen. That feeling was truly like sitting on pins and needles. As the Platinum Bishop of the Heaven Dew City Spirit Temple, Platinum Bishop Morton was still very well respected. After he stood up, the Great Soul Arena, which held tens of thousands of people, was left only with the sound of breathing. Platinum Bishop Morton stepped forward to draw the lots. Whether it was due to luck or not, he drew the same lot as Platinum Bishop Sala's in the original work. Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, second team versus Shrek Academy team. The whole audience was stunned, and then the spectators immediately started cursing, shouting that this was a fixed match. Amidst the cursing, the Shrek Academy team and the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy second team took the stage one after another. Seeing the Shrek Academy team's disgusting shit green uniforms and the advertising space for rent text on their backs, the entire audience cursed even more fiercely. This must be a fixed match. What kind of trash academy is this? It goes without saying that the uniforms are ugly, but they also have advertising space for rent on the back. Are they here to compete or to be a joke? But soon, the Shrek Academy team made everyone open their mouths in shock. Tang San and the other 7 summoned their spirits. On Tang San's body, 5 spirit rings, 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black actually appeared. Spirit King. On the first day of the Spirit Master competition, a Spirit King had actually appeared. Among the other 6, Dai Mubai was a 4-ring spirit ancestor, and the other 5, including Oscar and Ma Hongzhen, were all 3-ring spirit elders. 1 Spirit King, 1 spirit ancestor, and 5 spirit elders. This combination made all the other participating teams regard them as formidable enemies. Feng Zia Ocean of Divine Wind Academy, Hua Wu and Hua Wushwang of Blazing Academy, Shui Binger and Shui Yuer of Tianshui Academy, Yu Tiangxin of Thunder Academy, Huyan Lai of Elephant Armor Academy. Tang San, at the 5-ring Spirit King level, made everyone vigilant. On the rostrum, when Zhu Beng saw such a young 5-ring Spirit King like Tang San, his eyes immediately lit up. He was clearly very interested in Tang San. On the other side, Lu Chen looked Tang San up and down. With a sweep of his divine thought, he saw through the essence of Tang San's strength improvement. It was through devouring the blood of humans or spirit beasts and converting it into his own spirit power. The lingering scent of blood in that spirit power was the best evidence. Tang San, you have indeed followed the script I preset for you and embarked on the path of an evil spirit master. An evil spirit master, yet participating in the spirit master competition so brazenly. That is perfect. I will take this competition as an opportunity to expose your true colors. You have lived long enough. It is time to go to hell to accompany your deadbeat father. Turning the gaze back to the ring. Following the referee's order, Tang San unleashed his 5th spirit ability, Blue Silver Prison, instantly trapping the 7 members of the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy second team. Then Dai Mubai used a white tiger meteor shower, blasting all 7 members of the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy second team off the ring. In less than a minute, this battle was over. This made Prince Zhu Xing's face look very ugly. The Heaven Dew Imperial Academy was under his management, and the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy second team consisted of noble children of the Heaven Dew Empire. They didn't even last a minute, which made him, a prince, lose a lot of face. This time, Tang San and his group had no grudges with the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy. The reason they were so merciless was because Tang San had other intentions. After the match ended, Tang San did not leave the ring. He looked in Zhu Beng's direction, his eyes burning, and knelt on one knee, performing a very solemn salute. Tang San of the Shrek Academy team greets Emperor Zhu Beng. This humble one brought my companions to eliminate the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy second team so mercilessly, not to disrespect the Heaven Dew Imperial Academy, but to demonstrate our strength. Your Majesty, our Shrek Academy has a heart full of loyalty to the country. but unfortunately, our status is humble, and we cannot enter the palace to see your majesty. Taking such actions today was to attract your majesty's attention. Please forgive me, your majesty. If your majesty does not mind. This humble one and my companions are willing to join the Heaven-Dew Empire imperial family. We implore your majesty to give us a chance. After speaking, Tang San lowered his head deeply. On the rostrum, Zhu Beng, who had originally been gloomy because the Heaven-Dew Imperial Academy second team had been beaten so miserably, felt his mood improve upon seeing how sensible Tang San was. A spirit king, so young, pledging loyalty to him, in public satisfied Zhu Beng's vanity to a great extent. He stood up, a gentle smile on his face. Tang San, I understand your intentions. Since you have a heart of loyalty to the country, I am naturally willing to give you this opportunity. The Spirit Master competition has just begun, so there is no need to rush to join the Heaven-Dew Imperial family. However, to reward your loyalty, I will grant you a waste token. With this token, you will be able to enter and exit the palace in the future. For a Spirit Master genius like you to be unable to see me simply because of a humble background makes me feel very pained. From now on, whenever you want to see me, you may do so at any time. Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. He had succeeded. He had finally succeeded in attracting the attention of Emperor Zhu Beng. As long as he could see Emperor Zhu Beng, he could recount the grievances of the past. Lu Chen, your good days are coming to an end. Tang San thought with hidden hatred. Chapter 299. Uncle and nephew turn against each other. Zhu Xing is killed. Splendid, truly splendid. Although today's opening ceremony had ended, the audience still hadn't had enough. Not only did they see the Heaven-Dew Empire's Emperor Zhu Beng, but they also saw the continent's strongest person, Lu Chen. Furthermore, in the first exhibition match, they saw a young spirit master at the Spirit King level. This truly opened their eyes. As the audience gradually exited, Zhu Beng and Zhu Xing, after bowing to Lu Chen, also returned to the palace under the protection of many royal enshrinements. Lu Chen watched the departing Zhu Beng, then looked at the gradually exiting Tang San, his eyes filled with a playful look. Zhu Beng and Tang San, the master and disciple from the original work, it seems they're going to get mixed up together again. Interesting, truly interesting. Afterward, Lu Chen took Hu Yanzhen, sect master Feng Beilong, and others, and flew to the resting area of the participating teams to meet up with Ah Yin, A Ru, Xiao Wu, Zhu Xiuqing, Du Guyan, and the others. Lu Chen smiled slightly and said, "The opening ceremony is over. How did you feel today?" Ah Yin reported today's experiences, then specifically mentioned, "Maz Deen, at the entrance of the Great Spirit Arena, we happened to encounter the Shrek Academy team. That person named Tang San in their team had a thick scent of blood on him, and his aura was extremely evil. His Spirit King level cultivation was definitely not obtained through his own cultivation. Should we find an opportunity to get rid of such a bloodthirsty person?" Hearing this, Lu Chen's eyes held a strange look. Tang San was Ah Yin's son, at least his body was, and half of his bloodline came from Ah Yin. Hearing the words, "Get rid of Tang San," from Ah Yin's mouth was truly ironic. Lu Chen nodded seriously and said, "This person can already be called a fallen spirit master. He indeed deserves to be killed, but it must be done with justifiable cause. Xiao Wu, Xiuqing, Yan Yan, if you encounter Tang San in the Spirit Master competition, beat him within an inch of his life. Make him reveal his true face on the arena and trigger his bloodthirsty nature. Let the audience of Heaven-Dew City see what kind of thing Tang San is. Once everyone recognizes Tang San's true nature, it will be the day he dies." Xiao Wu immediately stated her stance, a look of disgust appearing on her small face. "No problem, Boss Lu Chen. Just leave it to us. Tang San is so disgusting now. The smell on him makes me want to vomit, There's the smell of human blood and the smell of spirit beast blood. I will never let such a disgusting guy off. After Xiao Wu finished speaking, Zhu Zhuqing and Du Guyan also expressed their stances one after another. If they encountered Tang San on the arena, they would definitely beat him to death. Lu Chen nodded with a smile, then waved his hand. All right, let's head back too. We'll come back tomorrow, when the qualifiers officially begin. The qualifiers are a single round-robin tournament. You'll run into the Shrek Academy teams sooner or later. I'm just afraid they won't dare to accept the challenge. So during the matches, do not reveal your full strength. Xiao Wu, Zhuqing, you will take turns leading the other 6 members in the qualifiers. As for Yan Yan, you should wait until the promotion matches or even the finals to make your appearance. Lest you scare Tang San so much he doesn't dare to fight. Du Guyan was a spirit Douluo. Once she appeared, there wouldn't be anything for the others to do. Shrek Academy teams Flender and Yu Xiaoging weren't fools either. Once they knew Du Guyan's true strength, they would definitely try their best to avoid a confrontation with her. Hearing Lu Chen's arrangements, Xiao Wu, Zhu Zhuqing, and Du Guyan naturally wouldn't refuse and nodded in agreement. Then the group returned to the longevity sect. Meanwhile, inside the palace, relying on the waste token bestowed by Zhu Beng Tang, San entered the palace without any hindrance. At this moment, Tang San's heart was racing. In the past, he would have been stopped and questioned before even getting close to the palace. Now, just by appearing in the Spirit Master competition, he had obtained a waste token bestowed by Emperor Zhu Beng, allowing him to move freely within the palace. Tang San took a deep breath. I've finally waited for this day. Zhu Beng, having learned of Tang San's arrival, summoned him in the imperial study, a friendly smile on his face. Haha, Tang San, I just gave you the waste token and you couldn't wait to see me. Do you have something on your mind? Seeing Zhu Beng, Tang San knelt down with a thud and shouted with grief and indignation. Your Majesty, my father is innocent. Zhu Beng showed a look of confusion and frowned, saying, Tell me in detail, who is your father? What grievance has he suffered? Tang San's body trembled as he cried out his grievance, nearly in tears. Your Majesty, my father is Tang Hao, the Clear Sky Douluo of the Clear Sky sect. My father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect could never have assassinated the late emperor. All of this was done by Lu Chen. He has a grudge against us, father and son. He killed the late emperor and framed my father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect. I beg your Majesty to be as clear-sighted as a hawk. You cannot let Lu Chen, the culprit, go unpunished. I know Lu Chen is powerful, but the Heaven Dew Empire also has a 1,000,000-strong army. I believe that one person's strength can never contend with the strength of a nation. As Tang San cried out his grievance, Zhu Beng's expression turned ugly. He hadn't expected Tang San to be a remnant of the Clear Sky sect. Whether Tang Hao and the people of the Clear Sky sect were innocent or not, Zhu Beng knew perfectly well. Back then, it was he who knelt before Lu Chen and revealed the details of the banquet attended by Zhu Yi and many experts of the Clear Sky sect. It could be said that although Lu Chen was the one who killed Zhu Yi and the Clear Sky sect experts, it was inextricably linked to Zhu Beng. He had thought there were no more remnants of the Clear Sky sect on this Douluo Continent. He truly hadn't expected this. Today, a remnant of the Clear Sky sect had actually run to him to cry grievance. A trace of killing intent erupted in Zhu Beng's heart. If Tang San found out the truth of what happened back then, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Zhu Beng was wondering whether to immediately summon the royal enshrinements to kill Tang San in the palace, Tang San spoke again. Your Majesty, I know this is hard to believe, but I am willing to guarantee with my own head that my father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect are absolutely innocent. In my view, the Clear Sky sect is just a sect. They have no noble status and don't have the support of the subjects. Even if they killed the late emperor, they couldn't possibly usurp the throne. They had no motive at all. On the contrary, Chen has always been unconventional. The late emperor tried to recruit him several times, but he refused. This kind of undisciplined and lawless person is the most likely culprit to have murdered the late emperor. I have come today, first to seek justice for my father, and second to present a treasure to your majesty. Although Chen is powerful, this treasure of mine can allow ordinary people to possess power comparable to a spirit master. As long as the Heaven Dew Empire's million-strong army is equipped with my treasure, it can definitely exhaust Chen's spirit power and then kill him. Tang San possessed the purple demon eye and had excellent eyesight. He saw the ugly expression on Zhu Beng's face, but since he didn't know the truth of the past, he didn't guess Zhu Beng's real thoughts. He thought Zhu Beng was worried that Chen was too powerful and that a million-strong army might not be able to contend with him. So Tang San reached for the 24 moonlit bridges at his waist and took out a special hidden weapon, which was none other than the godly huge crossbow. These words struck a chord in Zhu Beng's heart. Zhu Beng also hated Chen to death in his heart. If there really was a chance to kill Chen, he wouldn't mind temporarily sparing Tang San. Looking at the strange weapon in Tang San's hand, Zhu Beng asked curiously, "Tang San, introduce your treasure to me." Hearing this, Tang San was overjoyed. He had taken a huge risk coming here today. Now Zhu Beng hadn't blamed him, but was instead concerned about his treasure, indicating that Zhu Beng already believed what he said. Tang San immediately began the introduction. "This hidden weapon of mine is called the Godly Huge Crossbow. Ordinary soldiers can use it too. It has a special internal structure and can fire 40 bolts at once, capable of piercing through the protective defenses of a spirit ancestor. Please think about it, Your Majesty. If thousands upon thousands of godly huge crossbows were equipped to a legion of the Heaven Dew Empire, a single volley would be 400,000 bolts. Even if Chen can block them, it will greatly consume his spirit power. As long as he can't destroy the godly huge crossbow legion before his spirit power is exhausted, then once his spirit power is gone, he will be like a fish on a chopping block, at Your Majesty's disposal. Actually, I have also designed some even more powerful hidden weapons, enough to cause harm to a spirit saint, spirit Douluo, or even a titled Douluo. However, those hidden weapons require special materials, and I am short on funds and cannot gather them for the time being. If Your Majesty provides support, I will definitely be able to create those even more powerful hidden weapons. By then, Emir Chen will also die at the hands of Your Majesty's million-strong army." Zhu Beng was quite moved by what he heard. He walked forward, took the godly huge crossbow from Tang San's hand, and personally test-fired a shot according to Tang San's instructions. Accompanied by a buzzing sound, the godly huge crossbow fired 40 bolts. The force was strong, turning a distant pillar into a sieve. The pillars in the palace were made of 100-year spiritual wood. In other words, they were all 100-year plant spirit beasts. A pillar made from a 100-year plant spirit beast was actually pierced through so easily. The power of this godly huge crossbow was indeed, as Tang San said, capable of tearing through the protective defenses of a spirit ancestor. If a hidden weapon like this were equipped to a legion of 10,000, or even a legion of 100,000, then who in this world could resist it? Not to mention that Tang San had even more powerful hidden weapons in his hands, enough to even harm a titled Douluo. Zhu Beng's heart surged. He seemed to see the hope of dealing with Chen. His expression flickered as he pondered how to choose. After a long time, Zhu Beng took a long breath, his eyes firm, having completely made up his mind. "Tang San, to tell you the truth, I have always had doubts about the deaths of my father and eldest brother. It's just that Chen's strength is great, and I saw no hope of resisting him. But it's different now. This hidden weapon you brought, as well as your own talent, have shown me the hope of dealing with Chen. However, wanting to contend with Chen is not something that can be done overnight. I am willing to support you and provide you with materials. You will forge enough hidden weapons for me to equip my million-strong army. With a million-strong army using hidden weapons, I don't believe Liu Chen can't be killed. Additionally, there is one more thing. In this Heaven Du Empire, my power is actually quite limited. My uncle, Prince Zhu Exing, is very close to Douluo. He was arranged by Liu Chen to monitor me. Back then, under Liu Chen's coercion, I appointed him as the Prince Regent. Now his power is such that even I feel threatened. If he doesn't die, any move we make will definitely be known by Liu Chen. If you truly want to avenge your father and the elders of the Clear Sky sect, I am willing to assist you, but you must first kill Prince Zhu Xing for me. Only by removing this obstacle will I truly have the final say in the Heaven Du Empire. As long as Prince Zhu Xing is alive, he will never allow us to become enemies with Liu Chen. Tang San, in this palace, there are no telling how many people are Prince Zhu Exing's eyes and ears. I don't trust them. Can I trust you? Now that Zhu Bang had secured the throne, the still regent Prince Zhu Xing was an eyesore. Moreover, Zhu Bang knew his uncle well, greedy for power, fond of women, and cowardly. If he knew that Zhu Bang wanted to deal with Liu Chen, he would go to report it immediately. If Prince Zhu Xing didn't die, Zhu Bang wouldn't dare to make any move. Since he had decided to deal with Liu Chen, Prince Zhu Xing had to be handled in advance. Even if it was his own uncle, if he blocked his path, there was only the path to death. A flush of color appeared on Tang San's pale face from excitement. He had finally persuaded Zhu Bang to support him. He was enveloped by a wave of immense joy, feeling lightheaded. He finally saw the hope of revenge. Tang San knelt before Zhu Bang and said in a powerful voice, "I am willing to be the blade in your majesty's hand and clear away that hidden danger. Zhu Exing, for your majesty." Zhu Bang shouted, "Good." His eyes flashed with cold light as he spoke in a low voice. "Good, Tang San. You do not fail me, and I shall not fail you. I will send someone to invite Zhu Xing to discuss matters. You will hide in the palace then. When you see Zhu Exing, kill him. Don't say a single word to him, lest you be swayed by him." A blood-red light surged in Tang San's eyes. "I obey the command." A short while later, Prince Zhu Xing was invited to a hall in the palace. Because the messenger said Zhu Bang had matters to discuss with him, out of trust for his nephew, Zhu Xing arrived without any suspicion. As a result, when he entered the hall, he didn't see Zhu Bang, but only the murderous Tang San. Zhu Xing showed a look of incomprehension and said in a deep voice, "Tang San, why are you?" Before he could finish his sentence, Tang San lunged forward. 8 forest white bone spikes extended from his back. It was another set of 8 spider lances that Tang San had managed to obtain. The 8 bone spikes thrust out like lightning. Crack, crack, crack. Amidst the sound of tearing flesh, the 8 bone spikes pierced through Prince Zhu Exing's body. Urg. Zhu Xing spat out blood, unable to speak a complete word. His eyes gradually became lifeless, and he didn't understand what was happening even as he died. For Zhu Bang, there was now one less person who knew the truth of the past, and he could freely deceive Tang San for his own use. Chapter 300, revealing his true nature. After Zhu Xing was killed, Zhu Bang no longer had any constraints. It was as if the final shackles had been unlocked, and he felt a wave of relief throughout his entire body. That very day, he allocated a large amount of resources for Tang San to forge hidden weapons, but Tang San was only one person, and he still had to participate in the Spirit Master competition, leaving him unable to attend to everything. Furthermore, it was impossible for him alone to forge 1,000,000 hidden weapons. Consequently, Tang San sent a letter to Tai Tan, asking him to bring the Strength Clan back to Heaven Du City. Tang San assured Zhu Bang that the Strength Clan were all high-level blacksmiths, and if they were to forge the hidden weapons, the quality would be absolutely guaranteed. Don't forget to like, comment, subscribers, and share to infinite novel audiobooks. Zhu Bang had no choice but to patiently wait for the Strength Clan to arrive. The next day, The news of Zhu Exing's death was tightly sealed by Zhu Beng. It had not spread out to this day, nor had it caused any ripples in Heaven Dew City. The Spirit Master competition proceeded as usual. On the VIP platform, Lu Chen glanced at Zhu Beng and said in a leisurely tone, "Zhu Beng, your uncle didn't come today." Being addressed directly by his name, Zhu Beng secretly gritted his teeth, but because it was Lu Chen who called him, Zhu Beng dared not speak out despite his anger. He reluctantly forced a smile. "Your Excellency, my uncle is ill and needs to recuperate at home for a while." Lu Chen smiled noncommittally. "Your uncle and the Grand Elder of our sect have quite a good relationship. If his illness is serious, I can have the Grand Elder go and check on him. After all, they have a friendship spanning many years." Zhu Beng quickly waved his hands and said, "No need, no need. It's just a minor illness, no need to trouble poison Douluo personally. My uncle will be fine after resting for a while." Zhu Xing was already dead, killed by Tang San under the instigation of Zhu Beng. Now, Zhu Beng certainly dared not let anyone see Zhu Exing. If they were to see him, it would only be his corpse. Lu Chen looked leisurely towards the arena. Inside Tang San's body, there was an extra scent of blood. It was precisely the scent from Zhu Exing's body, which could not be hidden from his divine thought at all. Zhu Exing, that cowardly fellow, actually died at the hands of Tang San. Zhu Beng, you are truly ruthless. Using my hand to eliminate Zhu Yi so you could ascend to the throne, and using Tang San's hand to eliminate Zhu Xing so you could seize power. It seems the next step should be dealing with me. However, where does your confidence come from? An ant trying to shake a tree, foolish and unaware of its own ignorance. Then use all your means to amuse me." Lu Chen thought to himself, hoping that the union of Zhu Beng and Tang San could truly bring him some amusement. Otherwise, it would be too boring. Realizing that Lu Chen was no longer questioning him, Zhu Beng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If Lu Chen had insisted on asking about Zhu Exing's situation, Zhu Beng would have had to think of a way to deceive Lu Chen. At this moment, the first match of the day had already begun on the arena. It was the Elephant Armor Academy, one of the 5 Elements Academies, facing off against Shrek Academy, which had made quite a splash yesterday. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team activated their spirits, instantly transforming into mountains of flesh. They were all members of the Elephant Armored Academy and possessed the Diamond Mammoth spirit. There were no support soul masters, control soul masters, etc. They were all Diamond Mammoth spirit masters, pushing their defensive capabilities to the peak. Their configuration of 4 spirit elders and 3 spirit ancestors also ignited the emotions of the audience present. The Elephant Armor Academy team consisted of 4 spirit elders and 3 spirit ancestors, while the Shrek Academy team consisted of 5 spirit elders, 1 spirit ancestor, and 1 spirit king. In the eyes of the audience, there was bound to be a fierce battle today. As the 7 members of the Shrek Academy team activated their spirits, Tang San's spirit ring configuration of 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black pushed the atmosphere at the scene to a climax. On the VIP platform, Hu Yanzhen, sitting next to Lu Chen, looked at the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team in the arena. His face was full of pride as he whispered to Lu Chen, "Sect Master, just watch. Although that Tang San is a spirit king, our Elephant Armor Academy team is not to be trifled with, and we will definitely be able to force Tang San to reveal his true nature." Lu Chen chuckled upon hearing this. "Then I shall wait and see." While the two were talking, the referee on the arena also announced the start of the match. The 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team, led by their captain Huyan Li, lined up and, like heavy tanks, rolled towards the 7 members of Shrek. As a control soul master, Tang San made the first move. With a blue-silver prison, the blue-black-blue-silver grass formed 7 cages, trapping the 7 members of the Elephant Armor Academy team respectively. Huyan Lai roared, and together with the other 6 members, unleashed their spirit ability. Their various spirit rings shone with light, releasing an overwhelming aura. With a sudden dash, they tore apart the 7 blue-silver prisons. The violent fluctuations of spirit power seemed to condense into 7 diamond mammoths roaring at the sky in midair, and a strong sense of oppression rushed towards them. This caused the expressions of the 7 members of the Shrek Academy team to change drastically. Tang San's blue-silver grass had neither undergone a second awakening nor consumed an immortal herb. It was still just the most ordinary blue-silver grass. Even when using the 10,000-year spirit ability blue-silver prison, it could still be easily shattered by Huyan Lai and the others. Tang San's face was very dark, and he became increasingly disgusted with his trash spirit, blue-silver grass. He was already a spirit king, yet the 10,000-year spirit ability he unleashed couldn't even trap a group of spirit elders and spirit ancestors. Since Tang San's control skills were ineffective, watching the 7 mountains of flesh from Elephant Armor Academy getting closer, Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jiang Ling each ate one of Oscar's emerald sausages. A layer of emerald green keratin appeared on the surface of their bodies, greatly enhancing their defensive power, and then they met the 7 mountains of flesh from the Elephant Armor Academy. Dai Mubai roared, but his voice was somewhat shrill. Perhaps due to the lack of male hormones after having his manhood cut off, although he possessed the white tiger spirit, he gave people a soft and weak feeling. He successively used 2 spirit abilities, White Tiger Shield and White Tiger Vajra Transformation, raising his aura to the peak. As a result, Huyan Lai and the other 3 spirit ancestors each threw a punch, sending Dai Mubai flying backwards while vomiting blood. Even the strongest, Dai Mubai, was like this, and Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jiang Ling didn't fare any better. Under the charge of the Diamond Mammoth Spirit Masters, they were tossed into the air one after another. Especially Ma Hongjun. His fat figure was like a ball, being tossed up and down in midair, constantly shrieking. Watching his teammates be so useless, Tang San was so angry that his eyes turned red. He had no choice but to go all out. Parasite. Tang San activated the Parasite Spirit ability. Instantly, the blue-silver spores that had contaminated Huyan Lai and the other 7 grew into blue-black blue-silver vines, binding Huyan Lai and the other 7. At the same time, spikes shot out from the blue-silver vines, attempting to pierce through the skin of Huyan Lai and the others to inject neurotoxins. But the defense of Huyan Lai and the others was simply too strong. The spikes on the blue-silver grass could not pierce through that thick layer of keratin at all. At this moment, Huyan Lai sneered, thinking that mere blue-silver grass can bind our brothers is simply delusional. Under Huyan Li's roar, the blue-silver vines on his body snapped one by one. Bang, 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 earthy yellow light burst forth, setting him off like a heavenly god, and he easily broke free from the binding of the blue-silver vines. After breaking free himself, he turned around and helped his brothers tear off the blue-silver vines that were binding them. Immediately, the 7 mountains of flesh, having shaken off their restraints, rolled towards Tang San and the others once more. That terrifying sense of oppression made the arena tremble, and the encirclement grew smaller and smaller. Tang San and his group had reached the point where they had nowhere to hide. Oscar and Jiangzhu, the 2 support soul masters, could only hide behind Tang San. One made sausages, while the other released a healing halo, treating Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, Tai Long, and Jiang Ling, who had been knocked down earlier. Tang San's eyes were red. On the very first day of the official competition, he had encountered an opponent like the Elephant Armor Academy. He had been pushed to the edge of a cliff. "I cannot lose," Tang San roared, and the spirit power that he had been suppressing within his body finally erupted completely. Dazzling blood-colored light burst out from his body, forming twisted blood-colored clouds in midair. A nauseating scent of blood drifted out from those blood-colored clouds. Many of the countless spectators present were just ordinary people. Smelling that scent of blood, everyone was scared stiff, their faces turning pale. There were even some women, children, and the elderly who vomited directly. That scent of blood was so thick it couldn't be dispersed, making everyone feel as if they were seeing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Tang San's body was surrounded by blood-colored clouds, making him look like an Asura returning from hell. He raised his hand and waved. Blue-silver prison. Roots of blood-colored blue-silver grass rose from the ground, forming 7 blood-colored blue-silver prisons, trapping Huyan Lai and the others inside. Huyan Lai still wanted to shatter the blue-silver prison, but this time, the blue-silver prison was as hard as refined iron. No matter how much his fists pounded against it with a bang-bang sound, there was no sign of it shattering at all. Devil spider spikes! Tang San's eyes were scarlet, and he was already controlled by the will to kill. With a wave of his hand, dozens of blue-silver vines pierced towards Huyan Lai and the others. Crack, crack! Amidst the sound of flesh being torn, the thick keratin layer of Huyan Lai and the others was finally torn open, pierced through by the blood-red blue-silver grass. Blood-colored light surged, and the blood in Huyan Li's body was being rapidly drained away. Stop! Seeing the miserable appearance of his grandson, Huyan Zhen could no longer sit still. He leaped onto the arena, causing the ground to tremble and his spirit power to oscillate, sweeping away all the blue-silver grass. With one punch, he shattered the blood-colored blue-silver prison and gathered his grandson Huyan Lai into his arms. Looking at Huyan Li, who was on the verge of death with a pale face, Huyan Zhen's killing intent soared to the sky. He glared at Tang San and roared, "You damned fallen spirit master! To actually have such evil means, devouring my grandson's blood." Looking at the blood aura soaring from your body, that scent of blood is enough to make people vomit even from 100 or 80 meters away. I really don't know how many people you have killed to attain this spirit king cultivation level. You naturally evil fallen spirit master, this old man will destroy you right now. And that is it for today's chapter. If you enjoyed it, hit that like button and subscribe so you never miss an upload. Drop a comment below. I want to know what you think is coming next. See you in the next one.